I'm gonna bring up Japanese audio for a little bit.
ファイナルシーズン4ラウンド3場所は東京都立産業貿易センター浜松町
All right,
館より
this event is not taking place at the like players convention, the like GP like thing. It's just like in some looks like some basement. Didn't look the most pleasant.
さあということでね、早速なんですがラウンド1の時間も近いということなので、自己紹介スライドの方失礼いたします。はい、スライドお願い。
Do we know like how many players? Okay, it looks like 353 players.
353 agreed. I see that.
現れました朝原明さん、よろしくお願いいたします。よろしくお願いします。はい、今回も変幻自在な他の方のない視点で
9 runs day 1. I guess it doesn't say how many runs day 2.
I think it's going to be 13 rounds this quiz total. Let me see if I can find the like fact sheet.
はいはい。また切り裂いてね行きたいということで、はい、楽しい解説期待しております。よろしくお願いいたします。
I see it. Yeah. 8 rounds day 1, 5 rounds day 2, then top 8.
Okay, so it sounds like it's the same as the last couple. They recently changed the format to have basically a larger field. And they haven't yet changed the structure to like accommodate that. But I wonder if they're going to go to like a 14th round at some point, because like this event is bigger than the ones in say Canada, but I feel like it has fewer rounds than the one in Canada. Okay, so there's one other.
How many people qualify for the PT through this?
16.
16, okay. I guess that won't be that relevant until tomorrow, but
yeah, it is, I think, at about the right size where you have people who it used to be the case that there would be some IDs to get on the Pro Tour, but now all of the Pro Tour slots that are beneath the top 8 people tend to have to play for. So it's like pretty well calibrated to the size of the event. Let me minimize this. I used to do this on 3 monitors, and I'm down to doing it on 2, but it means that I have to be like very efficient with how I pack all the windows in. Alright, so we decided that it was 353 players. Let me see if I can find the fact sheet. Out of curiosity, if like the prize pool has changed or anything since the last time. I don't believe it has. It's still 6,000 to the winner and a 40,000 total prize pool. So let me find. Really? And I do always appreciate their thoroughness and the PowerPoint presentation that they go through at the beginning. We always start with what is magic, and then as if like this is your first introduction to the game at all. And then we have like
maybe.
I mean, it could be. There's like a bunch of learn to play events at the players convention and stuff, though not in this building, since as discussed we're playing in some basement. And then we'll have like, what is this event? What is it qualifying for? What are the stakes, etc. So speaking of stakes, here you go. There's $40,000 US on the line. And as it does say at the bottom of the top, 16 will get Pro Tour invites. And now I see I copied and pasted this, so this is no longer true. Where Do you know off the top of your head what this feeds? Where is the next Pro Tour? Is it in Europe somewhere?
The next upcoming Pro Tour is Amsterdam.
Okay.
It's modern in Amsterdam in like somewhere in June, I think. It's or no, in July. July 17th.
Gotcha. And this is the first RC of this cycle. And for some reason,
Yeah, I guess it is the like literal first one, like no other countries have. Yeah.
And somehow wound up on a weekend by itself, though. I mean, I guess Europe does have a Spotlight Series event this weekend.
Cincinnati is not next week, but the week after, I think. Is that right?
Or I'm looking at my calendar, and I just don't know what today is. Today's the 8th/9th. So Cincinnati is next week.
Is next week. Yeah, okay.
Yep. And then
I should know this better because I'm judging at Cincinnati. So.
Then there's a week off, and then it's DC. Also, we make a big deal out of getting these 50,000 Rakuten points, which, I mean, I agree that 50,000 is a larger number than 6,000, but each one is worth about 1 yen, so it works out to like $350. So it's not actually that big of an additional prize. There's also a Twitter sweepstakes campaign, whatever you want to call it, going on. You can tweet at MTGJP with this hashtag. I mean, I say that. I don't think that anyone who's watching this is actually eligible to win it, but I think there is I guess there's a draft night kit on the line for some lucky winner. I actually think
people watching this from Japan. Who knows?
I mean,
surely not.
It would be the right time of day to be watching from Japan, but I also would be kind of surprised if anyone actually was. I did not have a chance to put props together, but we can see all of these booster boxes and stuff that's out front. I bet we're going to bust a bunch of them very soon. Okay, let me quickly take a screenshot here so that I have it, because this will probably get scrolled off the screen too quickly, but we have the metagame. So maybe not surprisingly, we start with Selesnya.
I don't know how to read Japanese.
All right, but I do, so the 52 is Selesnya Landfall at the top of the list.
That is pretty unsurprising.
Then 49
its performance.
Yep, Is It Prowess? 44 Spellementals. Okay, hold on. This is why I took the screenshot. Oh, and having done that, I didn't paste the screenshot somewhere. So let me back up and get it again. Download. There we go. And I am back to live. No. Was it worth it? Yes, but I like wrecked my YouTube. Let's start the stream over. There we go.
I am even here. Wow.
Okay. So we said 52 Selesnya Landfall, 49 Is It Prowess, 44 Spellementals, 35 Teamer. Now the problem.
What?
No, the problem is that I then have to know what the other words are. Usually it's easy when it's all just katakana. All right, so come back to that. Teamer something, 35. I'm kind of surprised to see the word teamer there. 22 Jeskai Control. 14 Sultai Control. 13 Is It Some Other Kind of Thing. The other issue is that sometimes archetypes have card names in it, and I can't read those so easily, so we're going to have to look them up.
I think you skipped over another 14, which...
oh, I did.
Based on pattern recognition, is either Selesnya something or something Landfall.
It is Selesnya. Ouroboroid. Yeah, Ouroboroid. Yep.
I would guess. Is it question mark be like lessons or something? That would be my guess for the next
That's
highest. Is it?
good idea. All right, let's see. So the way we'll find that out is to go to like abandoned attachments on Scryfall and switch to Japanese, and then I could see the word there. Okay, it does match. Yeah, it is lessons. 13 people are playing.
Okay, nice.
Then we've got Dimir of some sort. I mean,
Excruciator?
oh, it might be Excruciator. The like generic words like yeah, Doomsday, is that what it is? Like mid-range or whatever aren't the fancy get. Is in fact Doomsday, so Excruciator as we would say in English, I guess.
Ooh, I can recognize 4-color control.
That is exactly what this is. 4C control is next. Then we've got 9 copies of mono green Landfall.
Oh, that's a nice one.
Yeah, that second character in that mono green, that's the like single color marker.
Well, see, I like have a vague recognition of some Japanese kanji from having a very, very, very vague like ability to read some Chinese characters.
Sure. I mean, it's more useful than you might expect. You don't like some of the skills transfer. All right, so then second column, and then we'll go back and figure out what the teamer deck is. So we've got Azorius Flash, 7
Bant?
copies.
I think
that is
Bant.
Bant, and it might be Rhythm. Let's find out.
It's kind of funny that they're not calling it like. I guess the Ouroboroid deck is like somewhat different from the Rhythm deck.
Yeah. Ritsudo is Rhythm. Then we've got 4 copies of Is It Aggro? How exactly is that different from the Prowess decks? I don't know yet. We'll have to look up.
I mean, I kind of assume it's like the mono red splashing violent outburst decks.
Sure.
Or at least I've like seen something like that online.
Then we've got other Dimir decks. The top one is Dimir Demon. So I guess we've got some Unholy Annexes involved or something. And then Dimir, I'm not quite sure. 3 copies of Boros Burn?
Fun.
Yeah. Then Boros Aggro, distinct from Burn, as well as 3 copies of Mono Red Aggro. 3 copies of Selesnia's, I guess, Rhythm. It's the same as above. 3 copies of Azorius Momo. And then 31 decks with 1 or 2 pilots. And I was 1 character off from having this thing fit. 350 total. So out of curiosity, alright, people are still in fact talking. The fact that we've just been on this single slide for so long has made me a little concerned that I'm like missing the actual event. Total.
I had thought that like you had maybe like pulled up a screenshot or something.
I actually do. I can show it over here. I mean, I do have a screenshot that I was working from, just to make sure that I didn't lose it if like the match began. But okay, so that's what I've got for the day 1 metagame.
Why is it 350 total when it's I saw there were like 353 registrants, maybe
Yeah.
3 dropped out or something. I don't know.
Well, I just refreshed it on Melee and now it says 351. So I don't know.
Closer.
There are usually a couple of people who don't show up for the players meeting. So that's the time at which I guess the 2 numbers would diverge because they would still be in Melee, but or maybe this was taken and it didn't include like last chance qualifiers yesterday or something. It's the other possibility I can imagine. So like they didn't have those decks.
By the way, I think I figured out by pattern recognition that the teamer question mark, it's teamer prowess because it sure looks like the same character.
You got it. That is the word for prowess. So then there's one that we don't know, and it's the demon, or the one underneath demon, some other version of of Dimir. So give me a second. We'll figure out what that one is.
I can't believe no one wanted to register 33% win rate. Is it Maestro?
I mean, there are a couple of... Oh, no, there's... I mean, if anyone did, it was 1 or 2 copies, right? So...
Yeah.
Alright, so it's that kanji, and then we need... Hito, like this.
It's really funny to me that the way they write out Dimir demons is like entirely in katakana and not like, I don't know, however you write the word demon in Japanese.
Yeah, I mean Oni, I guess, but I think it's... I'd have to look. Like, what's the card type of whatever, Archfiend of the Dross or something? My guess is that they just use Demon for that as well.
Oh, yeah, it looks... that looks true based on Skyfall, huh? Okay, well, I guess that's what I find weird then, but that's more of a WotC weirdness, I guess.
So the word in that other Dimir list means deception. So it's just, I guess it's... Oh.
Deceit?
Deceit. Yeah, it is just deceit. So... I assume that it's like the Superior Spider-Man kind of list that's trying to...
Yeah, I guess
like
I've
some
seen
kind of generic
some lists...
reanimator, but...
I've seen some lists online that are like not really doing the Doomsday thing. They're just doing like Superior Spider-Man to copy like Deceit and what's it called? Emeritus of Ideation or something.
Sure.
Maybe that's what that is.
That'll be our working guess, and we'll see what we actually see on the table. Hey, we've got Magic, and as is customary, we start with the winner from the previous regional championship. So I'm too late to quiz you if you're up on your Japan Korea RC history, Jason. But do you know who won?
I have no idea who won the previous RC. No.
So the answer is Noah Ma, who is the player on the left. And
okay, I was going to say I do recognize the player on the left, so that would have been my guess.
Yeah.
No, but like I had no idea if like either Noah had won the RC or Noah's opponent had.
Yeah, that's totally fair. So the answer is Noah. Noah won it playing a Bant rhythm deck. I wouldn't say he was the first to put white mana in the list, but he certainly used it to good effect and kind of popularized it a bit. And it looks like he is back and is dropped blue and is playing the Ouroboroid list. So he is playing against someone playing Is It Control? Let me get the deck lists in chat. I do not know the opponent's name. His melee name is Trex Dog. That's not quite a human name, but we'll see. Maybe it's going to turn out that that's his name. Trex Jog Johnson. Noah Ma playing Ouroboroid versus Trex Dog playing Is It Control.
What is this? Is It Control? Okay, Is It Control apparently means mostly Is It lessons except some weird cards. It looks like. I'm seeing. Okay, I guess lessons decks are mostly playing flow states, anyways. But like, there's 2 Cool But Rudes.
Interesting.
This is a Storm Chasers full list with the whole 4 main deck, and there's a Steal the Show. I guess Steal the Show is kind of a combo with Cool But Rude, huh? Or
that is true.
Work?
Yeah. If you have a bunch of cards in hand and Cool But Rude is on level 2, then it's similar to the like Iron Shield Elf, like just blast your opponent kind of thing.
Yeah, Cool But Rude, unlike Monument, or wait, no, like monument does not say one or more. So
Right.
if you can discard many cards, you'll get many triggers.
Okay, Noah kicks us off with a starting town, and it's met by a shock. We
Looks
have
like
it,
a shock.
and an otter. Okay, so despite the fact that there's some interesting choices here, I think it's fair to say that Sebastian is playing lessons. Most of his cards are going to look like lessons cards.
Yeah. Maybe I'm surprised it was labeled as "Is it control?" Given that like it seems a little more aggressive than lessons even.
Right,
with otters and cool roots.
All right, let me update Sebastian and should like make a note so I have it for Elo curating. Okay, so Noah has untapped and has gone into the tank. I think this is an interesting choice against otters, like against Term 1 Storm Chaser's talent. Do you want to go after the token or the enchantment?
Yeah, I mean it kind of depends on whether like you care about the otter hitting you for damage in the short term or like going super deep into the late game when people start activating talents. And I assume that Noah kind of wants to get the game over by then.
Sure. Well, Noah's also going to take a fair amount of damage from his own lands, as 2 of his 3 mana sources are starting towns. It looks like the play is a Paw Patch Recruit, and oh no, we have stumped the Table Spotter. They do not have the Offspring token, or at least they do not have one ready.
Not even a copy token. Well, I guess copy is like not quite accurate, so maybe that would be more confusing. These seem like kind of mediocre draws from both sides, honestly. Like, there's no turn 1 Grand, there's no like Llanowar Elves or GW Cub.
We're gonna play a Anticipate at sorcery speed here. And we see land monument or something. I didn't get a good look at card number 3, but there was definitely a land and a monument involved. And I think we took a River Pyre Verge. Boomerang Basics going after the token, the Offspring.
Turning 1/1 of stats into 2/2 of stats for now, though obviously the body's going to grow larger given that the deck's whole name is Ouroboroid.
I feel like this may have surprised Sebastian that both triggered, because that prompted a read as Noah put a die on 2 on top of the surviving Paw Patch Recruit.
Yeah, it's not weird. It's not worded the clearest, I would say, but it's a little unintuitive at least. It's like when something targets this, you can target something that isn't the targets or something like that. I don't know. Kind of convoluted.
It looks like it's also surprised the judge, who is now attempting to read it, or maybe looking it up in Oracle, since Noah's playing with English cards.
No one here knows anything about Paw Patch Recruits, not the token grabber, not the opponent, not the judge.
That was not what they thought they were seeing when they woke up this morning. Alright, Land for turn is Abandon Air Temple, and Noah plays a Meld Strider's Resolve to clear the Otter token. And we can double spell with Sage of the Skies.
Do they have a copy token? There we go.
All right. So the board is now accurate. And I would say Sebastian is under a fair amount of pressure here.
Yeah, the Lessons deck is pretty famous for like having access to a lot of removal spells, but I don't think Sebastian has drawn any of his 8 or 9, I guess, with Steal the Show even.
Yeah. Well, this is what people learned when Lessons had its heyday shortly after Avatar came out, right? That you should just hit them. And Noah's certainly doing that this game.
Yeah, nothing too toughness here for a Firebending Lesson either. The one that Sebastian just got.
Yeah, it looks like Sebastian's surveying the board like, can I kill that one? No. All right, what about that one? Also no.
He could kill the Grand that's in his hand.
At least that wouldn't trigger the Paw Patch recruit. It's got that going for it.
True.
Yeah, the hand is Firebending Lesson, Abandon Attachments, Grand, and what was card number 4?
Is that? I think that's like a Steal the Show or
it's a cool. There's a Cool But Rude. Yeah, I could see the class frame on that card. And on the other side, we've got the snake.
You know, I just realized how fitting it is that the Is It Lessons deck plays a lot of class enchantments. That's actually kind of nice.
And the other 2 cards in Noah's hand are Forest and Keen-Eyed Curator. Any reason not to just slam a snake here? Oh,
there's no like combustion technique to worry about.
Right.
Grand's not on.
Graveyard is not on. There's only 2. There's the Abandoned Attachments and a Boomerang Basics in the yard. And at that point, it might be challenging. Like, if this snake lands and then triggers, we're going to have to get a lot of stuff in the graveyard before a combustion technique could clear this thing.
Yeah. Kind of looks like Sebastian's getting a little punished for... I'm not sure exactly what his hand was when he cast the Flow State, but if he had cast the... if the Accumulate was in hand and he had cast that, then Grand would be on. Maybe it would help a little here.
All right, everything gets 1 counter as we come to combat, and it's 3, 6, 9, 10, 11 coming across or something? Not 10 or 11? The Meltriders...
I count 11.
I got it right, but for the wrong reason. The Paw Patcher's recruit is base 2-1, and Meltstrider's Resolve gives 0 additional power. I had
all of multiple off by 1 errors.
Yes, but thankfully they all canceled out. All right, Sebastian untaps, does not find any sort of like balance, and scoops him up. All right, let's take a peek at the 2 sideboards, and I guess we should start with Sebastian since he's gonna have to do something a little bit more impressive than what happened in that first game.
There are some Pyroclasms that line up a little better against like Paw Patch recruits. That would have been a lot better than sending a Boomerang Basics at the token.
Yeah.
That game, certainly. Maybe some Seers that can come in for the larger creatures. I honestly don't know what else Sebastian wants out of this.
Seer seems okay as like a, in quotation marks, counter spell for Ouroboroid. Like, you can get it before it actually does anything.
Also has the benefit of being a larger removal spell that still works under Graveyard Hate, like the 4 main deck Keen-Eyed Curators and 3 sideboard Rest in Pieces in Noah's list.
That is a lot. All right, I think I saw him shuffling out a Flow State, and I He's also going to take the otters out of, or at least like set them aside. We'll see. He's got a pretty worked out color coded spreadsheet printed here that he's working from.
Yeah, I mean, cutting flow state seems pretty expected given you expect a lot. You expect a lot of graveyard hate.
Yeah.
Don't really want even more anticipates in your deck. I guess Sebastian could think about a null for like, well, I guess Seam Rip and Melchior's Resolve aren't even like that good against him
Yeah.
if he's siding out a bunch of otters.
Right. I mean, it could tag a Bright Glass Gear Hulk that's just been hard. Which will be hardcast. Somehow I'm like still thinking that Noah is playing Rhythm, but he's not. Any card that's going to come onto the battlefield is coming via the stack.
Yeah, you can even counter a turn 1 Gene Pollinator. I mean, of course, the thing you're bringing it in for is Rest in Peace, theoretically. But
yeah.
Oh, I just noticed Noah's sideboard does have the 4 rhythms, so we could in fact be not hard casting a Bright Glass. Looks like just a Cub deck in the sideboard. 4 rhythms, 3 Spider Manifestations, 1 Critter Hoof.
I guess Noah wants to have that transformational sideboard strategy. It's cute. So the only thing that he's really given up from the deck that he won with last time are the Mockingbirds.
I mean, the transformational sideboard makes sense, right? Like against decks that are worse at interacting with you, like Landfall, say, you probably want like to be able to combo them with Crater Hoof.
Mm-hmm.
But like, I imagine the main deck that he's running is going to be really good into, say, Lessons.
Yeah. Well, as it seemed.
Indeed. No removal spells Lessons, especially.
Yeah. The only removal spell actually puts more power on the board than it takes away. Alright, looks like players are satisfied with the 60 that they're going to present. Now we're shuffling up.
Kind of curious what this World Modern Scrubs established 2017 is.
I was just looking at that myself. I don't know. It's some sort of team that Sebastian's on, I guess. We'll have to do some recon afterwards. Alright, Sebastian's drawn his cards. Noah's getting himself set up. Sebastian indicates that he's going first. No shock. Can we keep? We have an upside down hand. I mean, Noah just has Temple Guard and Gene Pollinator. And then over here, Cool But Rule, Artist's Talent. Accumulate Wisdom in 3 lands.
I can't imagine Cool But Rude is that good in this matchup. It's mostly like about doing damage to your opponent, I think, in this deck.
Yeah.
And I think Sebastian would prefer to do damage to his opponent's creatures.
Yeah, not surprisingly, he mulligans it. I guess there's some like brief thought of, well, I have this Artist Talent, so anything I don't like in my hand I could cycle, but we didn't have any 1-mana spells. Like, it didn't really look like it worked out.
Noah's one-lander's pretty interesting. It would be a lot better if the Manadoric was an elf, of course,
Yes.
instead of a pollinator. But if you rip a land, you get a turn to rip, at least.
Yep. And then we've got like Badger Mole Cub, and it seems like we have plenty of play if we can find that land number 2. Speaking of land number 2, it does not look like Sebastian has even found land number 1 here.
Nope. Oh, actually, no, there's an island in the back.
Oh, was there an island in the back? Okay.
Still not a great hand with 2 blank boomerang basics, uncastable red spells.
All right, well, we're going to put 1 card down, and then we're going to shuffle everything away, or we're going to keep? We're going to do it. Interesting. All right, so we'll know a brick on lands for 4 to 5 turns.
We could see both players brick on lands for a few turns, actually.
Yeah, we kept 13 cards and exactly 1 land. Oh, was that Steam Vents off the top?
A River Pyverge, maybe? But definitely a blue-red land of some form. Some persuasion.
Yeah, I think it's one of those... All right, we're not going to let you tap that thing for mana this turn. Boomerang Basics hits it. I forget what secret lair it was. There's something like Dominaria Shocklands, but... So Noah replays Gene Pollinator and says go, and Sebastian says, hold on a second, I'm killing that Gene Pollinator. So suddenly Noah's in the hot seat here as he draws another Rest in Peace. And all we can do is add an Insidious Fungus to the battlefield, which gets hit by a Combustion Technique.
Yeah, Sebastian just happy to spend his lessons to be able to recall ancestrally here.
Yep, and we've managed to do it. So Noah did the unfortunate thing of presenting a target for Boomerang Basics and then presenting a target for a Firebending lesson. If he actually just sat there with his Temple Garden, then Sebastian's hand looks really weird. Yeah, how's the 4th copy of Sage of the Skies? Is that what you just drew?
That looks like a full 4 of a kind. Big full house.
All right, well, where's the cool but rude now? Because Sebastian has all the time in the world to use it. Let's start with Grand. Then on discount, we're going to play the Monument. And then we're going to play the cool but rude. There you go. We have it.
Lots of payoff for discarding.
And I think we're going to get the discards by Grand Beatdown because we don't seem to have any resistance from Noah's side.
Yeah, or like you can just eventually go find a artist's talent with level 3 of Cool But Rude. Yeah. Or just off the top of the deck.
No problem.
Either way works.
Sebastian quite whitelisted for his only island keep here. All right, we're going to send Grand into this Paw Patch recruit. I'm guessing not, but I guess we'll see. All right, we've leveled Cool But Rude up to 2. Oh, we have a Boomerang Basics for it. Well, we've just spent our mana every turn, and it's been absolutely perfect. All right, how quickly are we going to try to kill our opponent? I assume...
So I think you can get so you can get at least 3 discards here, possibly 4 discards. Each one dealing 2 off of the Cool But Rude, plus you get 3 total from the Monument.
All right, so we're actually going to go 1 at a time down the modes of Monument to Endurance. So we're not going as fast as possible, but we have got a couple of Cool But Rude hits in. No, 18, Grand 17, Cool But Rude 15. And that's not a land, and that is plenty to get game number 2 done. Well, okay. We've seen what happens when either player doesn't have something functional. Let's see if we can have a game where, like, the 2 go toe-to-toe.
Yeah, I mean, I think I would say that Sebastian's game 1 hand was somewhat functional, at least. Just, like, the worst kind of functional hand you could imagine in this matchup. Like, he cast spells.
Yeah.
They just weren't spells that did anything.
Andrew refers to hands like that as a keep-lose sometimes. Like, well, I don't think I'm supposed to mulligan this, but I also have, like, no chance of winning when I keep it.
Maybe it sounds like maybe you're supposed to mulligan it then.
Yeah. Let me take this opportunity as the players are sideboarding again to say thank you to all of you who are in chat. I'm very happy to have you all along tonight. This is the first of 8 rounds of Swiss today. So we've got plenty of magic on tap. Yeah. Yeah, I try not to look at the clock over my shoulder, but I can see it says 9:11 p.m. right now. And I know that our hand is going to wind up on the other side before we are done today.
Indeed. I practiced last night by definitely totally intentionally staying up until 7 a.m. Definitely totally intentionally, and not like distracted by various random stuff.
I only made it to about 2:30, but I took today off work, so I did not set an alarm. So I think I'm going to make it. I say that now. I think I'm going to make it. It must feel really good after you, like, kind of get run over to just punch back in game 2. Like, see, taste that. How do you like it? Let's just draw that hand again and have your opponent only play a Temple Garden. I'll win again.
Also probably feels good to keep a sketchy keep and just get massively rewarded in every single way.
Every way. All right, players have received their deck back. Let's take a look at the opening hands. We've got an Island and a Spire Bluff Canal this time, as well as multiple Boomerang basics to go along with Grand. Does Noah have land number 2? No, he's picked up more cards off the top of his deck. That was a Just Forest opener. Also, notably, Sebastian has the Pyroclasm in his opening hand.
Yeah, kind of funny tension between Grand and Pyroclasm, where you probably don't play Grand on turn 1 in that kind of hand. I mean, you could, and just, like, use Grand for a loot, and maybe, like, your opponent plays a 3/3, you attack Grand into it, and be like, oh, I'm just looking for lands, clearly. And then you get them with the Pyroclasm.
And that would be a nice way to pick off a Keen-Eyed Curator or something. The fact that Noah's on the play and Sebastian has multiple copies of Boomerang Basics is probably going to help smooth out that potential awkwardness. We're not necessarily forced to play Grand. If Noah can present a target, which he's got a Paw Patch Recruit and he's got an Insidious Fungus, which is immediately going below decks, it looks like.
So a lot of 2 toughness in this hand.
Yeah.
Certainly.
Interesting. So we're going to plan to offspring the Paw Patch Recruit, I guess, because we played just a tap Temple Garden, and that means that Grand will make an appearance.
Be very interested to see if Sebastian decides to. I mean, I'm assuming that Noah will be developing this GW Cub here.
Yep.
Kind of wonder if Sebastian will want to fire off the Clasm immediately. If he doesn't, then Noah just gets to slam a 4/4.
All right, Grand has looted a Boomerang Basics away, and the GW Cub will then maul the Septuagenarian. So yeah, that was an attack with Pyroclasm kind of telegraphed.
Yeah, kind of 1-for-2ing yourself, right? Like,
yeah,
you spend your Grand and your Pyroclasm to get a loot and a GW Cub.
And so since we can't play the 4-drop Bright Glass Gearhulk, we will instead play the 3-drop Paw Patch Recruit plus Offspring. Where's the Pyroclasm now? Artist talent. How Sebastian uses the other 2 mana. So no land for Noah. We've got Keen-Eyed Curator, Bright Glass Gearhulk, Seam Rip.
What's the 4th card?
And I don't know.
Can't quite tell.
Some green card.
It almost looks like a Rex Sage to me, but I don't think there's a Rex Sage in the list, so I honestly don't know what it is.
Alright, we're going to start with an attack, and it's going to be an attack that can get past the Grand. Makes sense. And we'll play the Curator, so whatever that other card is, we'll find out soon. Alright, so it's Monument, Boomerang, Abandon Attachments, and Accumulate Wisdom, which is looking worse and worse as Noah is going to get to untap with this Keen-Eyed Curator.
You could fire off like Abandon plus Accumulate this turn to get your value.
And it looks like that's the plan. So no point in trying to Boomerang the Seam Rip, since it's just going to come right back down. We've just traded some spells for some lands. Awkward. But it does mean we get to Ancestral Recall. It's kind of more of a treasure cruise, since it had to be cast at sorcery speed, and we know that the whole graveyard's about to go away.
Well, I think we can go Mountain Seer the Keen-Eyed. I guess you can like attack with Grand first, and then Seer after blocks in order to prevent a big blocker from being made with these paw patches, but it looks like that's not what's happening.
Yeah. So Noah's got the die on 2 ready, but he could in principle split them up if he wants to.
Looks like he wants to.
Yeah. Judging from his dice demeanor, I think we might.
Or just put both on one.
He got us. All right, never mind. Offspring is a 3/3. Considering again whether he wants to Seam Rip the Grand before attacks. Whatever. Attack. And I don't know if it's specifically the indecision that has led Sebastian to block or what, but Grand does trade. I believe that Sebastian has a backup, right? Oh, no, that's already gone.
Yeah. I think there might be a backup.
Gotcha.
Many old ladies in Sebastian's corner.
The whole sewing circle.
Okay, yeah, I see it there at the front of the hand.
And I think the mystery green card then was actually another Paw Patch recruit, since that's what was just cast. And I believe the 2 cards in Noah's hand now are Bright Glass Gearhulk and Seam Rip.
That sounds correct, yeah.
Alright, we'll add a Monument to go along with Grand, which was overpaid for? Oh no, there was a tapped Steam Vents. A tapped Spire Bluff Canal as the land for the turn.
Yeah, tap Spire Bluff. Sebastian not being the tightest with tapping, leaving up just a blue instead of having a blue-red duel.
Yeah. Alright, we found land number 4, which probably means we should just slam this Bright Glass Gearhulk. Kind of an annulled check for Sebastian, but he doesn't have it.
More quenches.
There were 0 quenches main and 1 in the board as the extent.
1 quench in the board.
The extent of his ability to quench. All right, so what 1-drops do we want to get? Our choices are Mana Dorks, another Paw Patch recruit, Jane Pollinator. There's a Nurturing Pixie. Obviously, the Melt Strider's resolves. We already have a Seam Rip, so we probably don't need another one of those.
Kind of seems like this board is getting way out of control for Sebastian.
Yeah.
He doesn't really have any way to, like, kill a lot of things at once with one spell, just like point a lot of combustion techniques, I guess.
Yeah, it's feeling to me like if Noah gets to operate, then this is how these games are going to look. Like, we've also found the insidious fungus, so that monument is not long for this world. If Noah puts 5 or 6 bodies on the battlefield, like his deck is all creatures, then what is Sebastian really supposed to do about it? Especially if there's stuff that's out of Pyroclasm range, which is potentially why Noah decided to go 2-0 instead of 1-1 on those dice.
Yeah, that would make sense. And we already know that Sebastian's down 1 Pyroclasm, so
yeah,
you can't really even go like double Pyroclasm, kill your board of X4s.
No, there's only one more in the deck to find. Alright, Noah offers the trade of Paw Patch Recruit for Grand, but Sebastian can't take that, as it is still reducing cost. Ooh. Alright, that's whatever's going to get him out of this. That is probably a way to start. We'll begin with a draw 3. Oh, how about we find the 4th Grand?
That Grand is that Spell Pierce in hand?
Oh, interesting question from Pistachio in chat. How many non-Japanese players are playing in this RC? Should we include... I feel like you want non-Japanese, non-Korean, right? Because this is also the Korea RC. I don't know the answer to that. Like, how many people like Sebastian have come from somewhere else in the world? I'll see if I can do a quick count after round 1. Usually there's, like, some, not many, like 5 to 10-ish. I remember a couple of seasons ago there was a Brazilian contingent that went to Japan. Yeah. I won't have a great answer for you until I curate this event for the ELO project, but for example, Sebastian's name is what, Trax Dog or something? Like, I wouldn't be able to tell immediately whether or not he's actually from Japan based on that. Yeah, Paw Patch Recruit has looked amazing, as Will Dash points out in chat. The 1-for-1, any attempt at 1-for-1 removal just is going to run into this problem that you're actually giving Noah at least as much power as you're taking away.
Yeah, it's kind of funny that before the most recent Worlds, like when like Lessons first popped onto the scene, people were playing like Paw Patch Recruit, like Simic Ouroboroid decks. Like before people made like the Cub Rhythm, like big mana kind of green decks. They were playing these like stompy decks, and now we're kind of returning to that as a way to play a little better into these Izzet decks.
So it was just Cycle Grand and Draw 3 pass from Sebastian. Now Noah has Abandoned Air Temple as the play this turn. Which is, I guess, 1 short as it appears. Like, Grand blocks the Bright Glass Gearhulk you activate and do 4 plus 3 plus 2 is 9. So instead we're going to play Seam Rip. Only target is Grand. So what do you want to do with the cost reduction while you still have it? Spell Pierce.
Yeah, it's a little weird to see Spell Pierce out of post board here.
Like, I mean, the only spells are 1s, right?
uh, I mean, it's possible Sebastian thought that Noah was gonna side into a bunch of rhythms.
Oh, this is such a hard way to do it. This doesn't actually change the amount of power that's coming, right?
Not by itself, no, but you could then it it like kind of lets your firebending lesson do a little more, but I mean theoretically, if Noah could just like stack all three on the bright class and then like you haven't made any progress.
I mean, I don't hate stack all three on the bright glass. Sebastian has 1 mana left over. Like, what?
Yeah, there's
what
nothing it could be. I'm pretty sure stack all the counters that you ever get onto the bright glass is just like deterministic lethal.
All right, we make it a little bit more interesting by putting one of them on a Paw Patch Recruit. So right now it is 4 plus 3 plus 3 is 10 that's coming. And now the firebending lesson... Well, why does the... Did Sebastian just take it? Because that looks lethal to me.
I agree that looks lethal. A judge is stepping in, maybe?
Yeah, okay. In fact, you took lethal, my friend. You are dead.
Yeah.
I've played my share of, like... I don't want to say drunk games on Arena, but like very tired games on Arena where I'm just trying to clear quests or whatever, where I block in a way that I just die to trample damage. Like, oh, I guess that wasn't the right blocks. So I've certainly been there. Awkward.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there was nothing that Sebastian could do at that point.
Yeah. Like, his best play was die next turn, which is not a really exciting play.
So how do these broadcasts usually work? Do we get a backup feature now?
Yes. So often there will be a backup feature. It is we always come back to the desk because there's multiple different like cameras on carts that they wheel around, and that's how they get like the hand cams and stuff. So there's some setup cost to getting to another match in the feature match area. If there's more than 15-ish minutes left and the whole feature match area is done before, you know, the main match ends, then we will typically get a recorded match. So I usually expect there to be some amount of magic, especially after a match like that one that ultimately didn't take that long. And yeah, as Will points out, if all else fails, they have collector booster boxes there and they just kind of go ham opening packs and talking about cards. But it looks like we do have more to see. And I hope you like Steam Vents, because that's what we're looking at right now. It is a prowess mirror.
It's like, yeah, deep into the game prowess mirror.
Keisuke at the bottom has one game one and has a big ass crab in play. And Horiuchi is attempting to find a way to stabilize.
4 is a really tough life total to try to stabilize at, given kicked burst lightning.
Yeah.
But looks like Horiuchi has a storm chasers on level 3.
Light Center, you're right. One of them could be Spellementals, but those two kanji after Teamer here, those are that's the word for prowess. And I guess technically it says both of them are Teamer, but I mean the extent to which there's no real difference between that and is it. They've put a single Will Rush Verge in their deck to cast some adventures.
Oh, I guess Teamer versus is like a kind of funny way to differentiate between whether you have elusive otter or not.
Yeah. Are we starting to think that Horiuchi might have 15 here? Because it's getting close. We're at 9 power. He's going to need 2 more spells to finish this off, assuming that Keisuke has nothing with those 2 cards.
I think none of these otters are able to attack currently.
Oh yeah, that's probably true. Most of these things probably came in this turn.
Yeah.
Though I got confused about that because the new one was put in upside down, but the previous one came from the opt, so that one can't attack.
Yeah.
Unless we have some unexpected haste card.
Some of the lists play Wild Ride. I don't know if Horiuchi's list does.
Table 76. It looks like he does have 2 copies of Wild Ride out there somewhere.
Keisuke has 2 cards in hand. Could be representing a crab, which is pretty good against the card Wild Ride.
Speaking of Wild Ride, it has been cast, and Keisuke says sure. So maybe it was telegraphed by the orientation of the otters, but that is what just happened. Alright, so now we have to do a damage check. It looks like we're at 4, 3, 2 is 9 on prowess damage, plus 3 base power is 12, plus 3 from the Wild Ride is 15, which is lethal, but for some reason we decided to just throw an Eddie Mercrab out there just to be able to harmonize the Wild Ride. I don't think that this lets him win through a bounce spell or something.
Oh, I guess if one of the otters is not summoning sick, this gives you 3 attackers into a crab. But
Alright, ultimately, this pair of 3, this trio of otters is going to come in. Keisuke looks at whatever blanks are in his hand and says, we're going to a game 3. How do you feel about having black mana symbol sleeves on your Teamer Prowess deck?
you know, blue plus red is purple. Like add green to the mix, maybe it starts getting pretty close to black. I mean, purple is kind of the color of swamps, you know?
That is fair. Alright, I'll put the decks in chat. We have Keisuke's list, and we have Horiuchi's list. Sorry, Makoto's list. It is confusing who has put their first name first and who has put their first name last. Keisuke playing almost the 15 card sideboard, like 15-1 of sideboard. He's elected to take a couple of 2-ofs. Interesting. Makoto has even shaved a slick shot, which, I mean, makes some amount of sense, I think. There's a lot of things that shock 2 toughness creatures out there. Brittany,
the thing that's more interesting to me is Makoto has 2 Quantum Riddlers in the main deck.
Yeah.
Spicier build. No main deck crabs.
Yeah, he has 2 copies that have to come in out of the side. I'm actually a little surprised. Keisuke has 2. Sometimes you see lists like able to go up on them, but no further ones in the sideboard. Keisuke does like blue mana, I will say that. We have seen him over the years playing a variety of goofy decks. Like he was playing mono blue in standard, not when it was particularly good, but it was like a Tolarian Terror kind of deck that used Flow of Knowledge as an excuse to just play a bunch of basic islands.
I remember mono blue Flow of Knowledge. Yeah.
So I'm not surprised to see him play the best deck that he can that has more than 1 basic island in it.
I mean, blue's in a very good place, certainly. You get stock up, you get Storm Chaser's talent, you get all of these cantrips.
Yeah.
Lots of things you could do.
All right, so it will be Keisuke on the play here for game number 3 in this Prowess Mirror. Speaking of islands, 2 crabs, Flow State, Burst Lightning, Eddy Merc Crab, and 3 lands is the keep from Horiuchi.
Kind of funny how the Is It Prowess deck is like much closer to mono blue than you might expect.
Yeah. All right, we'll just go ahead and zap the otter before it can grow to a 2/2. Try to avoid any shenanigans with the second prowess trigger. And Keisuke adds a Ghost Vacuum.
Very much fighting on the axis of crab here, even though both decks have only 2 crabs. I guess it also slows down flow states.
Yeah.
And Storm Chaser's talents.
Well, Makoto's only threat is a copy of crab right now. With that 3 lands seen off that flow state, that makes this pretty easy. Keisuke actually, Light Sentry brings up how different graveyard hate cards have seen play recently. Looks like Keisuke has hedged his bets because he does have 1 Soul Guide Lantern to go along with his Ghost Vacuums. But
yeah, I mean, which one is better kind of depends on the situation. Certainly.
I guess you want the Soul Guide Lantern for quantity if you're trying to shut off crab, but you would prefer to have the Ghost Vacuum to hit quality if you're trying to deal with flow state in the early game.
Yeah, Ghost Vacuum works a lot better against like people leveling up Storm Chaser's talents or amusingly getting rid of Earthbent lands after you kill them.
Yeah.
Technically, you can do that with a Soul Guide Lantern too. It's just like you have to crack your Soul Guide Lantern, and you don't really want to do that for. Presumably, you don't want to do that for just an Earthbent land.
Wow, Keisuke just played a Invasion Foil Opt. That is a nice piece of cardboard right there. And we'll follow that up with a flow state. We have Sleight of Hand and we have Opt, so we will take 2 of these 3. I think we just took the 2 things that weren't lands. Well, you cannot say that Keisuke is not practiced. He is hitting his triggers and moving at a rapid clip.
Yeah, all of these Is It players certainly must have a lot of practice casting the card Storm Chaser's talent. Yes. On average, like, 6 or 7 times every game. I'm sure.
Keisuke also draws every one of his cards as if he's miracling it. But
hey, Miracle's a mechanic in Standard now.
That is true.
Technically.
Very, very true. All right, so let's fight over this otter. Flow state, prowess. Makoto responds, Burst Lightning. Is that another Invasion Foil Opt there?
Something foil something, and also Burst Lightning.
Yeah, so we could Burst Lightning head. Prowess. Those prowesses happen, so that makes it seem like the Opt is going to work here.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting the dynamic between trying to save a Burst Lightning to cast on your opponent's turn just in case they go for a Slick Shot versus like bursting the otters on your turn so that this can't happen to you where they
Yeah.
just like cast 2 spells on top.
So I guess Makoto gets kind of the last laugh because he does spell pierce the flow state. On the other hand, he got smashed for 8.
Very painful laugh, perhaps.
Yeah. So it's Crab, Boomerang Basics, Crab again. Ugh. I'm going to play Soul Guide Lantern.
Yeah, the Soul Guide Lantern certainly looks better than a Ghost Vacuum here, but
Yeah.
doesn't look all that impressive overall. Not really what's going to be saving Makoto here.
Boomerang Basics picking up the Ghost Vacuum. So that was just... Or sorry, the Soul Guide Lantern. So that was just attempting to find a way to cantrip the Boomerang Basics. And we have nothing better to do than Lantern, so you know what? Go for it, buddy. We've taken 1 instant and 1 sorcery. Let's crack to draw another card. And that is all she wrote. Well, creatures beat no creatures in that game.
Yeah, and the early Ghost Vacuum keeping flow state a little more in check, though. To be fair, I don't think Makoto would have cast any flow states that got value,
Yeah.
even without the Ghost Vacuum. Mostly just keeping the crabs in check, I guess.
Yeah, that Ghost Vacuum... I guess Makoto did show his hand at the end, but otherwise Keisuke would not necessarily have even realized how good that Ghost Vacuum was. Alright, my expectation is that this probably is the end of round 1 action, so I'm going to put the Japanese audio up for a minute. Chat, we've got 7 more hours of Magic to commentate, so I hope you understand that we'll be hanging out between rounds, but I do not expect us to banter the whole time. I'm going to actually go brew myself a cup of tea to
I should probably refill my water.
try to keep the vocal cords going through the rest of the night. So let me hang out for a minute, make sure that was in fact the end of the round, and when they go to commercials, I'll go to commercials. I'll be back. Yeah, it looks like we're getting ready for some boosties.
Pack one, pick one.
Yep.
What are we getting?
Oh, pointing out that we also do have collector's boosters to crack. Usually we'll get like special guests to crack them, like if there's a winner's interview or if there's a cosplayer or someone who comes on the stream between rounds. But it also looks like Jaeger is reading chat, so I'm sure chat is egging him on into cracking a collector booster. And Japanese collector's boosters will have those nice mystical archive cards in them too, won't they?
I thought English collector boosters also have
Yeah.
the Japanese mystical archives.
So I guess then the real question is whether these Japanese ones are going to have English mystical archive cards in them.
That's true. I would guess that they do, but you never know. Actually, I wonder if there are any like Japanese language but English art or not Japanese art.
Ooh, that's a good. That is a very good question. I don't know the answer to that.
I mean, I guess Scryfall would know that. It looks like it looks like those do exist.
Oh wow.
Or at least on Scryfall they exist.
That's amazing. All right. Let's do this. Let's do this. I need chat command that can increment a counter for us for each time that we crack a collector booster, but for now, let me get... Someone points out in chat that there's actually Japanese Mystical Archive cards with English text as a secret lair. That is pretty nice.
Honestly, this might be blasphemy. I actually prefer the non-Japanese art of the Mystical Archives. I don't know, something about like how like geometric the designs are really appeals to me.
I can see that. I think that for me, it's like kind of hit or miss. Some of them are stylized a little bit too far. All right, I've got an efflorescence. This is nice. Usually these are like 1 week after the set release, and I have no idea what any of the cards are, but... An Archaic's Agony or whatever it's called. Camel Buddy. Thing that gives 2 things +2/+2. Alright, let's get down to business. And now for cards that I don't necessarily recognize.
Okay, so that's got to be either Glimpse of Nature or Royal Treatment or...
As a Royal Treatment.
Okay.
The first kanji is King. That's how I knew that. And then here, to satisfy the question that we had earlier, there's a Shared Roots in Japanese, but it's like the normal Mystical Archive frame.
Yep.
Then we've got a Forest.
I love these full art basics, by the way. I'm thinking of like getting like 17 of each for a draft set.
That's a solid choice. I've been like...
Feel the show.
Because most sets have full art basics now, but these definitely popped to me in a way that some of the previous ones didn't. Uh-oh, Commander card.
It could be anything. It could do anything.
Chad, do you have any idea what this one is? All I know is... Wait, it's SOC 79, so I can look it up. Collector number equals 79. The card is called Fateful Tempest. It has Council's Dilemma. Starting with you, each player votes for past or present. You mill a card for each past vote, then Fateful Tempest deals damage to each opponent equal to the total mana value of all cards milled this way. Exile the top card of your library for each present vote. Until your next turn, you may play those cards. That is a lot of text.
Okay, so basically like a multiplayer browbeat.
Yes. Yep.
Great.
Alright, we've got the thing that can give stuff Conspire. Then we've got a...
Awaken the Woods.
Yes, Awaken the Woods. Make X 1/1 Dryad Arbors. This is pretty sweet art. Uh-oh, I'm buffering again.
Yeah, I was running into some of buffering as well. I've been having to refresh a lot.
Alright, I might be like a second behind you. But I will use the commercial that's coming up to reconcile that. Doesn't especially matter at this moment. Oh, since we are between rounds, I can also put up the sticky again. Chat, you have to help me remember because my monitor, like, window arrangement isn't as good as it typically is today. I need to, like, dig into something in the background to get this sticky off the screen. So... If magic is happening and there's still a notepad file on the screen, let me know. I should be taking it off. Then we've got
Looks like they're highlighting the Aziza theme pack here.
Yes. Yeah, this is a pretty nice 1-2 punch.
Well, I mean,
you put,
kind of.
You put +1/+1 counters on a bunch of your tapped creatures, which is like a little frustrating, but
they're practicing.
Yes. It's not real offense, just practiced offense. Looks like Kira Asahara is also going to crack a pack. We start with the Hydro Channeler. Inkling mascot.
I love the extremely slow peel.
Yeah.
The reveal of the next card.
Casting careful study with this one. Yeah. Akira is certainly very familiar with careful study. He's an OG. I assume.
I didn't even know careful study was a card, on the other hand.
Yeah, it is weird that like some of them are real cards and some of them are not.
My favorite thing I learned from the prepared cards this set is that I did not realize that Seething Song was an instant and not a sorcery until I saw it on the prepared card.
That's amazing. All right, looks like our nice art one is a braid. And I only know that because for some reason my arena is set to show me that art. We've got a second one.
Feed the Swarm?
That is
would be my guess.
Yeah, that is a Feed the Swarm. Foil Swamp. Yeah, it looks like...
As we've discussed, and is it Swamp?
Yes. Yeah, very purple. Red plus blue equals Swamp. Our rare is a Tragedy Feaster. Well, our first rare. I think there's more to come. Oh, here comes a card that could do anything. SOC number 98. Striding Shot Caller. It's a 2-mana for an 0/4 reach. Whenever one or more creatures you control deal combat damage to a player, this creature becomes prepared. And then the prepared spell is a sorcery that puts a +1/+1 counter on each of up to X target creatures. They gain flying until end of turn. Draw a card.
It's a lot of text.
There's a lot of text. Then we've got Antiquities on the loose.
That Shamanic Revelation?
Yes. Yes, it is. And a very nice looking Steam Vents.
Oh, is that Steam Vents? I would have expected it to be like Stormcarved Coast, the cards that's like.
Oh, it is a Stormcarved Coast. Hey, you're correct. You are absolutely correct. I saw the 2. Yeah, it's a Slowland. It's a Stormcarved Coast.
Okay.
My bad.
I can't profess to know what exactly they put in collector boosters.
Yeah, that's totally fair. Like there were random fetch lands in one a couple of sets ago.
Yeah.
But yeah, that one was a Stormcarved Coast. Oh, it looks like our... Oh, Team Polyswog, I wholeheartedly agree that we should just be ripping packs on English streams, and I don't know why we don't do it. There was one time in... I forget if it was... It must have been late 19, maybe early 20, when Arena had first come out, that one of the between round segments, they managed to like do a draft on one of those laptops and broadcasted it. And it was like, I don't know, you got to do something between rounds. It was actually kind of cool.
They like got a whole draft in?
Yeah. They didn't play any of the games, and then that was just
matches.
it. We never went back to it. We just drafted a deck and then shut off Arena.
That's hilarious. Was it like a bot draft or like?
Yeah. At that time, there were only bot drafts.
Okay.
It was like a Guilds of Ravnica draft or something.
That makes more sense.
All right, let's see what the situation is on Melee. Most of round one must be done by now. Actually, do not see the phrase "not reported," so that's a good sign.
Oh, I see round 2 paired.
And round 2 is paired, so should not be that long before we get more live Magic, but I do expect that They'll run a couple of commercials in a minute.
I'm gonna go take a quick bathroom break. BRB.
Yep. Yeah, put her in. That was Jason, and it'll be back in a minute. And Jason will be with me all weekend, which is pretty exciting. It was saying a minute ago that it wound up staying up until 7 a.m. yesterday, so I think it'll be the two of us all the way through the end of the day. And this is something I've never seen before, chat. We've got a very young player on stream. That's awesome. Wow, good luck, buddy. There had been efforts to get new young players to participate in competitive events in Japan. I remember I had posted some stats a little bit ago about like how many new people were showing up at the RCs, and like the Japan ratio was very, very low. There were only like 5 new players. And I got quote tweeted by a bunch of Japanese players who were saying, like, we need to do something. It's like kind of sad how few new people are in the game. And that's definitely been on the mind of people in Japan, I think, because they had run like these promotions where people who were younger than, I think, 20 or something were getting like extreme discounts to participate in some of the open events.
That's pretty cool.
Like, it was the difference between, like, for normal people it was 8 or 10,000 yen to participate, and for like students it was 1,000 yen to participate. So it's pretty sweet to see young people playing it all, and then on top of that, I mean, this kid's got an RC invitation, so he's obviously not that bad. Like, that's amazing. Unfortunately, I do not know who it is yet, so I can't look up the decks and give you any idea what we're about to see. He does have a nice dice collection and a nice little dice holder.
Yeah, with regards to what Saxo4 is saying in chat, I've definitely seen more like, you know, young players in the US than just Dana Fisher. Dana Fisher's definitely the like most visible young player in the US, but having like judged some RCs and like, you know, walked around while I'm judging, I've seen some small kids playing.
Can we tell what are the kids' sleeves? And was it magic character? There's a magic logo at the bottom. It was some kind of Chandra. Gotcha. Oh, Dom, I just realized I missed your question. Teamer is does mean elusive otter. It's the difference between whether or not you have like multiversal passages and Willow Rush Verges in your deck. Nice. A couple other notes in chat about people playing against Gen Alpha people and at competitive events. That's really cool. I know when I started playing, everyone in chat knows I'm really old, right? So I can out myself that I started playing in 1998. I was in middle school, and F&M was just like a bunch of unhinged middle schoolers running around the comic shop. Like, I don't know how the comic store owner put up with us, but like F&M post-pandemic or whatever has been like all people that are closer in age to me. So
Fun facts, 1998, literally before I was born.
Yeah, you didn't exist, but
Nope.
that is what it was like. We were casting Careful Studies with our unsleeved decks. There were, you know, some 20-something guys that were playing, like, the hot cards at the time were Cursed Scroll, Sarcomancy. Those were the kind of cards that you couldn't, if you were a 12-year-old and you had a trade binder, you could not get them to give you anything like that.
Yeah, there's a local to me as well who is like a kid in high school. I don't know how old he is, but I've sometimes borrowed cars from him for the
Nice.
RC.
That's amazing. All right, we are about to get the overlay, and we can find out what matchup we're actually about to watch. We've got the multicolored pen already. I wonder if there's any color coding going on the life pads. The other thing that we do often get to see is happening right now is that you do see the die roll at the beginning of Japanese match coverage, though we can only see one of the two dice. Kids seem to have rolled a 1, which is not a good sign.
Maybe it was odd even.
I would say, overwhelmingly high roll.
I see. I was going to make a comment about how, like, they're teaching the kids correctly these days to do odd even instead of high roll.
It looks like we're playing... I was going to say Jeskai control, but then we drew a Gloom Lake Verge, so I don't know what's going on over there. And over here, it looks like we've got some more Jeskai cards.
Yeah, 4-color control, I think, usually just splashes black for inevitable defeat. Don't know if there's, like, any other cards that the black is for.
Alright, so that's going to appear on Melee as WBR control, which probably makes this table 73, because that is a Jeskai control versus 4C control matchup. So let me assume that that's what it is while I get the deck lists set up, and we will find out if I'm right. So if so, then our Jeskai player, the Millennial, is Takato Miyazaki. And our 4C player... Oh, that is not who this is. Okay, damn. Never mind. Let's go looking again. So it is Takehito.
Looks
Kawakami.
like Takehito chose to simply play a Pyroclasm.
Those cards aren't going to get to the graveyard by themselves.
Is this for, like, the purpose of flow states? Is that why we're just
might be
discarding cards for 2 mana?
Takehito. I mean, we did see deck lists, so we do kind of know if there's going to be any hits. And it might be that that card is just a total blank. And I don't know our opponent how to pronounce his name. The first name is Toya. That's what the second 2 characters are. So we'll leave it at that for a moment. 4C control, and then I'll be caught up. Update deck list. Thank you, Socks. We'll get this off the screen. Okay, we're good to go. And then let me also catch myself up to live here. Sorry, that we just jumped a couple of turns.
Yeah, looks like Takehito even has 4 Pyroclasms, so even if there are targets, which I assume, like, Pyroclasm has, like, something to do versus Jeskai Revelation technically,
yeah.
kind of, but...
Okay, sorry, chat, we jumped a couple of turns because I never jumped myself back up to live. The card that was just cast was a Prismari Charm. The mode being Surveil 2, then draw 1. But I don't feel that bad about jumping a couple of turns in the early game of one of these matches because there's going to be a lot of setup.
Yeah, mostly just hitting land drops, and it looks like neither player yet has missed any land drops.
Yep. I see Stock Up Hallowed Fountain Island as our 3 choices off of this flow state, and I think we kept the 2 rares, or the 2 non-basics at least.
Stock Up basically just a rare, you know?
Yeah. It's a rare on the bonus sheet, right? Alright, then we try to play a Tablet of Discovery, but that's met by 3 steps ahead.
Yeah, that makes sense. Can't let your opponent just, like, get, like, 2 free mana developed plus, like, maybe a card.
All right, then I think that's a Sundown passes the land, and we pass back to Toya, who starts on a stock up. No more lies, get lost, resonating loot, consult the star charts, and we snap off the inevitable defeat. Yep. Okay. 3 cards below deck.
Technically, you don't need to shuffle for the stock-up cards.
I do appreciate that. It's one of my least favorite parts of Magic, is trying to randomize 2 cards that are going in the bottom of your library.
Yeah. Okay, it looks like Toya is missing a land drop, which not great in a control mirror, though theoretically the loot that was taken could help with that a little bit, or with mana development at least.
Yeah, definitely not Toya's fault, because he did stock up, and he stocked up into 5 spells. Alright, so loot finds a River Pyre Verge, and then we will use the mana to go ahead and stock up on this side.
Yeah, loot is undeniably like a more powerful card once you put it into play and untap with it than Tablet of Discovery, but Tablet being just like a little more agile and flexible here is definitely looking a little more impressive in this matchup, letting Takehito just like deploy it for like 1 cheaper, which matters, and like immediately tap it for mana, immediately get like 1 card deeper, which matters.
We have bricked on land number 6 again, so we're going to just play Consult the Star Charts unkicked, land count 5. Alright, there's a Steam Vents. And that's literally our only choice. Yeah, Light Sentry points out that the tablet is a nice combo specifically with those Pyroclasms. Like, you can kind of sequence it in on turn 3 if you need it. Would you like to randomize these 4 cards? Takehito is like, whatever, dude. Wait, did we not take that 1 Steam Vents?
I don't think we took the Steam Vents.
Wow, I'm surprised by that. Alright, well, Takehito will continue to hit lands, but has nothing to do with the mana on his turn.
The young control players are still learning how much to value, how much you really need to value land drops with your life.
And Takehito has the perfect 7 mana to play Jeskai Revelation plus 3 mana left over to pay for a No More Lies. So we bounce the stock up back to hand, make 2 monks, draw 2 cards, gain some life. I don't even remember what all the modes are.
Sorry.
Yeah, it's like there's a 4-point damage swing, right? You gain 4 life, you do 4 damage to any target. You tag a spell, and you make 2 monks. That's pretty good. I mean, you get what you pay for. This is a 7 mana spell.
A lot of these control decks are just trying to leverage Jeskai Revelation as basically there are only ways of dealing like sizable chunks of damage, like maybe a little bit of burn with Lightning Ulysses, but the end game plan is mostly just attacking with these monks.
Yeah, there's literally nothing else in Takehito's deck that can do it, but he does have kind of extra phantom copies because there are 2 copies of Flashback in his list, which can let you double cast a Revelation.
Looking at Takehito's list, there's also these 3 Pit of Offerings in the main deck, which are really interesting to me. Mini Bajuka Bogs in your in the land slot.
Yeah, I've seen that's usually like utility land number 1 for the elementals lists, like the Ashling and Cavern of Souls just play a bunch of Evoke Elementals.
Yeah, I think they play it to find off of Vibrance.
Yeah, that's correct.
Is the idea.
But Takehito has just won with the Pit. He's put 3 copies of that in his deck.
I mean, it helps a lot against crabs sometimes.
Yeah. And you're happy to just eat some random Burst Lightnings or Boomerang Basics or whatever, because then like it also will cast your spells.
Yeah, with how much of the meta is it?
Yeah.
Not too far off of being a blue-red lands, I guess.
Toya has finally found land number 6, and it is Great Hall of the Biblioplex. He is playing 4 copies of this, which I guess makes some amount of sense. You got to do something to cast these Mardu/Jeskai spells. And now we see the bad news as he tries to play a Resonating Lute, and that is met by second Jeskai Revelation.
Yeah, you can really see how this mana advantage is really laying Takehito's snowball here. Just bouncing every spell back to hand. Doesn't matter to that that he's not hard countering them. Just leveraging this tempo.
Yeah, we should be able to prowess our opponent out from this stage, I think. We'll play Tablet, prowess 1.
Why don't they call it Jeskai Prowess?
I mean, are we going to just cast this Pyroclasm because why not? Yeah, Pyroclasm, prowess 2. That's amazing. Attack for 12?
2 Pyroclasms cast this game with no no creatures killed.
There are no creatures registered in either deck, and like in the main deck. And we cast 2 Pyroclasms that game. Toya's list is a bit of a trade binder. We've got 2 random copies of High Noon out there as well, which is kind of interesting. I don't know the extent to which that synergizes with Resonating Lute. Maybe it does.
I think the more appropriate card to ask whether High Noon synergizes with is Flashback.
Yeah, Flashback and High Noon, not a combo.
I imagine both sides are going to be bringing in Emeritus of Ideation.
Yeah.
Just like a card that's a little tough to deal with interaction-wise. Like, you can counter it on the way down, but not that efficient.
You need a lot... this thing's a 5/5, right? You need a lot of Pyroclasms to clear that thing. Yeah, so one interesting question that Toya is going to have to answer is, like, how interested is he in something like Inevitable Defeat? Because it looks terrible against most of the cards in Takehito's main deck. It can only hit tablets.
There is 1 loot in Takehito's deck.
You're right. 4 tablets, 1 loot. But we could
honestly, I think that hitting the tablets is pretty reasonable. You're kind of down a card if Takehito like hits off the tablet, but like tagging the mana development is pretty important in a control mirror.
Sure. Toya's last name is probably Kodama. That would be my guess, but if reading Japanese magic mechanics is difficult, reading Japanese names is like 20 times harder than that, so I can't say I know that for sure. And here's Takehito's list.
There's a lot of creature removal on this list.
Yeah.
That I imagine Takehito is wanting to slide out.
Yeah, 4 Pyroclasm. Prismari Charms, Thunder Magic. A Braid has targets, so that one's fine. Erode does
Right
not...
Charm being a curate is fine as well.
Erode doesn't really have targets.
You can erode your own spirit token from Phantom Interference and feel maybe good about it.
That's
unclear.
Not nothing. So, and on the other hand, I would say Takehito's sideboard is just a bunch of cards that are like warm-blooded. They at least do something if you cast them. So it's really more a question of how many cards does he feel like he has to get out.
Yeah, if your opponent activates Resonating Loot, you can Tide Bind it.
That's true.
Remove all the abilities.
That is very true. But like, I think I'm approaching this sideboard challenge for both players as how much do I have to remove before I start worrying about what specifically is good. Because like, yeah, Disdainful Stroke is fine. Beza is probably fine. Tidebinder is probably fine.
Yeah, 3/2 flash.
Exactly.
3/2 flash is actually kind of nice. By the way, I gotta say, the camera caught a little bit of it, but I really appreciate that Japanese players have the like convention of presenting their sideboard, which is technically something that the MTR tells you to do.
Interesting.
No one like does it, or it's not like a requirement, and like no one in like the U.S. at least does it, but it is recommended by the MTR, I believe.
Huh. All right, we've dealt out 7 cards. Toya will be on the play, I assume. I don't think that this matchup is one where you would consider not being on the play. You would rather be casting your like resonating loots and tablets and stuff from a mana advantage.
Yeah, control mirrors these days are like pretty largely about mana advantages, I think.
Yeah.
You have a lot of card draw. You kind of just want to hit your land drops to be able to like fight over things, cast spells without going shields down, things like that.
We've got multiple Jeskai Revelations in this hand, so I'm guessing one of those is probably going to be the toss. Yeah, it looks like that is the case.
To answer Light Sentry in chat, I mean, technically your opponent already like has access to the information of whether you boarded in extra cards, because they can always ask you for a library count. And like figure it out from there.
Alright, both players lead on a tapped land, though. Oh, actually, both players lead on a land that is tapped and produces red mana only? No, that's a Sundown Pass. Sundown Pass into Gloomlake Verge.
Kind of all the colors if you squint.
I would say Takehito is like kind of encroaching, but I guess we're just trying to like keep things close to Toya so we can see what's going on in the battlefield.
Yeah, I mean, maybe a little better for like Toya's shorter arms.
Yeah. Alright, we're gonna play Prismari Charm. Surveil 2. I think it was spell, right?
Keeps both.
No, there's an Emeritus at the front of his hand. So I see a Consult the Star Charts, a Stock Up, an Emeritus, 2 lands, a Jeskai Revelation in the back, and then there's 1 mystery card as far as I'm concerned.
Maybe it's a third land?
Yeah, it's a Multiversal Passage. Oh no, it's a Pit of Offerings. It is a Pit of Offerings. And we're just going to play it as a tapped blue-red land. Oh, Bid Error Music. Toya at the top here is playing 4-color control. Here, I can give you his list. Takehito does not actually have any counter magic, but Toya does not just jam a loot to find that out the hard way. Instead, we're going to kick star charts.
Yeah, honestly, I kind of wonder if these phantom interferences in Takehito's deck are specifically there to like be able to more easily represent counter magic or cast counter magic when you have all these like random lands like Pit of Offerings that might not tap for white for
No more lies.
what's it called?
Yeah.
Yeah, No More Lies.
That makes a lot of sense. All right, well, we're not going to have the
still
problem.
a Pyroclasm.
Wow. You die by the monks, then you learn not to cut the pyroclasms all the way down to 0. Alright, Takehito agrees with the take 2 out of 4 play. So we're casting this Consult the Star Charts as like a Glimmer of Genius or whatever. I guess it's better than Glimmer of Genius.
Worse than Memory Deluge, though.
Yes.
I mean, there is literally a 2 blue, look at 4, pick 2 instant speed card in Standard, if I can remember the name. It's the one with Bargain. And if you bargain it, like, looks at 8.
Nice. Wow. I would have... Well, it is Memory Deluge coming. It is not going to be Memory Deluge going, though. There's not going to be a second copy of it. Farsight Ritual. That is what it's called, Center. I forgot that card existed.
I periodically think about, like, oh, what if, like, I want a card that's kind of like a 5th Consult the Star Charts, except worse.
Yeah, that is true. Standard is quite large. Alright, so a tablet has resolved. So Takehito has managed to keep up on mana for that reason. And now we're going to keep up on cards because we are stocking up.
Yeah. Takehito is doing a pretty good job here of, like, balancing how much he's being proactive, like developing mana, developing card draw, while still, like, holding up enough mana that Toya doesn't feel like he can, like, really jam this loot in hand. Or anything else proactive, really.
We have to do the white removal check that I have to do sometimes. Get Lost does not hit Resonating Loot, true or false?
That is true.
Yeah. But, like, March of Otherworldly Light would hit it. Fateful Absence doesn't. They all hit different things.
Did you know that Bovine Intervention hits it?
Wow. But Harsh
If you want to give your
Annotation does
opponent a 2/2 Ox.
Oop. Did Toya accidentally draw an extra card?
It looks like... Wait, am I miscounting, or are there 8 cards in Takehito's hand?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Are there like 9 cards in his hand? There's a lot.
Yeah, looks like Takehito forgot to discard the hand size.
Wow, Bovine Intervention really does. I did not realize that. But you can't turn it into an Inkling. You can only turn it into an Ox.
You can turn the Ox into an Inkling, if you would so like.
Now we're talking. Just send it on the Grand Tour. It was a loot, now it's an Ox. Then the Ox gets annotated.
Yeah. Really, what you do is you like take your opponent's enchantment, and you like get it lost to turn it into maps. Then turn one of the maps into an Ox, and then turn one of the oxen into an Inkling.
All right. Despite the fact that Get Lost cannot hit loot, which is what we got sidetracked discussing, that Abrade certainly can. So even though Takehito has let the loot resolve, he has the answer immediately. And it's just land 7 pass. So both players have made 7 land drops. Toya still has some to go.
Takehito very clearly broadcasting his desire to activate this Mistrise Village before casting a Jeskai Revelation.
Yes. Alright, we're going to main phase consult. Look at 8, take 1.
Kind of curious what Toya's looking for here on this main phase consult. Maybe like another loot?
Yeah, and he snaps that off. So he saw 7 cards that were not loot, and I think he was kind of looking at them like, I don't know if I want to take any of these. And then card 8 was loot, and like, oh, okay, there you go. There's a piece of candy. Yeah, that was the second Pyroclasm that we got to just fly past, wasn't it? That would be all the Pyroclasms, right? There were 0 main, and he brought 2 in.
Wait, oh, he brought 2 in? Okay. I thought this was maybe a case of not having enough cards to cut.
No, the other way around. Takehito is the one with the 4 main deck Pyroclasms, but Toya had none. Well, he's going to get to kill these monks with a Pyroclasm right now if he wants to. Yeah, we're just going to pass. Yeah, I don't disagree with that, Light Sentry. Toya's sideboard is kind of all over the place, but ultimately not really set up to, like, improve in the control mirror.
Yeah, I mean, I also think that the main deck is worse in the control mirror just because I think Tablet does a better job of mana development than Loot does here. Like, a little less explosive, but, like, a lot more consistent.
Alright, Plink in for a couple with the monks. Toya down to 12. We have 8 mana to work with. I think we're going to start by trying to put another loot on the battlefield. Well, actually, the same loot on the battlefield.
Technically, the Magic rules say it's a different object.
Yeah, that's true. Takehito has another Jeskai Revelation, so he can run the same play again. This will take Toya to 8 and Takehito to 26. Surely now we're going to Pyroclasm.
Surely. It would be really nice if Toya also had an untapped land to go with it. I think he hasn't played land drop yet.
He hasn't, but I don't think there was a land in his hand.
All right, yeah, untapped land would have let him also finally get the loot down for real now.
Yeah. Well, it potentially could be met by the top deck Tishana's Tidebinder. Because that is... we did suspect that Takehito is going to struggle to find cards to bring in, so, like, 3-2 flash, why not?
Hey, I think 3-2 flash is kind of just good.
Yeah.
In the control mirror, honestly. Like, your opponent's at 8 right now, right? Like, doesn't take that many attacks.
Ritual Glitch, you ask what these 2 players' records are. They appear to be both 0-1. It is round 2. But I think, wanted to get Toya on camera before it was too late. Yeah, it looks like Toya lost to Riki Kamo, who's that's a tough matchup for anyone who's playing Mono Green Landfall. And Takehito lost to someone playing Prowess. Alright, Takehito elects not to Tidebind his own loot. Smart play. No, bit era music, certainly not. Just that Toya is about 9 years old or something. I'm sure his actual age has been said on the Japanese broadcast, but we haven't had the audio up. Alright, 5 mana to cast an instant or sorcery. We're going to cast Phantom Interference. Quench Loot. Oh no, we're casting... Yeah, Phantom Interference.
I think this is, wait. I don't understand the tapping here. Because I don't think it's possible that, like, Mysterize was tapped for uncounterability. Maybe Takehito just opted not to use the loot mana abilities on his lands.
But it's not like loot mana can't pay for Spree or anything. Like, you decide how much the spell costs, and then you figure out how you're going to pay, so...
Yeah.
I guess he just elected not to. Yeah, legal game action. Odd, but legal. Alright, Toya stocks up. And again, just does not find any lands. He is playing 26. It's not like he's skimping on them or anything. Though when he did cast that Consult main phase, he saw approximately 6 lands and then the loot that he took. Is the Phantom Interference token white? I don't know if I ever realized that.
It is, in fact, a white spirit.
Crazy.
It looks like Takehito found another Abrade for this loot, unfortunately for Toya.
And Takehito does realize that loot is the Library of Alexandria, so you have to do that. And on the other hand, isn't... yeah, I was about to say, wait a second. Shouldn't Toya have gone looking for a land last turn with loot? If he didn't have a land drop?
Clearly playing around Tishana's Tidebinder.
Yeah. I mean... And Takehito, I guess, didn't feel a need to just show that he had it, which is totally fair. But could have prevented that one card from being drawn. Alright, Mistrized Village is the play. I mean, that 2/2 Spirit is out for blood. Hey, thank you so much for the Prime, Polyswag. Hope you enjoy the stream today. Commentary volume is very low. That is a good data point. Thank you, PG. I usually clip from talking too loud, so I've been like leaning back in my chair.
I can maybe speak up a little bit as well.
You're good. I'm the one with the sliders. I'll try to handle that. Okay, let me give ourselves a bit more juice here, as I fear we are basically in garbage time. Hey there, Nevitz. There is a metagame breakdown. I will show it to you between games here.
To be fair, Takehito is maybe a little bit ahead, but at the same time doesn't really have any pressure.
That is true. He did generate 4 monks that got swept up in a pyroclasm. Ooh, here comes a splatter technique. We are not choosing the double pyroclasm mode, though. I am assuming. Just draw 4 more. So now here's a question for you, chat. Who do you think is ahead on the decking race?
Surely Takehito has drawn more raw cards at this point.
I would think so. Toya spent a fair number of turns casting Consult the Star Charts and or Stock Up, but I guess Takehito has also played 2 Jeskai Revelations to go along with activating some loots, etc.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think these games will come down to decking. Not when, like, there are cards like 3 mana, 3/2 flash.
I mean, at some point we might see Great Hall of the Biblioplex beatdown, right?
Quite possibly.
I assume Toya is going to need to get like 4 or 5 more lands in play before we reach that stage, though.
4 lands being discarded by Takehito here. Kind of just like that splatter technique was a very big faithless looting, honestly.
Yes. Yeah. I guess we have to start playing What Are We Digging To? And for Takehito, it might be some number of copies of Flashback. There's still 2 Jeskai Revelations we haven't seen yet.
We saw briefly that Takehito does have, what's it called? The blue Emeritus, right?
Yes.
In some quantity, boarded in?
All right, we are just going to cast a Revelation, tapping ourselves out. Make the monks bounce the tablet. Yeah. We'll see how well players are aware that Ancestral Recall can go with the opponent if this game is going to come down to decking.
Yeah, it kind of looks like it's Toya's time to start casting back-to-back Jeskai Rev with Mysterized Village.
Yes. And we have decided that monks are scary and we're going to get one of them lost. I mean, I guess that's fair. Like, what else are you going to hope to hit with Get Lost? As we've discussed, it does not hit loot. Yeah, 3/2 flash. That's a good thing to get lost. Get out of here.
It looks like there's another Jeskai Rev in hand now for Takehito. Are we just going to be trading Jeskai Revs back and forth?
I do appreciate when the control mirror gets to the stage of just like, okay, you tapped out, so then I'll tap out, and then we just start throwing punches. Bounce your other monk. Life totals are going to become 23-9 again.
I saw that at some point, maybe it was during a mulligan or something, but at some point Takehito had a Petrified Hamlet in hand. I don't know if that's still true, but theoretically, like, if he decides that he's, like, far enough ahead in a way where, like, maybe he can start leveraging counter magic, he could just play that and name Mysterized Village to take the option off of both players.
Oh, we can also Tide Bind the Mysterized Village activation.
That's hilarious.
That is wild.
Takehito slowly pushing all of his tokens towards Toya.
Yeah, the forest is coming for Macbeth's castle here. All right, we're gonna try to cast Jeskai Revelation to and now we're getting clarification. Did this thing land? So it's gonna be 4 damage to the Tidebinder. Bounce. I mean, Toya is like trying to point at what he's targeting, and like you can't reach any further. The Super thank you for the Prime. I hope you enjoy the stream today and tomorrow if you're sticking around for the whole thing. But since the Mistrise Village never actually did happen, that Jeskai Revelation can get Disdainful Stroked, which is a brutal trade for Toya.
And apparently Toya does not have another Pyroclasm.
Yeah, that's not a good place to be. Also,
the judge is apparently not enthused by this encroachment of space.
No. There's the mana battle, there's the creature battle, and then there's also the territory battle. Alright, so we have 5 base power, 2 extra here from the stock up. We just need 1 more spell to present lethal. I don't know if we're going to do it with the same flair as game 1, where we cast a Pyroclasm into our 2/2 monks to get the team over the line, but...
You could cast Prismari Charm on the mode, deal 1 damage to each of your monks. That's kind of like a Pyroclasm.
Yeah, I kind of love that. You gotta win with style.
Maybe you could cast enough spells that you can flash back your Splatter Technique and deal 4.
Alright, so we're going to consult the star charts unkicked. Look at the top 3, 6, 9, 13. Is that the whole deck? No, there's a couple cards left. And we're going to take one of those. So now we play the game. Is there a card in all of Magic that gets us out of this? Let alone in Standard, let alone in Toya's hand.
Fog.
Yeah. We need something that gets around the Phantom Interference that we know about, though. We're going to flash back. A Phantom Interference?
Because tell if that's Phantom or Rev that was targeted.
Oh, I think we targeted Phantom Interference on the theory that that's now castable. Toya has 2 open mana. And we just have a face-up quench. And I think we're at the point where even if we get lost one of these... Alright, well, let's see what's happening. Spend a mana to turn... Yeah, to make white out of Great Hall of the Biblioplex. We can probably just cast enough spells to kill with the other monk. But here comes 11. You're at 8. And that is GG's.
To address the comment in chat, I would not say it's a travesty that actual Fog was not in Foundations. I think that would be very questionable for the balance of the standard format. I don't want to be playing Turbo Fog Green Emeritus.
Oh wow, that doesn't sound... That doesn't sound like a good time. For the opponent, at least. But... Alright, looks like we have 28 matches to go. That obviously was a slog, so we'll see what we have left to watch here in round number 2. I will use this opportunity to start putting together some players to watch. See how many of these people that won their first round I recognize. And I'm just going to call all prowess players prowess. Screw trying to keep the teamer versus is it distinction. Doesn't seem worth it. All right. while we are waiting, I'm going to turn up the Japanese audio, see if we can hear what's coming up next.
新規プレイヤーが参加してきたりとか、若いプレイヤーが参加してきたりとか、そういったことが嬉しいことでしかないですよね。
まあそうですね。まあ、しかもマジプレイヤーは年齢層もちょっと高めなんで、まあ、実際10歳って自分の子みたいなもんですね。
いや、まあまあ本当にそうですね。
10歳って言わないですけど、10代とかね、まあ、20代若い子とかね、
はい。
入ってきてくれると嬉しいですよね。
嬉しいです。この前もなんかハレルヤさんのリミテッドイベントでも、
はい、あ、そうですね。
初めて5ヶ月の方がね、
環境戦まで
そうです、挑戦者決定戦でトーナメント勝ち上がって、
そうですね。まあ、大人げない神にやられてましたけど。
大人げない神って。
デッキ大人げなかったですけど、
大人げないです。いや、本当にね、どんなデッキつくとね、話なんですけど。
Wow, most of the people that I recognize are playing Spellementals.
はい。もしね、準備ができたら B 卓の方にも行きたいと思います。マッチアップの方もね。
Interesting.
Ooh, we have a
thought
backup
that
match.
the deck didn't do like that good at the Pro Tour, but it was okay.
Okay, so this looks like we're coming in on game number 1. Our player at the bottom, Masayasu, is playing Spellementals, and the player at the top, Koki, is playing Bant Rhythm.
Is this Bant Rhythm with 4 copies of Keen-Eyed Curator like a bunch of green decks are doing, or not that?
Let's find out. So here's Koki's list. We have only the one Keen-Eyed Curator. This actually looks relatively similar to the list that Noah Ma used to win the previous regional championship. Like very close. The extent to which it seems different to me at first glance is that we've cut one Unable to Scream to play a main deck Soul Guide Lantern, and we have found that Soul Guide Lantern, and it has eaten a spell.
I mean, that's got to be really good in this matchup, certainly.
Seriously, yeah.
Yeah, I believe classically this matchup is pretty Spellementals favored because you just like slam a Sunderflock and reset your opponent's board. But Soul Guide Lantern is one way to break that paradigm, certainly.
Wow, traumatic critique is the play to kill Llanowar Elf. So I guess I should put Masayasu's deck over here as well. Oh, Ritual Glitch asks about Noama's time at the Pro Tour. Let me see if I can find out. Usually I would say something like, if only there were a website that had this information, but I haven't updated it yet, so it's on me.
It looks like Noah Ma went 8-8 at the Pro Tour. I don't know whether that was enough for AMPs, but certainly not the 10-6 that would be naturally enough. But
sure,
Noah Ma's been on the Pro Tour long enough that might have been enough on AMPs.
Well, Koki is attempting to operate on 1 land, 2 dorks. I guess it was 1 land, 3 dorks before that traumatic critiqued the situation. And we're just going to see these things go away one at a time. So Impractical Joke takes away the elf. Finally we find a breeding pool off the top. Alright, Curator is the play. That one can't be allowed to stick around. Get out. Yeah. Ritual asked about Noah's drafting at the Pro Tour. It looks like 1 and 2 first draft, 0 and 3 next draft. So, ouch.
That is rough.
He's very good with a Break Glass Gear Hulk in his hand, but unfortunately not so good with random Secrets of Strixhaven cards. Koki points out that you do get to untap your Eddie Crab when it becomes your turn, and then Masayasu immediately sends it into the red zone, and has now presented a lethal Sunderflock to go along with it, and that'll do it. So, Koki does not function game 1.
Yeah, I have to imagine. I don't think we got to saw like what the keeper mold decisions were, but I have to imagine Koki kept a sketchy hand off the back of having Soul Guide.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. All right, we'll try this again, game 2. Again, Llanowar Elves versus Sleight of Hand. But now we do immediately have land 2 in starting town. You do really miss the hand cams when they're not here. I wonder... Koki's going to take a point from starting town in order to deploy Rest in Peace. Haha. Alright, well, good luck.
Rest in Peace is definitely one of the best cards here against Spellementals, though this one has Gigastorm Titans, I believe, which help a little bit.
Yep, there are 3 that presumably came in out of the sideboard. All right, Spider-Man.
Yeah, the idea... Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no. Go ahead, Jason.
The idea behind the Gigastorm Titans being, of course, that you can cast them for cheap even without having a graveyard in order to then make a 4-mana Sunderflock, which not like the best deal compared to some of the other things you can do in the deck, but the best you can do in the Rest in Peace.
Also a pretty fair cost to pay, given how strong Sunderflock is.
Yeah.
Like, once you land that first one, that really unlocks a lot of stuff for you. And speaking of, here is the Lorwyn equips uncommon. So Impractical Joke clears the elf, and then a 4/4 comes down. Sorry, it's an Edge of Eternity's uncommon.
Yeah, I remember when practicing for EOE draft, people called it the Giga Chad Titan.
The interaction just too good from Masayasu here. We've lined up 3 of our spells against 3 mana sources for Koki.
Yeah, you don't even really need Sunderflock all the time. Your deck just has a lot of interaction too.
Yeah. The lack of lands, again, really putting the screws to Koki here. He hasn't been able to deploy multiple things in a single turn. Though I guess Tap Breeding Pool suggests that maybe there wasn't that much to deploy in the first place.
Could be a bunch of 4-mana spells.
Yeah.
I think I saw a Spider Sense flashed just now.
I think there's actually a second one of those. I think the back 2 cards in his hand are both Spider Senses.
Yeah, Spider Sense definitely can be good if you're well set up, but without much to protect, it's not doing very much.
Awkwardly, Botanical Sanctum is the 3rd card in the land column on Koki's side, but it is the 4th land overall. So it will enter tapped. And we are going to critique the forest. That will be met by Spider Sense.
the sapping is pretty nice. It lets you also cast the other Spider Sense.
Yeah.
As long as you're fine with bouncing the land to hand.
No, we're certainly not going to counter the sleight of hand. That one's fine. There's only so many more 4s that Koki can take here. Uh-oh. Well, Spider Sense isn't going to answer this one.
I mean, you can Spider Sense the trigger by bouncing your creature to hand anyways.
Just got to send a message sometimes. All right, Koki at 7, facing down 9 points of power. Gulp.
I can't imagine anything in Koki's deck can really get out of this.
Spider Manifestation, go. Does Spider Manifestation not have reach?
It does have reach. But it's possible that the reach was too invisible even to Koki there.
Like, why did we block the 4/4 and not the 5/5?
Yeah, I was wondering about that too. I was waiting for the life total change to confirm.
Yeah, because I guess sometimes you just kind of throw the creature out there like, I block, like, not necessarily even being very clear about what it is that you're blocking. Okay, I did not get a chance to go get my T after round 1. I'm not going to miss my chance to get the T after round 2. So let me put up Japanese audio for a minute, run a quick commercial. I'll have the archetype breakdown, metagame breakdown on this screen as well, and we will be back in 3 minutes or so.
Bye.
Retrieve it for me by noon, and I'll reconsider.
You won't regret this, Professor Fell.
Is it dangerous? Jaw.
We don't have long.
That's the creature? I got this. For Lord! Whoops.
Don't let them get away!
I got it. Wait. No, I don't.
Everyone, come on!
We're running out of time. Fortune favors the bold.
Go! Hold on!
Gotcha. Field trip's over. It's now or never.
just in time. Good. I do hate a late lunch. Congratulations. You didn't disappoint me. Now for your next assignment.
はい、皆さんお待たせいたしました。本日はね、チャンピオンズカップファイナルシーズン4、ラウンド3お送りしておりますが、ラウンド3は実況イエガー、そして解説浅原さんで、
よろしくお願いします。
よろしくお願いします。さあということなんですけれどもね、ちょっとなんかラウンド3開始まで少々時間があるということは、ちょっとパックの開封なんかしちゃいたいなという中でですね、すごいパックが今手元にございます。わかりますかこれ皆さん。ミステリーブースター2。
We're in quotation marks back,
っていう方もね、
but we're just back to cracks and
こ
backs.
ちら、収録
I mean, that's the content we're here for now.
It certainly is.
とんでもパックでございます。
But okay, mystery booster cracking. That means that we could see anything in here. This should be fun.
ミステリーブースターの配布なんだって思った方いらっしゃると思うんですけど、こちらなんと
Oh wow, these are all going to be in Japanese, and I won't recognize any of the cards. I'm sure.
Alright, this will be a team effort with chat.
パックが含まれているということで、これがね、いやミステリーブースター2開封して
See how many of these we can figure out as they quickly go past.
The playtest cards will be the hardest part.
Yeah.
当日のパッケージには含まれてないんですよ、これ。じゃあそんなものを開封するんだって思ったそこのあなたね、思ったでしょう。大丈夫です。月末にあります、マジックスポットライト、こちらのコマンドゾーンのパッケージにも含まれております。なので
I actually do not know if there are. I think there are Japanese mystery booster packs, but I'm not 100% certain on that. I guess we'll find out in a second.
マジックスポットライトのコマンドゾーンパッケージ購入していただければこちら手に入りますんで、はい、そんな長々と説明しましたけれども、はい、開封させていただきます。はい。
何入ってるんですか。
でも1800種類なんで僕もよく分かってないです。
To answer the question, chat, I don't think that lessons counts as control, specifically in the Jeskai and Sultai control senses. Oh, maybe that was asking Paul, not asking about the breakdown on screen.
Alright, what do we got? Radiant's Judgment to start. And yeah, it is in English.
Ah, darn.
I could recognize that one from a mile away.
I've never seen this card.
This card is in my cube. I wonder if it's signed, the copy that's in my cube. There is a Astral Slide sub-theme. We have willing to get chat signatures. That would make it. That would make a nice cube.
Oh, I vaguely recognize this card. I played like one MH2 draft. I definitely should have played more MH2 drafts. I heard that format was a banger.
Yeah, it was quite good. Aetherize often the card that you reach for if you need like what card in all of Magic can get you out of this.
Is Aetherize a Foundations jump scare right now?
It might be. Yeah, it's someone saying it is standard legal.
I know it is standard legal.
Yeah,
I just don't remember if it's from Foundations. That seems like the most likely place it would be from.
Stinging Barrier, also a nice one. That was a nasty card in its format. A lot of creatures were X1s in the year 2000. For example, same set, Cackling Witch.
These are a bunch of cards I've never heard of before in my life. Ooh,
right.
That's like the card I know.
That was also a nice one in its set.
Yeah.
Good old Raging Minotaur. 3 sword, 3 shield haste.
You mean unaffected by summoning
Yes,
sickness?
I do mean that.
I do think they should go back to 3 sword, 3 shield instead of just like 3/3.
Goblin offensive. Ooh, a horn sliver. That one might be worth more than $1. Wild Hunger. Yeah.
See, this is a card I've never played with, but I've heard was like really impactful in its limited format.
I can believe that. And a good old spawning pit. Does not appear to be the best rate when you just read this card.
I think I've put that card in a commander deck way back when I used to play commander.
Prosh. Can someone explain why there's an extra S in this card's name? I never totally understood that. How do you pronounce the extra S?
Maybe just like make that go longer.
Yeah, exactly.
Prosh.
Then a white border thespian stage. And like Akira Asahara could just not even look at this. It's just like the abomination.
I never understand why people like white border cards. They look so not like Magic cards to me. I don't know.
These white borders where they still have like the hollow foil and then the text at the bottom that is the collector number or whatever are just truly wild.
Yeah, I understand that like old Magic cards had white borders, but yeah, the hollow foil and the text at the bottom make it very clearly not an old Magic card.
Then we've got a Rot Hulk, okay, and our final card is a Lifeling Elemental. Splice onto instant or sorcery, 1 and a black. 4/6 lifelink.
So you can turn an instant or sorcery into like having lifelink, and do you get the 4/6 as well?
And 6 power? I don't know. We have to read the. I would say reading the card explains the card, but I don't even know if that's true. As you cast an instant or sorcery spell, you may reveal this card and pay its splice cost. If you do add this card's abilities to that spell, it's still an instant or sorcery. So add this card's abilities. So I guess it only gains lifelink.
You can cast your 1 black red lightning helix.
Yes. Reading Gavin's Twitter explains the card. Sometimes even that isn't quite enough. I mean, there's some number of cards from Gavin's Unknowns that are like, if Mirren won the event on February 23rd, 2023, then this card had enters play with the 2+1/+1 counters on it, right? Like, does anyone actually know what it's supposed to do?
If only there were a website for that.
Yeah, there's not a website for that specifically. All right, it is Akira Asahara's turn to show us some old Magic cards. Well, actually, we'll start with the Dauntless Bodyguard. It's not that old.
That was my first set.
Afterlife. There are multiple arts of Afterlife. That is a good one.
Bury target creature.
Yep, and just get a creature out of there, and they get a 1/1 in response. It's like a harsh annotation from 1996. Grip of the Royal, Fairy Swarm, power enough is equal to the number of blue permanents you control.
I wonder how many people thought that meant islands.
Eve, you can search for Frame: 1997, I believe, if you want old border cards. Endless Scream. This card did not work for a while as printed because the X did not carry over. Like, the X from the casting cost would be forgotten when it was in play. So there was, for a long time, some errata that gave it, like, X Scream counters when it entered the battlefield or something.
What does it say now?
I think it's gone back. They've, like, changed how X works so that it's okay. Zada Heat
No,
Rider.
it still uses scream
It
counters.
does? Oh,
according to
never mind.
Landfall.
I think they've fixed it. They could errata it back, but they have not. There's a nice wall of blossoms. Oh, Frilly asked who won in the matchup of adult versus child. It was adult. Koki's deck was not really set up for that matchup.
Or you mean Toya?
Oh yeah, sorry. Toya's deck was not set up for that matchup. You're correct. We did Struggle for Skemfar, a Planar Atlas from Jumpstart 22. Shu Yun, the Silent Tempest behind that. There's a nice one. That card could rip some faces off in FRF draft. Our white border card is Culling the Weak.
That one's in Mystical Archives this time, I think, right?
That is correct. We have one more card to go, or is that the last one? Yeah, we have something with the Future Sight frame still to see, right? A Torpor Orb. Where was Torpor Orb originally printed? Like New Phyrexia or something?
Certainly I would not know.
Yeah, it was originally a New Phyrexia. Oh, and then we've also got an Abbot of the Sacred Meeple.
What does that one say?
It's like not...
I can't read it on stream.
Alright, hold on. Let's search Scryfall for Meeple. Just what I thought I'd be doing today. So 1 and a white for a 2/2 human monk. It has Sinisher. This creature can occupy a space 2 spaces higher on the monk track than its power. The fuck does that mean?
What game is that a reference to? Surely there's a reference to some board game.
It must be. I mean, you can see it in the art as well. Once on each of your odd-numbered production phases, you may spend 2 additional sheep when constructing a building. If you do, you may activate the lesser production ability of any building of Prestige 5 or lower you control. Exceptions, Apiary, Cobbler, Wainwright.
Okay, let me see.
What did I just read?
I mean, many games have production phases. 2 additional sheep is definitely Catan. Building with Prestige 5 or lower. I feel like...
That's like 7 Wonders or something?
No, I
don't even know. Oh, I need to put it on this side, right?
I would not say that this is a reference to a ProZD video so much as both this and several ProZD videos are references to, like, the concept of making fun of board games, kind of.
All right, well, with that out of the way, let us get down to business here. We've got players in the feature match area. We have a land entering the battlefield. It's going to be Atsushi Nakashima playing Jeskai Control against Selesnya Landfall.
Is that a Petrified Hamlet?
Petrified Hamlet is the turn 1 play, and we do get something in Japanese and upside down that explains what was chosen, but I'll worry about that in a minute.
My guess would be Fabled Passage.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so this is table number 100. Let us update the chat command. So we've got Atsushi Nakashima playing Jeskai against Yuya Mizuno playing Selesnya. There we go. Yeah, probably named Fabled Passage. Kukano Kokedru. It's like really scribbled. But I guess I can check now. Yeah. That is in fact Fabled Passage is the name.
Yeah. I mean, chances are that like Yuya like or wait, is it Yuya or is it Mizuno?
It's Yuya.
I never.
Yuya is the first
Okay.
name.
Okay. Chances are that Yuya just like also has a fabled passage in hand. Honestly.
All right, so we play.
But it definitely is awkward that you can't cut off all their fetch lands with one petrified hamlet. Yeah, there's the fabled passage.
Yep. So it's Cub, Passage, Bossing, Say, and there were 2 more cards near the back of the hand.
There's a Diadrine.
Oh, yeah.
New tech. It does a bunch of random things. Mostly it, like, turns your counters on things from Chocobos and Earthbender's Ascensions into, like, cards and tutus.
And then it looks like the last card in hand is in a road.
Also, you can do a neat thing where you, like, Earthbend onto a land with, like, Badge Ball Cub, and then you, like, use Diadrine to remove counters from that land until it dies, and then it'll come back and, like, trigger your landfall stuff. It's kind of neat.
Oh, that is Jason, the goated Sanctum Gamer. Alright, well, we do attempt to put the legend into play, but it is met by a disdainful stroke. Or something. What tagged it? Is there a main deck and all?
Essence Scatter.
Wow. I was somehow not expecting that one, but there is in fact one Essence Scatter, and we have found it.
Yeah, turns out I'm very bad at recognizing old card arts. I'm quite good at recognizing new card arts.
That is
any standard legal card.
That is why we keep you around. Atsushi notably playing a Jeskai deck, and right now has an island, a Mistrized Village, and a Petrified Hamlet. Kind of unfortunate for the 2 red cards in his hand.
Paul, you can't tell me that Dominaria United isn't standard legal. No one knows what's standard legal anymore.
It's finally time to display the "yeah, you got me" fabled passage, but I mean, it is putting an extra counter on this Chocobo, so it's not that sad.
I assume the Chocobo is just getting bounced back to hand by this Flood Maw in hand, though.
Yeah, it's almost certainly time for that. I guess the question is, do we want to activate Bossing Say before combat? And it looks like that is what we're headed towards.
Yeah, I mean, the fabled passage isn't doing that much as a colorless land. Might as well.
Alright, are we ready for attacks? We are ready for attacks. Wisely holding back the planes? Nope, never mind. With the planes held back, then we could have redeployed the Chocobo post-combat, but it's going to have to wait a turn.
Yeah, after all, Atsushi does not have the 4 mana up to represent Aetherize.
Yes. Wait, is Aetherize a 4 or a 5?
It's 4, I believe.
Alright, into the star charts. Consult the star charts, rather. Following into the Flood Maw. Look at 4, take 1. Do we have a red source there? We do, but we're actually going to take Tablet over taking this River Pyre Verge. Interesting.
If you think about it, Tablet is basically a red source.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, you're right, Icer. I'm thinking of Aether Spouts, not Aether Rise. Okay, it all makes sense now. And then we rip another red spell. If only there were some option that we could have done at some point in the game to have avoided this. Alright, pass.
Yeah, taking the Tablet certainly quite greedy here. Red source would have been really nice just to, like, cast a fire magic and wipe this board.
Yeah. I'm surprised that Atsushi thought that he was far enough behind that he had to greet it. We are considering bossing, say. We are considering Chocobo. The drop for the turn was a Might Form Harmonizer, but I don't believe we have a land drop.
No, but we theoretically, there are 2 copies of a road in hand.
That's true. We can make our own land drops.
Yeah, you can even use 1 road to get 2 land drops.
Yeah. Alright, so Chocobo. That is what we're going to do. So we're going to warp the Might Form Harmonizer, and then his plane's going to blow up planes.
I assume that's the plan if we're warping Harmonizer. Or like doing that at instant speed, I guess, but...
Erode planes. Flow green. Trigger.
So we're smashing in for... 10 here?
Yeah.
I think I see 10.
Yep, 2...
Or we could spread across both.
So we'll double again from 4 to 8. I mean, I guess I understand 6 additional power. I kind of feel like we should be talking in terms of exponents here.
I mean, counting an additional power makes sense if you like have other things going on that can like.
Yeah, if there's like an Earthbender Ascension, then like the new
Yeah.
counter may or may not get doubled. That makes sense.
But on the other hand, counting in that that kind of framing is a little questionable with regards to having enough dice.
Yes.
To do so.
And it looks like Atsushi's gonna have to give up this game without ever casting a red spell. Womp womp. Alright, well surely you don't register a deck for this tournament without having a plan for both Prowess and Landfall, so we must have something going on over here.
One might argue, though, that Atsushi's plan for Landfall may have been, in fact, Petrified Hamlet, which, of course, had an amazing showing that game.
It sure stopped a single fetch. And then he literally got beaten down and killed by a Fabled Passage, right?
Partially, yeah. I guess the Fabled Passage was the thing that had 8 power.
Exactly. Petrify this. Alright, so starting from the Landfall side. I assume we want something like Surak seems okay in the face of...
Surak, Voice of Victory, Veil of Summer? Or,
Yeah.
Sorry, Snakeskin Veil, not Veil of Summer.
Yeah, Snakeskin Veil seems pretty good too. Just anything that presumably will trade up on mana and keep your creatures around.
Yeah. What's the card at the top of the sideboard here?
That is-
one green white card?
That is Kutzel Malamet Exemplar.
Oh, is that the one that says, like, creatures with counters on them, like, when they deal combat damage, you draw cards, and also it has a silence effect on your turn?
Basically, yes. Your opponents can't cast spells on your turn. Oh, oops, I missed the card. And then the other thing is when one or more creatures you control with power greater than its base power deals combat damage to a player, draw a card. So it doesn't specifically have to be counters, but...
It could be Might Form Harmonizer triggers.
Exactly. But anything that has pumped your creatures up, Snakeskin Veil, whatever, I guess that's counters, but would give your creatures curiosity. Yeah, Keen-Eyed Curator too, good call. On the other side, Atsushi has 2 copies of Flash Freeze. It's a start. We got some
A
bounce offs.
second Hamlet, or sorry, a third Hamlet.
Yeah, that's right. There's 2 main, and then there's another one in the board. So we can get one on Escape Tunnel and one on Fabled Passage. Is that checkmate?
And also one on Bossing Say.
That is checkmate.
Yes. I imagine the Summon Leviathan could be for this matchup also. Just like reset the board.
Yeah, it's
Maybe?
the poor man's Thunderflock, right?
Very poor man's Thunderflock. or rather, maybe arguably the rich man's Thunderflock, given that it costs so much more mana.
We've also got a Slag Storm, which can potentially handle some of the riffraff, though it probably is going to be tough to catch like a Chocobo with that.
Oh, this is actually a Leviathan's typal deck with Swallowed by Leviathan as well. I believe people play that because you can cast it off of the Mana Rock.
That makes sense. So it does pair well with Tablet of Discovery.
Yeah, it's basically a cancel. Along with Tablet.
What seems bad from the Jeskai side? I feel like most of these cards are generically adequate, but...
Yeah, I mean, you want a lot of, like, cheap removal to deal with, like, the early elves and cubs and chocobos. Pyroclasm can be a little bit awkward. Like, I wouldn't want to be, like, playing the four Clasms post board out of that previous player's list.
Right.
But I think the, like, one Pyroclasm seems good to keep. Some of the slower stuff is a little mediocre. But I don't know if you can cut, like, that many Jeskai Revelations.
Maybe the first one is safe to go, but you also don't necessarily want to drag the game out. Though,
yeah.
With that said, a lot of times the reason why you didn't want to drag games out is because you would just eventually lose to Bossing Say. Like, your opponent always would have something to do with their mana every turn, and you have this, like, endless stream of 2/2s that you have to answer with spells over and over again. But, Petrified Hamlet? Meh? Is this something? We could, in principle, turn that off.
Yeah, I think the easiest cuts are the removal that is kind of mid-size, like a braid.
Sure.
Like, it doesn't, like, clean up things late, and it also doesn't do the thing you want of, like, fighting the 1-drops.
Yep. Yeah, so it's just, like, tempo negative early and then useless later. We've got 5 lands, Erode, and Chocobo. And I believe we've mulliganed once already.
Yeah, and as we all know, 2 of those lands are going to be wastes.
Yes. Yeah, he's looking at this hand like, I have to mulligan this, but I really don't want to. But I think that was the right decision.
I find it very funny when these, like, cameras focused on the deck while shuffling can let you, like, really clearly see what cards are in the deck while shuffling, even though, like, I'm sure the players are, like, properly facing decks away from eyes, but, like, the camera sees all.
There have been times where we've, like, gone frame by frame interested in trying to figure out people's lists. We no longer have to do that since it's open deck lists, obviously, but that you could actually kind of make out somewhere between, 69 and 75 of the cards based on what they show during sideboarding and stuff.
Pretty funny.
All right, we have kept. And Atsushi leads on Great Hall of the Biblioplex. Rather than naming a fetch land in the dark. I don't even know if he has a Petrified Hamlet.
I don't think he actually does.
I would guess that you have to just jam the thing if you do. That's what he did game 1, right?
Yeah. Especially if you're going up against a 2-color landfall deck as opposed to a like the classic mono green one.
Yeah,
where the fetches are actually fixing.
Right, for this very reason, right? You immediately fetch the planes. And it looked like Yuya was just like tossing the deck over to Atsushi, like, you'll shuffle it, whatever. But the judge was like, no, you need to randomize it first. GW Cub? Question mark? Yeah, you're not spell piercing that.
Are we gonna get a nice bouncier Earthbent land moment here? See a bounce off at the front of the hand, so it's a consideration.
And we also have a fire magic, but we're gonna play this one close to the vest. We're gonna wait until upkeep, and then are we gonna just plan to clear the GW Cub and also ultimately tap the green source?
Yeah, this is definitely a nice part of playing instant speed removal against GW Cub.
Yeah.
You can punish their earthbending and set them back a land for a turn at least.
All right, here comes the hotness. Diadrine X is 0.
I believe this thing needs to remove counters from at least 2 different creatures.
Correct.
Like itself, and it can remove from itself, but it can't just like remove 2 from itself to draw a card, make it 2/2.
That is correct. Whenever you attack, you may remove a +1/+1 counter from each of 2 creatures you control. If you do, turn the 2 counters into a robot and draw a card.
So, Atsushi not completely done here with his red troubles, given
Yes.
this Biblioplex cannot cast these tablets.
That is quite unfortunate, because on the one hand, you want to think, well, Great Hall kind of fixes all our problems, and we have found a problem that it doesn't fix. Earthbender Ascension is the play. Now there's something with counters on it that can make some robot friends. You unfortunately, I mean, not that you necessarily want to, you cannot remove the counters from the Ascension. Do you have a number?
Mean, at some point, you kind of do, because the Ascension can get a billion counters quite quickly.
I was going to ask, is there a number at which you stop tracking?
Generally 4, right?
Yeah.
Like, I don't think there's anything in the deck that cares about, or anything in like any deck in Standard really that cares about how many counters you have on an Earthbender's Ascension past the 4th one.
All right, let's just go ahead.
No one's playing Render Inert anymore. That one's not Standard legal, but
we'll blow Diadrine up before it can attack with a Thunder Magic. Since that one we can cast via Great Hall of Biblioplex. Though we only have 18 more red spells to cast before we kill ourselves. I think we're saved from our own greed here, because there's 4 lands in this stock up, so we kind of have to take a land this time. Just a matter of preference whether you'd rather have the Stormcarved Coast or the River Pyre Verge. And Atsushi goes for Verge. That's interesting. I feel like I would have taken, personally, I would have taken the Stormcarved Coast.
I mean, they are both volcanic islands at this point.
I don't know why that would be my instinct, but I would just kind of want one ability that added both colors rather than to have to think about it. Yeah, the other option would be to take literally both of them.
Yeah. It really is a question of like, do you think it's more likely that you accidentally forgot that you don't have an island in play, or do you think it's more of a possibility that you accidentally forgot that you don't have 2 other lands in play?
Once again, Yuya is just like, here, you could shuffle this. And this time it's Atsushi that's like, no, that's not allowed.
Maybe an online player over here.
Yeah. Alright, now we have to go through the process of keeping track of 2 different Earthbender Ascensions. And at the moment they're staggered, so like only one of these 2 creatures has trample. Not that it especially matters, but yikes. I need the like ripple effect to know which is which. Steam Vent's the draw. We do have a Slag Storm, which plays pretty well right here.
Yeah, perfect lineup here.
But we also have Summon Leviathan.
Huh. I honestly kind of wonder if the Slag Storm was better here, because it might be a little harder to line up the Slag Storm against this Chocobo the next time it comes down.
Yeah.
Though, of course, like, spending all of your mana is kind of nice, too.
We could have Slag Storm plus Tableted. Like, I don't know. That sounds pretty good, too.
Or maybe, like, both tablets, even?
Yeah. Yeah, I guess we could tablet Slag Storm. Alright, in any case, we have follow-ups. The Chocobo comes immediately back down. And is that Leatherhead next to it?
Yes, Leatherhead. It looks like Yuya is going to need to reach for a hexproof counter at some point.
Yeah, that's what I was waiting for, but in any case, we believe that there we go. Leatherhead should be untargetable. Now I learn what Chapter 2 of Summon Leviathan does. I have no idea, actually.
It says, like, when you attack with one of the sea creature types,
Yes.
This turn, you draw a card.
Got it. In fact, Kraken, Leviathan, Merfolk, Octopus, or Serpent.
Notably counting itself.
Yep. So you can get your 1 card this way, and then obviously it goes to Chapter 3 and dies.
Or it dies to this Leatherhead, or...
I mean, I bet Atsushi would be quite excited to trade for this Leatherhead.
Yeah. I guess the Chapter 3 won't do very much. There's no, like, other sea creatures in play.
Optimistically, let's say there's no other sea creatures in play yet. Okay, but here comes a tablet. That's not going to do it. Will attack, draw a card. Six will connect, take Yuya to 14. So do we have a clean answer in the entire 75 for Leatherhead? That's what I'm starting to look for.
How do you feel about, like, Slag Storm, Flashback, Slag Storm?
That would be okay literally right now, but with these Earthbender Ascensions in play, that is not going to be an answer for very long.
There are 2 flashbacks, so you could, like, keep adding flashbacks on top of that. So that starts being a pretty hefty cost.
Wait, but if we flashback the Slag Storm once, then it's exiled, right? We want the second flashback.
Oh, right,
target.
yes. Yeah, you are correct.
So then I'm getting the sense that the answer might be no. We can't actually answer this Leatherhead, and we're going to have to race it.
How do you feel about Jeskai Revelation, block with Prowess Monks, cast some spells?
That might be it. Look, we've just binned the Slag Storm. We admit that there's no way that that's going to get the job done. If there were a way to remove counters from enchantments in Standard, that would be very good for Atsushi right now. We could take counters off of these Earthbender Ascensions. Maybe we could, like, also take counters off our own Summon Leviathan.
Oh yeah. A clean. If you had like render inert, remove some counters from a permanent, you could render your own summon Leviathan inert, and the next turn it would just bounce everything again.
Oh wait, we do have a bounce off in hand, right? So
Yes, I believe so.
So I guess we can bounce off our summon and recast it.
That's true. I don't know if I would call that a clean answer. It
No.
definitely is a answer.
It's going to stop us from dying immediately, but only barely.
I would say it stops us from dying immediately next turn, but it doesn't necessarily stop Atsushi from dying immediately right now.
Well, we're at 8 power at the moment.
Yeah, if there's a Harmonizer, it's definitely lethal. I guess that probably isn't.
Yeah, I think we're mid-combat, so we're late for that.
I think it's... I thought Leatherhead was a 5 power base, so I think this is 9.
Atsushi has gone to 2, so yeah, I guess you're right.
I appreciate Yuya being sloppy with shuffling, but keeping meticulous track of how many counters are on this Earthbender's Ascension.
Alright, well, I feel like step 1 this turn has to be summon Leviathan, true or false? Aha.
Probably.
We're going to lead on
okay.
Tablet, and then we're going to completely tap out to play the 6/6. I don't believe that there's a bossing, say, lurking in Yuya's lands. I mean, I assume that if there was, it would have been activated last turn.
Yeah, I don't see a bossing say, and also the 6/6 will block anyways, so
yeah,
it's
that's
probably
right.
fine.
We do have an answer for our first hasty attacker number 1. If you can find a way to Earthbend twice this turn, that is probably problematic.
I mean, the Summon Leviathan could definitely actually get there, along with the Jeskai Revelation, theoretically.
Alright, so here comes Leatherhead. It was an odd turn of events last turn, right? Leatherhead connected. We tried to clear the Leviathan. It got bounced off in response. Like, it was on 2. Alright, let's try again. Erode. Pay an extra 2. It succeeds. That was the only Leviathan in the 75, so that part is unfortunate. We can no longer try to, like, somehow chain Leviathans together. I would call that a pretty thin strategy, though.
Yeah, and now there isn't really enough pressure to race this Leatherhead. You could try with Jeskai Revelation. It's a little unclear if you will succeed.
I guess now Fire Magic at full blast would... Oh no, it's still only 3 damage, right?
It's only 3, yeah.
In my head it's 1, 2, 4, but it's actually 1, 2, 3. Never mind. I thought we might have a brief window for that. There's no splatter technique here or anything, so... Yeah, I think we're just gonna have to play Revelation.
We're gonna bounce a tablet to not give any more landfall triggers.
Yeah, we like almost literally can't let Yuya play another Earthbender Ascension. Like, the safest place for them is in play. The 4 life is big. It's gonna let us block this trampling crocodile or whatever Leatherhead is.
Yeah, and if there's no land in Yuya's hand, then theoretically, actually, these monks can block down this Leatherhead. To address Taco's comment, if you bounce the Ascension, not only is there like a potential 2/2 with haste, it like also guarantees that you're getting like one land played, or like a one landfall trigger. Whereas like here, if you just fade Yuya drawing a land, then which you might need to do anyways, then like you theoretically have a chance for the monks to block the 5/4 with like a prowess trigger.
All right, the spell is Mossborn Hydra. Yeah, basically that my read is similar. Like any land drop is really bad, so the fact that Earthbender Ascension is a rampant growth is like kind of spooky.
I think Atsushi has a counterspell in hand for this Hydra, but also has like a billion removal spells with literally nothing else to point them at, so.
Alright, it must be that Yuya said I'm going to combat, and so that means it's now safe to kick into the star charts. Consult the star charts. I don't know why I'm like combining. I see both consult here and into the Flood Maw there, and I like splice the names. So we are looking at 8 cards, and we get to take 2 of them. So this is just a full-on Farsight ritual.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at these 2 Jeskai revelations.
Yeah. So how much mana do we have next turn? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. That's kind of tempting.
Looks like it was Jeskai Rev and another Consult, which is also pretty reasonable.
Yeah, that makes sense. And then since the monks are now 2/2s, we don't send the 5/4 Leatherhead into them. The lack of land drop is crucial for Atsushi here.
And at this point, I think Atsushi has just completely turned the corner.
Yeah. The fact that he's at an effective 10 now, like, I guess Yuya's way out of this is some like combination of Might Form Harmonizer and a land drop, but we can't draw both of those simultaneously.
Yeah, and I also think that Atsushi has Flash Freeze in hand anyways.
It looks like the last card in Yuya's hand was a Snakeskin Veil to try to save Hydra from this impractical joke, but that's not going to work. Prowess count 2. Uh-oh, this is where it's going to be awkward for Leatherhead. Like, you kind of can't block with Leatherhead because it's your only way to actually close the game. But if you don't block, are you dead?
I believe the answer is yes to the Jeskai revelation.
Right, because that's 6 damage with the monks plus 4 damage from the Rev.
Yeah. And damage can't be prevented this turn. Fun fact.
Alright, so we're just going to cast it straight out. Bounce token, a tablet. 4-point life swing. So it's still 10-6, but in the other direction. Prowess up to 3. Fog deck in shambles. Draw 2 cards. All this stuff happens. 2 extra monks.
I think we're trying to like go for lethal this turn, because if you get 2 more prowess triggers, which maybe you can do by recasting tablet and then casting a red spell off of it, then that is just lethal.
Yep. All right, so we're gonna have to spin the wheel. If we hit like, Great Hall, any kind of impractical joke sort of thing would have gotten it
Well,
done.
surely
Great.
there's another spell in hand, right?
All right, that card was milled, so it is now gone. All right, let's find out what is our final winning spell. It is a Thunder Magic targeting one of these new monks.
Yeah.
That is the second time in 3 rounds that we've seen pointless red spell get cast for lethal via prowess. And Atsushi has found the win in game 2. So that means we will get a decider.
Really close match there. Honestly, wasn't expecting Atsushi to be able to pull it out.
Good question from Peter about how much time is still on the clock. I was going to say that I had some way to tell when we started, but I actually don't think that we do.
Also, like, coverage clock is, like, slightly different from the general round clock anyways.
Yeah, that's true. So I would have had to start a stopwatch when they began.
My guess is that they're, like, slightly below par, where par is, like, 17 minutes per game. Like, I don't think the games have been super slow, but they also haven't been super fast.
Yeah. Scaffy asked in chat about ELO update. I hope it's going to be tomorrow. The only reason why it might not be tomorrow is because I might not wake up until like 3 p.m. But assuming that I'm up, then yes, it should be tomorrow. I was prepared to put 3 of the 4 tournaments up. I thought that's what I had the data for, and my informant was able to get me the 4th tournament. So I'll actually have both of the PTQs and both of the LCQs, besides the Pro Tour and the second chance, like the PT Rebound Sunday single elimination one. So we've got a lot of magic going up, but there's one additional one to curate. I guess one way to kind of get a sense as to how much time is left in the round is how quickly do the players sideboard and present for game number 3. And I would say that was relatively
not all
quick.
players are that cognizant.
Yeah, I don't know to what extent they have a clock that they can see is the other issue.
Yeah, I don't see anything on the table that's obviously, like,
Yeah.
being a clock.
Yeah, I don't know if like one of the spotters gave them an update between games or what.
That looks like a nice hand out of the control player.
And it looks like we don't have a lot of landfall stuff going on, but we do have a Voice of Victory and a Surak from Yuya.
Yeah, both of which are quite good against the Essence Scatter.
Yes.
So, at the very least, Impractical Joke can practically kill this Voice of Victory.
And we fetch green. I think there were some Verges in hand, right? We must also have a white source.
Presumably.
Yeah, there's a Temple Garden. And we're going to lead on Badger Cub, though. Going to put the pressure on Atsushi to have some answers for this stuff. And if so, maybe there won't be answers for the hate cards. Whatever we're going to do is not sorcery speed. It's also not in Yuya's upkeep. Continuing to sort of meter our threats from least impactful to most impactful. We play Mossbone Hydra next in place of Surak, or I think there's a Diadrine.
Yeah, I believe there's Surak, Diadrine, Voice of Victory, I don't know what the other cards are in hand, but I know I saw at least those 3 threats.
Yeah. All right, so Badger Mocub gets in for 2. It's 18 to 16. Are there lands in Atsushi's hand? Yeah, I see a storm-carved coast, but that's the last one.
Yeah, there is this barrage that can like help dig towards more lands, filter out some of these Jeskai revelations,
Yes.
which are a little bit far off.
All right, we're just going to clear Cub with Impractical Joke and pass back.
Kind of expecting Yuya to like slam this Surak at this point, honestly. There's been a
Yeah.
lot of like single target removal used, and like this 2-mana that keeps getting held up kind of screams counter magic to me.
Yeah. Though I guess if you can suss out that it is likely like Essence Scatter or something. I don't even know if we have No More Lies to worry about in the list. And it's possible we could dodge the counter magic by playing the Earthbender's Ascension.
Let's see. I don't see counter magic main deck. There's Flash Freeze post board, of course,
Yeah.
which just gets everything. So
Right. Yeah, Flash Freeze and Null Destro come in afterwards, but yep. And then there's just the one Essence Scatter, which we saw game 1. So it is in fact Surak, and Surak does land, and it does strand Atsushi's mana. Petrified Hamlet is the play, and it is calling Bossing Say, no surprise. So now, do we go for voice?
imagine so. If it gets countered, you still draw a card from Surak.
Yes, creatures and creature spells you control, if they get tagged, you benefit. No, we've changed our mind.
It's like maybe going for Earthbenders instead. That would get hit by the Swallowed by Leviathans.
Yes. That is the play, and that is the response. What is that? There's been a fair amount of, excuse me, what does that card do in these first 3 rounds for an open deckless tournament?
Yeah, I mean, I think we're at the point of Standard where, like, you know, the top decks are getting pretty homogenized, except, like, for a few, like, very random, like, tech cards that no one knows about.
Yeah.
Or, like, no one has ever seen.
Okay, but now we've found a window to land the Voice of Victory, which is actually also a fair addition to the clock. We've got 8 damage coming next turn.
Yeah. This plays very poorly into Slagstorm, but luckily for Yuya, Atsushi does not have that, I don't believe.
No, it's just a broadside barrage. And I mean, you have to start by killing Surak, otherwise you're just going to give so many cards to your opponent. We've drawn Thunder Magic. And I think we do have one more land drop to make. We have an island in hand. And as predicted, one of the 2 Jeskai Revelations is gone. To the loot.
Yeah, this Voice of Victory taxing out or locking out this Essence Scatter is going to be pretty brutal, though, for Atsushi.
Alright, so Mossborn Hydra, nothing you can do. Diadrine, nothing you can do.
Oh, this will be the nice remove a counter from my Earthbent land tech.
In for 3. So a land comes back onto the battlefield. Mossborn Hydra doubles. We draw a card for Diadrine's ability. We make a robot. We have 2 mobilized warriors that are also attacking. A lot of cardboard is changing location here. The net result is that Atsushi takes 3 and goes to 8. And this would be a very nice time to Slag Storm.
Yeah, yet again, a nice Slag Storm. I mean, even Pyroclasm or Fire Magic would do fine here. You wouldn't catch the voice, but it'd still do okay.
I believe we have missed. We found an Into the Flood mod to pair with our Thunder Magic, but that's the extent of our ability to interact.
Yeah, you could Flood mod the voice in order to be able to scatter it on the way down. Maybe that buys you enough time.
Diadrine is naturally an 0-1, is that correct?
Yes, so I believe it is currently a 1-2.
So we're not quite dead to a land then. It would be 1 + 2 + 4 is 7. But that's spooky. We might be dead to Bossing Say? We have to go after the Hydra for this reason. Feels
the Bossing Say is named by...
Oh, that's right.
That
just looks like Bossing Say. It's actually a waste.
Yeah.
All right, so we're only on the hook to take 4 this turn.
Yeah. Honestly, kind of surprised that Atsushi went after the token and not the voice.
Yeah. All right, Lumbering World Wagon is the follow-up after the Chocobo. So we will once again have 2 counters that we can pull off to make a robot.
Granted, using those 2 counters does technically cost you 1 damage here. Surely it's worth a card, but it does make the clock slightly slower.
I bet you're hoping that between the robot and the Chocobo, you'll probably be able to make up the difference.
Yeah.
No, actually, having said that, we did not bother.
Not even attacking with the Diadrine either.
Interesting.
That is a little bizarre. Though, looks like Atsushi is mostly just dead.
Do we want to keep stuff around that can crew the World Wagon? I don't know what we were thinking there.
I think mostly what happened was that Yuya, was going to attack and then decided not to attack last second. And, didn't... was going to use Diadrine, but then decided not to last second, and it didn't, have the opportunity to change decision on attacking.
Tearbad asks whether there's split up in the list somewhere. The answer is no. I like how you're thinking, though. Maybe there's a reason to keep the creatures untapped.
No, I don't think anything in Atsushi's list cared about tapped or untapped creatures.
Yeah. Alright, let's take a quick look at where we are. I see no remaining round 3 matches left, so I think that was the last one to finish. Which might mean we're going to get some Time Walk magic. I guess we will see. Our choices do seem to be either a recording or busting some packs.
Yeah, the Jeskai control versus Landfall matchup is Not amazing for Jeskai control, which is why you see these 3-color decks playing Petrified Hamlet to try to claw back some amount of win percentage, but still tough.
All right, if they're going to bring up the metagame breakdown, I can bring up the metagame breakdown. Here's the translation for you.
These are just the same numbers we saw before?
These are, yeah, it's the same slide that we saw before. I mean, I think that they basically have, I don't know if it's like a PowerPoint or a PDF that has all these slides on it, but it's prepared before the broadcast begins. And then there's like a printout that the casters have at the desk that has like the different slide numbers and like little, I think it's 4 to a page. So they can hear, or they can like say to the producer, you know, bring up slide 27, or we're going to 29. They can figure out what it, what is about to be shown on the screen. Where's Is It Maestro? I don't know the answer to that. I don't know if it's these 4 Is It aggro decks.
I would say, I would guess in the decks that 2 or fewer people registered.
I don't see the word Maestro if I search the Melee page. But let's see what we see if I look for Is It aggro. Alright, first deck is Actually Just Prowess. Actually Just Prowess. I don't even know what I'm looking at here, but it's definitely not Maestro.
You could look for combo.
Yeah. Yeah, I should do that in a second.
It's not basically all landfallists that are. Oh, I guess it's only 9 mono green. Okay, I thought mono green was a little higher than that. Never mind. I mean, people enjoy following, you know, what won the tournament, right? Like that's gonna have an outsized impact, even if the difference between like winning the tournament and like doing pretty well in the tournament isn't actually that large.
All right, so there are 4 decks that are on Melee that have the word combo in them. One of them is actually Reanimator. One of them is Omniscience. Okay, fair. This one is, I guess, I would also call that Reanimator. Not really combo. And then this one is Airbending. So I don't know if Maestro was actually registered. Good question.
Yeah, I mean, it did very poorly at the PT, so... unless people think that they have an improvement on it, it would make sense for people not to register it.
All right, so we are now between rounds 3 and 4. Let me see if I can find a few players to watch. I haven't had a chance to put this together. And this was like before round 2 that I was trying to do that. I see right at the top Rei Hirayama. Also, like I think I mentioned a little bit ago, most of the names that I recognize seem to be playing Spellementals. Alright, having said that, we've got a couple that are not. Alright, maybe while I'm doing this, I'll put the Japanese audio up for a couple minutes. We're hanging out here. I'm not going anywhere, but save my voice until round 4 begins.
I'm looking through Melee a little bit. I see a Masahide Moriyama that I recognize.
Yep.
Also on Spellementals.
And they are 3-0. Alright, this doesn't quite fit.
Oh, Noah Ma is now 3-0 as well on Celestia Boyd.
Yoshihiko Ikawa playing Spellementals. Is 3-0. Masataka Ori, 3-0, playing Ouroboroid.
They really like playing this English language Strixhaven ad.
Yeah,
of the Japanese RC.
Usually the playlist starts with the most recent one, and then it kind of dealer's choice after that. But they tend to play the most recent one most commercial breaks when they play these.
Now for your next assignment.
All right, let me refill my water bottle, and I'll run an ad for the next minute. So we will be right back, chat. Looks like we have more time to kill.
BRB.
There's more! With the ranked magic card, everything's better! Can magic help me with my boss's after-hours texts?
I mean, when you're streaming and you have a button that's like, earn 13 cents, it's kind of hard not to just jam it sometimes, right?
Do love to earn 13 cents.
No, it's 13 cents at a time. If I'm going to stay up until 6 a.m., I might as well get my 13 cents worth.
Wait, I'm seeing in the chat of the Japanese stream someone asking English stream somewhere question mark.
Well, send it my way, yeah. That's funny.
I don't know how to chat in this.
Alright, what do we mean by is it aggro here? Let's just call this one Spellementals. There's Thunderflux and Crabs involved. Oh. Hey, we're gonna see Rei Hirayama play. Rei is very good at this game. I'm looking forward to this. Often he is playing control decks, but he has registered Spellementals here. Alright, so while I get myself set up, this is table number 7.
Whoa, all the way up to table number 7.
Yeah, we are actually finally in the winner's bracket. We've been kind of bouncing around a little bit.
Getting some control out of our system before we see some of the better performing decks.
And then on the other side, we have what is known as Teamer Midrange. It is in fact Outcaster Trailblazer, so we're doing that kind of thing.
Is this the like Teamer Battlecrier deck?
Yes.
Oh god.
Okay, so that is what Ryosuke, our opponent, is piloting. So I'll put decks in chat. And I will say that we saw Battlecrier in the previous RC, and it looks pretty fun when it works. But there's a clause there in that sentence, when it works. It does have to work for it to work.
Yes, I would not say that the problem with Battlecrier is that it's not fun.
Yeah. Seconded. It is quite fun to watch, so I hope that we get at least one game where it gets to do its thing. But, with that said, Rei has mulliganed. I didn't get a great look at what Ryosuke kept, but I thought there were 2 devastating onslaughts in that hand.
Yeah, I saw it. I believe it was 3 lands, 2 devastating onslaughts, a Battlecrier, and a Trailblazer, which like is kind of the set of cards you want.
Wow, that does sound like the dream.
I mean, it's the dream kind of, but it is a very fragile dream, to be clear.
Yeah, you're planning to spend your whole turn putting a 4 or 5 mana spell targeting a 4/2 against a deck that has plenty of ways to remove it.
Yeah, so I believe like if you don't get interacted with on turn 4, so after turn 3 plotting your Trailblazer, you go Trailblazer, make a mana. So you have 5 mana now. You play your Battlecrier, and then you can do Devastating Onslaught for X = 1 on your Battlecrier to make a second Battlecrier. And then now your spells are discounted by 6. So you can do Devastating Onslaught for X = 3, and you can just kill your opponent.
Wow.
However, that is somewhat of an if.
Yes.
For like, if your Battlecrier, for example, gets bounced by Prismari Charm, you get fizzled a little bit.
Yeah. How does that XKCD go? You will not go to space today, or something.
Something like that. If your Trailblazer gets shocked, you can't even cast your. You don't even have enough discount to like do that line. But okay, it looks like Ryosuke is going to be a little more patient here, at least. Certainly, this is the kind of hand that you like probably want to see against a deck like Spellementals, where you can like just set up for a big turn, and they don't actually have that much instant speed interaction.
Yeah, and even if they do have like the first removal spell or whatever, it's possible that we could set something up that will overload it.
Yeah.
Does
there is?
Go ahead.
Sorry, I think there's a Prismari Charm in here as like interaction. I couldn't quite catch the other things. Maybe in a Braid.
All right, we're gonna see what happens. So the first one resolves. We'll try to cast the second one, and it gets bursted. We're floating.
That's a burst lightning.
Yep.
I see.
We'll float a red. And we'll float a blue, and we'll use it to cast Battlecrier. Do we have an answer for either of these two cards? I think there's a Get Out.
Oh, yeah. Get Out is pretty devastating here. Because, like, normally you might have, like, at least somewhat of a window to, like, use your discount from Battlecrier, but Get Out doesn't even let you do that.
All right, so we just want to draw our cards. We're going to put a second Outcaster Trailblazer into play. A 4/2 has entered the battlefield, so trigger, draw card. The mana will be used to make an elf, and this guy, the copy has haste, so connect for 4. But, I mean, that could have been a lot scarier. Ray had enough stuff to do to avoid the nightmare situation. And I think there's yet another Burst Lightning available.
Oh, yeah, there's so much removal in hand. That can't be good for your Ryosuke. At least Ray Hirayama is missing some land drops. So it's still somewhat of a game.
Alright, so upkeep will tap your 2 creatures. And we still have this blue-red land up to cast Burst Lightning, so there's not going to be any shenanigans here where we cast the second Devastating Onslaught. That will not go well for Ryosuke.
Yeah, I think at this point, after like getting the like combo in quotes fizzled, Ryosuke's plan has to be to like try to assemble some mid-rangey threats, like drawing cards off of these Trailblazers, or just deploying a second Battlecrier. Though with the Trailblazer answered, it is less exciting.
So the 2 cards in hand now are another Devastating Onslaught, and I did not get to go look at the other.
I think that was Burst Lightning.
Okay, that makes sense.
Missile Archive Spine.
All right.
Yeah, Ray having answers to literally all of Ryosuke's threats has made this a really tough game for Ryosuke.
Yeah. That is a burst lightning. Somehow I parsed it as return the favor, which did not make sense to me, and then was not in the list, which is good because that would have been a wild inclusion.
You can copy your Devastating Onslaught or something.
I mean, you kind of already have Spine Rock Tyrant for that. But, agreed. Alright, so Burst Lightning has no real targets because Ray is providing a bunch of X5s as options, so...
I think the elf chumped, so this might be like going after the crab after the elf chumped.
Yes. And it looks like Ray's going to save it with a Prismari Charm. Which, like, sheesh, give Ryosuke something. Every interaction this game has been really favorable for Ray.
Yeah. Ryosuke is playing 3 mana cards that get dealt with by, like, 1 or 2 mana cards. And, Ray not having a 4th land drop certainly makes that look a little less dominating than it actually is, but...
Cactus Folk Sure Shot, the play for Ryosuke, 4/4 Ward 2. And then some stuff gets Trample and Haste, but whatever, that thing's out of here due to Sunderflock. Sunderflock's kind of a good one.
Many are saying this.
Alright, we play Cactus Folk Chump Blocker. This time we do know that our creature has reach and we block the 5-power creature instead of the 4-power creature. I do not think that that's going to matter.
Probably not, no. Yeah, once your, like, main, like, initial burst of threats are dealt with as the, Battlecrier deck, it's just so hard to, like, come back from that and have, like, any effect on the game. Like, you just don't really have any card flow other than Trailblazer, which is, you know, one of the combo pieces that your opponent's trying to deal with anyways.
Right.
So, yeah, it's tough out there if your opponent has just, like, a few interactive spells.
Alright, well, let's see if there's something in the sideboard that's going to help Ryosuke at all here. Bolt Bend? I don't think so. I mean, probably worth playing, but we have to have something to bend the bolt onto.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine, like, Ghost Vacuums and Soul Guide Lantern come in just to, like, you know, it's Spellementals, but slowing them down isn't even, like doesn't help that much if for your, like, combo plan.
Right.
Maybe it lets you play the mid-range plan a little better, but...
Try to, like, squeeze out the win with, like, Spine Rock Tyrant, Meringue River Regent kind of cards.
Yeah, Quantum Riddler. Like
yeah.
The way the deck is built is very much to try to, like, you know, go for this, like, early, like, have the ability to do this, like, really scary early burst kill, and then, like, maybe you have some okay mid-rangey threats in the late game. It's not that good of a plan, but, like, you have to have something, right? But...
And on the other side, it looks like Ray has access to a Flash Freeze and a Braid, so he actually can bring in even more point-and-click removal if he wants it. Disdainful Stroke actually not the best against this Battlecrier deck, right? It's a bunch of 3s.
Well, the thing is, like, the Disdainful Stroke doesn't do anything against, like, specifically the 3-mana engines.
Uh-huh.
But usually the thing that the 3-mana engines are doing is like casting 5-mana, like 4 or
Sure.
5-mana spells anyways. So like you can bring in Disdainful Stroke to like counter the payoffs kind
That makes
of,
sense,
and like
yeah.
leave them with the engines. And also the Disdainful Strokes play pretty well in the like grindy mid-rangey games, right? Like you get to counter Riddlers.
Yeah.
So honestly, I think the Disdainful Strokes are pretty reasonable.
What are we looking to cut here from Ray's side? Is a card like Traumatic Critique not... Well, I guess it's like adequate, but if you're trying to like stop them from sticking X2 or X3, then Critique is maybe not mana efficient enough.
Yeah, I mean, definitely the biggest things to cut are like the 2 Spell Pierces and the Spell Snare from the main deck. Those like don't really hit anything.
Yeah, that's right.
I imagine that Get Out will stay in. It just seems like one of your best options for interaction, like counters all of their stuff. And yeah, I think shaving on the Traumatic Critiques makes sense because like the point of Traumatic Critique in the Spellementals decks is to like get spells in the graveyard quickly, but like it doesn't actually. I think in this matchup it doesn't actually really matter that Ray is trying to like turbo out these threats so much as like Ray is perfectly fine just like casting a bunch of counter magic and interacting, and then eventually casting a threat.
Yeah, that makes sense. Right, usually you feel like you have to stock your own graveyard, so like you need to cast Opt, you need to Burst Lightning the opponent's head, whatever. But like, unless the teamwork deck just does nothing, they're going to present you opportunities to cast your cards, so you don't have to kind of go out of your way.
Yeah, this is very much like more of a matchup where the Spellementals deck, I think, is going to want to play like control that eventually casts some like 2-mana 5/5s or whatever.
Yep.
Like, I wouldn't be surprised to see the Sunderflocks, like, shaved on for, like, maybe a little more consistent threats.
Coverage is highlighting the emeritus of ideation. I don't know if this is necessarily the spot for it.
Yeah, it's, like, fine against, like, the graveyard hate. It's fine against, like... in the games that go long, but like you're pretty thin on like card advantage to be able to like get to 5 lands in the first place, honestly. So
right. Yeah, it's kind of a tough sell in the 20 land deck.
Yeah, and like the Spellementals deck doesn't even like this build doesn't even have any card advantage.
Yeah,
in terms of like spell slots.
Yep.
There's the 2 stock-ups in the sideboard. I honestly think the 2 stock-ups are, like, more likely to come in than... they're likely to come in before the Emerald do.
Alright. Players looking at their opening hands. And Ryosuke will not keep his 2-lander.
Yeah, it's kind of tough because like that was a 2-lander that like looks kind of appealing in terms of like, you know, you have your Teamer Battlecrier card and you have some ways to grind, but like the deck is just very particular and like you need to hit your land drops and cast like the right spells, so like you kind of need things to line up correctly, and that hand was not very good at lining up the land specifically.
Right, that hand was not planning to do anything relevant until it just played a Battlecrier naked, right? So like you would like to find some kind of like Spider Manifestation or something that would let you play the Battlecrier and do something rather than just have to immediately pass.
Yeah, I also imagine that having Graveyard Hate in your deck means like mulliganing a little bit better for like looking for that turn 1 Ghost Vacuum.
Yep, and Ryosuke has found it. Then we play River Pyre Verge, also known as Mountain, right?
Ray, on the other hand, playing River Pyre Verge, also known as Volcanic Island.
Yeah.
A little fancier.
Alright, we do have Mountain to turn on the Verge, which lets us play Battlecrier. So we can go through our possible ways to answer it, one of them being Get Out, and that's what Ray has.
Yeah, Ghost Vacuum's kind of neat because, well, kind of. Emphasis on kind of neat because, like, you can theoretically, like, in these long attrition games, like, exile your own creatures and then pop it to get those creatures back. It is really annoying that those creatures are no longer 4 power after you do that.
Right. You get back 1/1 Teamer Battlecriers that don't actually succeed in doing anything. Ooh, we have the Abrade for the Ghost Vacuum. And we are going to go ahead and use it into an opt.
Huh. I feel like that's kind of a, like, hashtag... Or, oh, I guess not wanting the opt to get got by the Ghost Vacuum is why the opt wasn't cast first.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, I was going to say hashtag order, but no. Hirayama is ahead of me on that.
Alright, Web Watch is the play from Ryosuke, and that gets tagged by a Disdainful Stroke.
Yep.
But for the moment, this Cactus is running roughshod on the board. Sleight of Hand the next play. Ray has put 5 Mystical Archive cards in his graveyard.
Again, stuck on 3 lands this game.
Yeah.
Another very, well, kind of subtle detail about this matchup, which is not very good for Ryosuke, is that 4/4 is smaller than 5/5.
That's... Well, we were just complaining earlier that all of Ray's creatures are X5s from a Burst Lightning perspective, but that is also relevant for a Cactus Folk Sure Shot perspective. Alright, we're going to cast Devastating Onslaught X as 2 here. This will make 2 additional Cactus Folk, and they'll all have haste for a variety of reasons.
Basically just 5 mana deal 8, like
Yep.
Big Lava Axe, double Fire Blast.
Now, Ray does have a Edimer Crab, but this Cactus has Ward 2, which I think is appropriate for a Cactus.
Yeah. Also, the Crab enters tapped, so...
Yeah,
Looks like we're casting, what's it called? Feed the Pack? Like, gain 8?
Yeah, exactly. Ooh, speaking of 4/5s, here comes 2 chunky blockers.
Yeah, almost gives this game a little bit of a limited feel, you know? Just like exact sizing on creatures here matters a lot.
Both players just casting their uncommons. Astral Cornucopia is the play, and that's all Ryosuke has. So now Ray does get a tapped crab down. Sunder Flock. Uh-oh. Ryosuke has like 1 card in hand besides the Cactus. Yeah, it's that is too much beef, and Ray wins handily.
Yeah, I imagine this has to be one of the... Well, okay, honestly, I don't even know if I could say that, because I feel like the Battlecrier deck has some pretty problematic matchups, but...
This is one of them.
Yeah. Certainly a matchup that gets to play a bunch of interaction and also has bigger creatures than yours for cheaper than yours is not amazing for you.
Yeah, you just kind of go down the checklist like, well, can they kill your creatures? Yes. But if your creatures survive, can you attack past their creatures? No. Like, what am I hoping for here? I wonder if Ray is literally the first person to approve before now. I assume not, but actually maybe. That looks like...
I mean, that was pretty fast.
That was pretty fast. Maybe I won't say what happened in one of the other 3-0 matches just in case it was probably a feature.
Oh no, I tabbed over to look as you were saying things, and I also got the potential spoilers.
Kazuhiro Noinet playing Landfall has also improved to 3-1. We have
Sorry, go ahead.
Jumped over to our second match. See if we can find out who is playing. But I again see Is It cards.
To answer the question in chat from wow, that's a lot of bees. I do not see any 3-0 excruciator lists. I think, unless they're categorized under something weird. There is a 2-1 Demir Deceit list. Two 2-1 Demir Deceit lists. I don't think that's excruciator. Oh, there's a 2-1 excruciator list.
Yeah, but if you search for Demir in the Melee page, which I will put in chat, the first one that shows up is table 37. So no, not a great showing for Watergrave yet. Okay,
Still a lot of time, though.
Yep. There's always at least one Watergrave pilot that does better than you think they're going to do. Okay, so this is Tomohiro Matsumoto. This is table 79, where we have Spellementals in the bottom playing against, it says Teamer Prowess, but it's Prowess. We just have some multiversal passages in there. And Tomohiro is in the process of repeatedly sunderflocking Masahide.
Yeah, otters, as it turns out, not a huge fan of big birds.
No. I mean, Sunderflock does kind of look like a big pelican or something. You could almost imagine that there should have been, there's some otters in the sea there under that giant white bird.
Also, it's not just one bird, it's a whole flock.
That is true.
You know?
That is true.
Honestly, kind of a flavor fail that Sunderflock doesn't, like, make tokens in any form.
Alright, so here is Masahito's prowess list.
Wait, did I just see that correctly? Did Masahide pick only one card off of that flow state? Are there only one? Like, there's only instants in there?
Get out, Spell Pierce, Broadside Barrage. I didn't see a sorcery.
That is very unfortunate. Yeah, I was wondering why Masahide wasn't just like slamming Land Slickshot out of that pile, but I guess now I know why.
I did not see the bottom card in Masahido's graveyard. After this game, thanks to the magic of YouTube, if Tomohiro wins it, which, I mean, he is certainly ahead at the moment. We can go back and take another look.
Yeah, I think Norm might be looking at Tomohiro's graveyard. We were talking about Masahide's graveyard.
Oh yeah, the graveyard at the top here where the flow state was cast. There is certainly an impractical joke in Tomohiro's. The names are close in this match. That's totally understandable. All right, we do the correct thing, the legal game action of blocking the 4-power creature instead of the 5-power creature this time. Masahide goes to 9. Facing 9 power, which is a little spooky.
I think there's a crab in hand too, so
it does not.
Masahide seems not long for this world.
Yeah, we cannot survive by blocking, which is not a good place to be.
Yeah, I believe Masahide bought back the barrage.
Yeah,
if I'm correct. But
I think that's right.
The crab will reapply the 9 points of pressure.
Yep. Yeah, we need 2 of those broadside barrages somehow, and we do not have the mana for that as it stands. Maybe we can sleight of hand into a fork or something.
A return the favor, even.
Yeah. Now we're thinking. We have found a River Pyre Verge. Are we thinking about dumping the sleight of hand?
Oh, is this like level get back?
I hope it's like into the Floodmaw or
Bounce
something.
spell?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't see how you're winning that game after that, but yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Makes sense to get the get out, but that is also lethal.
Yeah, creature number 2 was already rolled up and ready to rumble, so that is too late. Alright, it wouldn't shock me if there was...
jump again.
Wouldn't shock me if there was even more magic to come in this round, but we'll see.
Do they usually set up more than 2 feature tables? I only see the 2 here, unless like the third empty one was also a feature table.
I think the match that is recorded is segregated from the people in the feature match area. But I'm not 100% sure of that. Let's see if we can find out what's coming up next. I'm going to turn the Japanese audio on for a second.
今後出てくるかと思いますので、そちらの方もね注目していきたいと思います。さあここでちょっと告知のお時間ということでございますので、スライドお願いいたします。さあ20番こちらですね。はい、チャンピオンズカップシーズン
Yeah, you can see him going through the printout of the different slides.
始まっております。
I don't know if we're going to have more magic here.
こちら WPN 店舗で予選開催中でございます。皆さんふるってチャレンジしてみてください。よろしくお願いいたします。はい、次のスライダーお願いいたします。はい、スポットライトシリーズこちらが5月29日。
We might have more crack packing at some point.
Yeah, agreed. That seems like it's the next thing up. Oh, chat, I should make a stream announcement, which in principle, the next thing that I should be streaming in terms of, Japanese GP coverage or paper magic coverage or whatever is the Spotlight series, which will be the last weekend in May. But I am qualified for one of the US RCs, and I'm going to DC, which is the same weekend. So,
ooh, nice.
For the first time in 7 years, I will unfortunately not be able to provide commentary for this one. But we'll certainly be back for the cycle 13 regional championship. I didn't know you played Magic. It's been a while, but I'm still out there battling sometimes.
Maybe I'll take one of your judge calls at DC. I'm going to be judging there.
Yeah, you might. I'll try to appeal until I get you to come over.
I'm not a head judge, so appealing was the wrong direction.
Ah, damn. Whatever. I'll try to somehow downgrade my judge calls to get you to come over.
Surely that's how
yeah. Yeah, I had a couple of good tournaments right before the pandemic. I went 12-3 in Cleveland in 2019. I was 1 win from the Pro Tour, and in that GP I spiked my elo to 1875 or something. And since then I've just slowly bled it out. I've gone 5-4 at every event that I've been in since then, and it's 1875, 1850, 1825, 1820. So we've got more points to donate yet, but hopefully we'll manage to avoid a giant negative hit in DC. We'll see. Yeah, so the point is that, chat, you're going to have to find someone to do the commentary, as Flying says. I briefly entertained the idea of, get done with a long day of Magic and then come stream in the evening, but I think I would literally die. That's a good way to ensure that I make day 2, though. If I, say that I'm going to stream afterwards.
Any interest in the limited championship qualifier?
Yes. Yeah, I'll almost certainly be battling there if if we do not make day 2 playing standard. Though I don't really feel like I understand this sealed format, so I've got some work to do there. I've got 2 different things to prepare for.
My advice for the sealed format: drink a lot of soup.
Questions in chat. How is AJLVI pronounced? Usually I say it one character at a time like that. I mean, if you want to say something like Agilv or whatever, go ahead, but it's my initials and then it's the Roman numeral 6, and they don't blend together very well. So it's kind of like XKCD. It's just meant to be like a string of characters that identifies me.
Huh. I would never have guessed that it was delineated that way, like initials then 6.
I'll give the origin story in a second. Since Lyserg asks. So Superim says, what standard deck do I want to play? I qualified playing High Noon, but I do not know if I have the emotional stamina to play 9 rounds of High Noon. Like, in principle, it's okay against Steam Vents, but things need to line up very well. I do really enjoy the deck, though. Like, that's the kind of Magic that I want to play. As some of you I'm sure know, I'm a very big Archangel Avacyn fan, and I like my Spell Quellers as well, so there's some of that going on with, like, Aang and Aven Interrupter.
Ooh, if you like Archangel Avacyn decks, boy, do I have a deck to sell you.
Oh, yeah?
I don't know if it's a good deck anymore, but... the, like, Jeskai mid-rangey to control, possibly known as Gwinko, but that is a somewhat bad name for it. Like the Shiko Gwen Aang deck is
nice. Yeah.
those vibes.
Ship me a list at some point, and I'll play around with it on Arena a little bit.
I make no guarantees for it being good at all. I haven't played
understand
the deck in a while.
Does playing a deck I like matter more than playing the best deck? No. I mean, I think... Well, I personally believe that there's a threshold that you have to pass, and it depends on the format. So, like, in some formats, the Tier 1 decks are so good that you just kind of have to play the Tier 1 decks. And then there are some decks, or some formats where, like, the difference between Tier 1, Tier 1.5, Tier 2 is not that big, and I think it's fine for you to just play the deck that you like. I think I play the decks that I like way tighter than I play the best deck. There was a period of time in, like, 2017-18 where I was playing, like, Energy and other decks that were, like, you know, red-black chain whirler deck and so on, in quotation marks, the best. And I would tend to lose a lot of mirror matches because I'm not actually that good at Magic. So I would much rather... That's the right answer. Learn to like the best deck, and then you actually have fun. I don't actually have fun playing Landfall, so that's the challenge for me.
The way I tend to look at it is, like, kind of twofold. First of all, like, people's goals are different, right? Like, some, like, different people want to spend a different amount of time preparing, and, like, if you don't want to spend that much time or don't want to spend that much, like, you know, effort trying to like a deck or whatever, then, like, yeah, then maybe, like, trying to learn to like the best deck is not for you. Yeah, that's just going to be, like, not everyone is, like, maximally in the direction of, I don't care how much time or effort it takes, I just want to be the best or whatever.
Yeah,
right?
Kind of the ruthless approach, right?
Yeah, not everyone, like, needs to be that ruthless. Like, it's about, like, what you want, right?
Yeah.
And the other aspect that I think a lot about is, like, deck choice. Like, how good various decks are is not, like, fully objective. And, like, certainly people can be better or worse suited to various kinds of decks. And this isn't saying, like, this will, definitely it's good to acknowledge that this is not just, like, an inherent truth of people that cannot be changed. Like if you're good at, like, aggro decks and bad at control decks, that does not mean that you should never play a control deck.
Yeah.
Maybe if you want to like improve at like the game in general, you can still like train yourself to be better at control decks. But that's something that takes, again, like effort, and it depends on like what your goals are. So, but like right now in like a snapshot of you, there might be like, you know, some decks that you are more or less advantaged at, and that's important to take into account, right?
Yeah.
Like if you're gonna lose a lot with a tier 1 deck because you are like really bad at playing it and you don't have the time or maybe not the desire to like get better at it, like it's probably not the best choice for you.
Well put. And I think, speaking to like time or whatever, certainly the fire is there the same way it was 10 years ago when I would play a lot more, but like there's a limit to how much I could actually prepare for an event at this point between ELO and work, which was not so much an issue before. I mean, that's weird to say because I was a math professor before this. And it's not like I would only play Magic in the summer or whatever, but that was basically a 24/7 job where at any time I could not do my work of grading or class prep or whatever, and I could instead just jam a bunch of Magic. And like whatever I could figure out what I'm going to teach the next day in the morning. But that's not the case for work for me anymore, so that certainly has an impact. Okay, we are cracking mystery boosters. So I'll give the origin story of the username in a minute, but first let's look at a Pegasus Guardian. I have no idea what that card is. Veteran Armorer, on the other hand, I do know.
Oh, I know Pegasus Guardian.
Yeah?
I know some of the unhinged arena only format. Like, or I mean that one was a like Alchemy Horizons Baldur's Gate draft card.
What?
I drafted that set too much.
Nice. Bubbling Buck, there's another nice one. That one's actually kind of an expensive common.
Huh. I didn't know they printed High Tide for black.
Yes. Yeah, there is a black High Tide. It's kind of wild.
Sorcery, though.
Tortured Existence, there's another pretty expensive common. That's kind of a messed up card. Especially to be printed at common. Just all your creatures in your hand are interchangeable with all your creatures in your graveyard. Like, how do you win a game of Limited against that?
Or Game of Pauper.
Yeah. Shiv's Embrace, +2/+2 flying, fire breathing. One of the weaker ones in the cycle, but also a pretty acceptable card in its day.
I've played too much Slay the Spire. I immediately thought you were talking about, like, small knives.
Hunting Pack. 7 mana card with Storm.
I like the, like, design flavor on the card a lot. Like,
Yep.
Because it's 7 mana with Storm, like, you're kind of generally going to be casting it off of your opponent's spells. And then that fits the flavor of a Hunting Pack a lot.
Yep. But it was a sorcery, so then it's like, how do you actually make it work?
Wait, isn't it an instant?
Oh, is it an instant?
It
Is Hunting Pack an instant?
I swear it was an instant.
Okay, it is an instant. My bad. Our white border card is Thornbite Staff.
I think there's like some number of like... I think this is somewhat of a commander combo card.
Yeah.
From what I remember, mostly because it has the text, like, whenever something happens, untap the creature.
And our final card is Essence of Ajani. Whenever you cast a spell, you gain 1 life. It is an emblem. Crazy. Hunting Pack was errated to have Convoke? That's amazing. That's a cute addition.
I love that emblems just like sit in the command zone now. Like they're not a commander thing, but it's just like they've decided to like just use the command zone for every random thing.
You need a zone that like the game can't ever actually reach, like a normal game of Magic.
Yeah, like I'm honestly surprised they didn't just like throw companions into the command zone.
Jurton Owl Keeper. Cumulative upkeep U or W. When it dies, make a bird for each time you paid its cumulative upkeep. Kami of False Hope. Speaking of fogs.
I prefer Spore Frog.
Yeah, the Fog Frog.
It's cuter.
Compulsion. I always wondered, is the person in Compulsion wearing a mask, or do they just have a very pale face? And if so, why? I don't... Brilliant plan makes vibrant idea look pretty bad. Evil Eye of Ouroboroid. There's one other eye that also says non-eye creatures you control can't attack. You have to really mean it when you're playing Eye Tribal. The Evil Eye of Orm's Bygor, of course.
They should print more Evil Eyes.
Agreed. That's the kind of thing that we've lost as Magic has matured.
Yeah, not very many universes beyond Evil Eyes.
No. Supernatural Stamina, one of these.
Ooh, if people want a deep cut to reference something that I doubt very many people will know of, they should do a Universes Beyond crossover with Catalepsis to have another Evil Eye.
Nice. Swelter, you have to have 2 targets if you're casting this thing. And the art depicts 2 mice things? What's going on there?
Those look more like slugs. I don't know.
I don't know what I was just looking
There's
at.
too many tentacles for those to just be like mice tails.
Yeah, but your beholders can't attack if you have evil eyes out. So, in that sense, I would call it not very synergistic. Cytoplast Rootkin. That card is quite strong in my cube. A rarity downshift in Modern Masters 2. Elfine Palace. Yeah, agreed that rarity downshifts feel bad. It's just like, oh, that thing that I thought was really good is like, it's just an uncommon now. Dak Faden, the white border card.
Greatest thief in the multiverse. Rip my coat.
And a Nalathni Dragon, the card that was given out at a convention in 1996 or something, and people got quite upset because if you didn't go to the convention, you couldn't get the card. Back in the era where there were so few cards that it was reasonable to, for like, you know, people who were whales to own every card. Then there was a period of time where it was reasonable for people to like kind of know what all the cards are. And now we're at the point where I don't even know what the fuck is in standard.
Okay. Fermi estimate. Well, okay, maybe this isn't a great thing to apply the word Fermi estimate to, but what would you estimate, like, the single person in the world who owns the, like, highest proportion of all, like, Magic cards? Like, what percent do you think that is? Like, do you think anyone has 100% of, like, as, like, at least one of every single Magic card printed? or like a unique magic card?
I would not be surprised if the answer was yes to that. But that, I don't know. Actually, I would be surprised if it was yes to that, because, like, for example, Spotlight Series Richmond gave the participants these super shredders, right? And there's like 650 of them, and I own 2.
Okay.
Like, there's not that many out there. So we're talking like each version of each card, or just each card, each mechanically unique card.
I think okay. Certainly, each version of each card is definitely no, because there's like some things like, you know, like the 4 brainstorms that were given out some year as like some prize for a tournament that like sold for like
crazy amount of money.
Like I don't remember exactly whether it was tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands or whatever.
Those 4 brainstorms were unified, right? There was a point in time at which one vendor owned all 4 of them.
Yeah, I believe so. So like,
that's silly.
Certainly, that's going to be a little disqualifying. But so I think the question might be more interesting for like, do you think anyone owns like at least one copy of every like unique card by like card name or whatever?
Sure. One of each mechanically unique card. So you don't have to have like an English version of every card and a Japanese version of every card, etc.
No.
Do you have a lightning bolt? Do you have a counter spell? And so on.
Yeah. I mean, it's still like a very large number.
I would still guess the answer. It's closer. The problem is that cards come out so quickly. So it's like, I would not be surprised if you told me that someone owned every card that was printed in, let's say, 2024 or before, or 2025 and before. But like, I feel like it might shift from yes to no frequently. Yeah, someone in their local, in Bid Era's local community tries to keep up but doesn't rush. Like, I kind of feel like that's... You have to try to keep up at least somewhat, though, or you're going to get, like, buried by the quick release schedule nowadays.
Yeah, ooh, I think we're going through a collector booster now.
That we are. We have a Potioner's Trophy here. How many cards have we seen? There was a Adventurous Eater,
like
a Deluge.
5 or 6?
Yeah.
Shout outs to Potioner's Trove, by the way. Only slightly worse than Resonating Loot in Limited.
We got a Witherbloom Charm.
Are we about to get to the spice? Looks like
here
it.
Comes the spice.
A Glimpse of Nature?
No, it's a modal card.
Pick Your Poison.
Yeah, that was a Pick Your Poison. This one's a Royal Treatment.
Yeah.
That is a swamp.
That's a swamp. I know that one.
A Harmonized Trio. Yeah, does that count as owning a Brainstorm? Then we've got some kind of
commander card.
Some kind of ox thing. This is number 84. This one is called Renegade Bull. 05 Trample. You got it. When you cast an instant or sorcery, it gets +X/+O, where X is its mana value. Not how much mana you spent, but its mana value. That makes sense in this set. Why? When it attacks, exile up to 1 instant or sorcery from your graveyard, copy it. You may cast the copy without paying its mana cost. Okay, so that's the reason why.
Oh, my favorite fun fact about some of the bizarre templating choices between the regular set and the commander set is that the regular set, all the pests like are the when this attacks gain a life pests, but I believe that in the commander set there's a bunch of
when it dies,
when this dies gains the life pests. And like even on some cards that like it would make more sense if the pests gain life on attack, but they just like clearly forgot about it or whatever. I don't know.
It sounds like. So what that made me think of is the original Final Fantasy VII. There are some towns where the like houses and inns and stuff that you go in have bathrooms, and there are some towns where they don't. And I just feel like it was different teams that made each one, and then they probably all got together at the end and was like, "Oh crap, you guys made bathrooms? I didn't think of that." So like you can pee in Rocket Town, but you can't really pee in in Junon or whatever. kind of
Speaking of
awkward world building.
inconsistencies across Final Fantasy, that also reminds me of my biggest pet peeve with the Final Fantasy Magic set, which is that the equipment in the set, like some fraction of them have like flavor words on the equip text, and some of them don't. And the correlation is, I believe, which Final Fantasy game is referencing.
So like the FF14 ones have equip names and the FF6 ones do not, or whatever.
Yeah,
that's brutal.
And it's not like consistent across rarity. It's not consistent across what the equipment themselves like do. Like there's some equipment that are like enter with a 1/1 and some don't.
Sure.
And it's not consistent across that.
That's the kind of thing that I didn't want to know about, because now that I know about it, I'm annoyed.
I am certainly a purveyor of cursed knowledge. All right. You can tell from my username.
Yeah, I was gonna mention that. Yep. All right, so we have an Abrade and a Burst Lightning in this set, in this pack. So, fittingly enough, the basic land is a mountain. Then we've got the big boy.
Whoa, pretty good card. More cursed knowledge. Did you know that all of the uncommon mystical archives in the Secrets of Strixhaven mystical archives are meant to be standard legal, except for exactly one of them?
I mean, that was true of the first Strixhaven too. That the standard reprints were the uncommons. What is the one that they messed up?
Monstrous Rage. It got banned.
Oh yes. Okay, fair. Card 72. That was an Owlin Spiral Mancer. 3/4 Flying Vigilance. When you cast your first X spell each turn, copy it. Oh, that sounds pretty strong. And then we've got a Pongify. Is that...
Looks Pongify-esque.
And then an S-Guest. Is this a...
That's a dual caster mage.
Alright, that was my guess from the mana cost. And...
Yeah.
I mean, I can't really read the text box, but it says Flash as the first word.
Yeah. I was hanging around the PT area for some amount of MagicCon Vegas and heard of... I forget. I think it was Arne Huschenbeth. Was like going around literal splinter twinning people in Limited with at the PT with dual caster mage plus the blue paradigm.
Holy moly! That is amazing. All right, the situation here is that we have 3 matches left. So I guess what I will do is give me the origin story of my username, and then we will take a break. So, I mean, this goes back to 1996 or so, like a long time ago, when we accessed the internet via America Online, and you could have a certain number of screen names associated with Videra Musicast. Are the ads corny on purpose? Yeah, I hope so, but it's not clear. You could have a certain number of usernames associated with each account, and the reason why you might want to have more than one username, well, I mean, the stated reason was that, like, you know, your dad could have an email address and you could have an email address and so on. But as I was the only one who was actually using the internet at the time or knew how to use a computer, the benefit was that you get 2 megabytes of web space for making a web page. So I registered as many as I could to have 10 megs to play with when I was making web pages. Then when we got off America Online, so I was like AJL, AJL2, AJL3, and so on, I needed a new email address, so I went for AJLVI, as it was the 6th one, and that one wound up sticking, so I've been that ever since. So there you go. I mean, all usernames are some middle school story, right? So that is my middle school story.
Yeah, mine is also a middle school story, just a much shorter one of I decided to pick that username and it's like a little cringe, but not that cringe compared to what it could be, I guess.
I do appreciate that there's like this constant stream of people learning what it means and then being like, you bastard. It's so good. I get what you're saying, mid-era music. I think I was using it to host video game soundtrack MP3s at the time because that was before Linkin Park existed. Oh, Jason's username is JasonILTG.
You can have a guess at what it stands for. Hint, there is a relevant XKCD comic.
One of our remaining matches is done. There's one left. It is a 4-color control against Spellementals battle. Oh, that's not true. There are 2 matches left. No. I was not looking for the word reported. There's only one left. Was it, in fact, XKCD number 391?
I don't know the numbers off the top of my head. Yes.
Yes, in fact it is. Okay, I am going to refill my mug of tea as I have finished drinking it. So let me brew some water. I'm going to hit my 15 cents worth of ad revenue button, and I will be back in 1 minute. Ooh, actually, never mind, I won't, because it looks like round 5 is coming, so I'm hitting the button at the end of the next round. Though, there's still one match that's not reported. So, you know what, Jason? Actually, I am going to just run an ad and brew some tea. I think we have time.
Sounds good.
So, BRB chat, despite the fact that the casters are back, we're not going to have magic for another couple minutes.
Yeah, they're opening a booster.
Yeah, okay. We are going through a mystery booster here. Aphotic Wisps. Part of a wisp cycle of cantrips in Shadowmoor. Deadweight, a shockingly good removal spell in a lot of the limited formats it's appeared in. Cindercloud. Back when cards had ridiculous riders on them. Breath of Daragaz, Earthquake for 1. If you kick it, Earthquake for 4. Sweet art. Yeah, that one was a banger in its day. Finhorn Elder. Good thing to kill with your Breath of Daragaz.
Kind of eclipsed by Llanowar Tribe now.
Yes. Yep. Now this is really the poor man's Finhorn Elder. I'm sorry, poor man's Llanowar Tribe. Oh yeah, we see people playing, fire magic or whatever. I feel like Breath would fit right in. Duragar Hedge Mage. You control mountains, destroy an artifact. You control plains, destroy an enchantment. Or you could, in theory, play it and just get nothing. Our white border card is Leyline of the Void.
I think you might be a little behind, by the way, compared to where.
Good to know. Good to know. Let me. I'm gonna give it a hard refresh. Wow, a Karkan Clan Ironworks. Actually, we'll see what the the playtest card is in this pack, and then I'll refresh to try to jump forward. And speaking of decks that you have to invest time and energy into figuring out how to play, I'm not totally sure that we ever actually got to the bottom of all the things that you could do with Clan Ironworks. Lich's Dual Mastery. Hexproof. When it enters the battlefield, exile the top 5 cards of your library as shields. If you would lose life, instead pick up one of your shields. Otherwise,
I assume it's a Duel Masters reference, though I don't know anything about the game. I just assume from the name.
Yeah, it must be.
Duel Masters being a different game that WotC makes, that I believe is mostly popular in Japan, funnily enough. Duel Master is not to be confused with Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel.
Right, that's not Duel Monsters, nor Master Duel. At least we got the reference for this one, whereas whatever was going on with that Meeple card, I did not understand. That was too vague for me. Or too many simultaneous references.
Okay, it looks like round 4 standings have been pushed now.
Yeah, I now see round 5 pairings. So that should mean that we'll get down to business very soon. It looks like Ray and his Spellementals are up against High Noon in round 8. I doubt we'll see him as the main feature again, though. Now we're going to first crack another mystery booster. Starting with a Thunderous Orator. Oh, now we're going fast. Griffin Guide. Time Ebb.
I think you really need to refresh now.
Oh, no. Oh, I see. It doesn't even look like it's live. All right, jump forward. All right, how about this? Blazing Crescendo. Mog Conscripts. I loved Mog Conscripts when I was a kid. I was like, 1 mana 2/2. Are you serious? Benevolent River Spirit is 4-0 in this tournament? That's amazing.
Wait, what is Benevolent River Spirit? I know what that card is, but what deck?
What deck is playing it? UU for a 5/5?
Isn't that a 4/5?
Oh, is it only a 4/5? Boo. It's the 5th eyeball in an eyeball deck.
I think Yeah. It's like some kind of helping hand or
Yeah.
Ral, black Ral deck.
Oh. All right, there's the list. So let's see.
Spider-Man 2099. Oh, we're breaking it out.
That's
I
nice.
see.
That is nice. It's just because it's a 2.
Yeah.
Like, it has extra cost, but it's not in the mana. Sludge Gunk Guardian is our thing.
Slug, Ooze, Fungus, or Mutant.
Then your opponents have to shuffle gunks into their library. So it's like a Slay the Spire boss.
Yeah. Pretty hefty cost for recycling, though.
Yeah. Albedero music figured it out. The Gunk Guardian had a surprisingly stylish hat.
So, fun fact, I am somewhat a part of the Hollow Knight randomizer community, and a few years ago, I even contributed to writing a mod for it, randomizing the Georox. And so some people started thinking that my username stood for I love the Georox.
I mean, how could you not love Sludge? What a charismatic Gunk Guardian. Alright, what do we got going on here? Landfall cards on the one side. Also, somehow we've drawn 7, like, full art treatments. Like, that is someone who's dedicated to the craft. This is Yoshihiko Ikawa playing Spellementals on the bottom, so this is table number 9. And I will get you the 2 lists, but it is Landfall and Spellies. Alright. Like this. Update. Put decks here. Oh, wait. I did the wrong thing. I got one of them. I got their profiles instead of their decks. No. Alright. Try again. There's 2 things that I can click on in Melee, and I clicked on the wrong 2.
These look like pretty normal decks overall. Masakuni only has 1 main deck curator. Oh, I guess I'm not as familiar with how the Selesnya decks are built. There's only 1 Ice Till. I don't know how standard that is, but a lot more like 3 mana threats, like Hydras, Surak, World Wagons.
Yeah, this is interesting. So the white splash is for the 2 Diodrines, which is pretty common, as well as 4 main deck copies of Erode.
Yeah. They've got to help somewhat in this matchup, given otherwise you generally do not have a way to interact with your opponent's X5s.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I guess you have some fight spells, but those are pretty risky and high investment.
Yes. Right, you need to have basically a game-winning board state before you can bushwhack your way to any profit. And then all pretty normal from Yoshihiko's side. I actually don't know if this is exactly the same 75 that Ray is playing. Guess I can look at that really quick. Wouldn't surprise me.
It looks like Masakuni's list is pretty similar to Stoyer's list from the PT, except like 4 bushwhacks instead of... Or no, it's still only 2 bushwhacks. Oh, those are the 4 rows I was looking at. Yeah, okay, no. It looks basically mostly very similar to Stoyer's list. Down an Ice Till, though.
The only difference between Rei's list and Yoshihiko's is that Rei has 6 islands and Yoshihiko has 5 islands multiversal passage. So I don't know if they work together or what, but they have 74 of the same cards. Bidair asks, is this card on the right is a Llanowar Elf? Yeah. So it's from right to left, Elf, Fable Passage, Badger Cub, and then...
Green-white land of some sort? Or... Wait, no, is that... No,
yeah.
that's a...
Mossborn Hydra.
That's a Mossborn Hydra, okay.
That is... we got an answer immediately as it doubled from 2 to 4.
Yeah. Kind of hard to tell what some of these arts are.
So
it's also kind of rude that the Mossborn Hydra art looks like it might be Selesnya.
Mm-hmm. Looking at Yoshihiko's deck a little bit more closely, we have the Prismari charms that can reset the Hydra, and that might be about it. There's not like Into the Floodmaw or anything of that sort. So
yeah, and the Hydra is famously an elemental.
Yes, so it does not get Sunderflocked. And I think that
you
is
can't tap it with Crab. But...
exactly what the casters are going over. Yikes! I see 3 lands behind that Hearth Elemental. So there's Opt, Get Out, Sleight of Hand, Sleight of Hand. There's 5 spells in the graveyard. So any crabs that Yoshihiko plays will cost 2. I do not know if there is a crab in hand. There's certainly a Hearth Elemental that we elected not to deploy, so there must be something going on down there.
Yeah, so there's the Prismari charm, which I assume is going at this Hydra.
Yeah.
Is that maybe if there's a second Get Out, that would explain like the 4 mana.
Mm-hmm.
Amusingly, in some cases, you could use one Prismari charm to bounce the Hydra, and then another Prismari charm to pick it off. But not easy to do by any stretch, but theoretically possible.
Yeah, I guess there's only one face-up fetch at the moment, this Fabled Passage, so... you do have to time that pretty carefully if you're going to try to Lava Dart. Really any creature in the Landfall decks, but especially that one.
I love just using a bunch of 4s.
So we went die on 1 to die on 2 to die on 4, and then we're just adding 4s as we go along. So my question is, are we going to like stack them now? We're going to go into the 3rd dimension?
And then we'll make a 3-dimensional like square of 4s, and then we need a 4-dimensional construct once we get a little larger.
Yeah, we need to reset this because we just don't have the physical ability to make a tesseract of the dice that represent its power and toughness. All right, so we cast Critique for 0 just to draw 2, discard 1, and now you are welcome to attack with your gigantic thing, and away she goes. Take 2. So life totals are 20 to 12 now, and here comes Hydra again. So there is the Fabled Passage, and we're going to go ahead and crack it while Yoshihiko is tapped out. So it was Earthbend, it lands again, Hydra 1 to 2, fetches a forest, Hydra 2 to 4.
Yep. This Hydra very quickly getting back to lethal range.
Yeah.
Threatening it again next turn.
Right, the combination of Bossing Sei and Fabled Passage means that Masakuni can hit plenty of landfall triggers. All right, we do have a crab, so we will have a bit of counterplay here.
Yeah, but Yoshihiko's gonna have to chain together quite a few like crabs and bounce spells to like keep this Hydra permanently out of combat at this point.
We do have... I guess that the problem is going to become the Earthbender Ascension, because, like, we do have some Sunderflocks. It's possible that we could assemble an Air Force that maybe can get the job done, but if this Hydra has hundreds of power and trample, that's bad for us.
Well, the Hydra naturally has trample.
Oh, Jesus, really?
Yes.
How is that
I believe
fair?
so.
Yeah, it totally does. Wow.
Yeah, card's very good against Spellementals specifically for exactly this reason.
Yeah,
but
it really is. Uh-oh, here's Might Form Harmonizer.
yeah, basically Masakuni just like has so many more like threats that are like hard for Yoshihiko to deal with here, where like theoretically Yoshihiko could like spend a lot of effort to deal with it, like any one of these threats, but once you start like stacking them up, you're like kind of only treading water, and then once you start stacking things up, you're like starting to like lose ground.
All right, so Fable Passage comes in, double Badger Cub's power, Hydra from 4 to 8, Earthbender Ascension grows. I think we did things in a shoddy order, because we, in principle, could have doubled the Badger Cub from 3 to 6, but instead we went from 4 to 5.
Yeah, I mean, I assume it's getting tapped down anyways.
Right. So we kind of need to crab both Cub and Hydra, or we appear mega dead. So that is what we do. And I think we just have to decide, all right, get ready for next turn then. Because I'm going to do exactly the same thing.
Yeah, the Sunderflock helps a lot here if it can also be paired with a Hydra answer. The real question is if there is a Hydra answer in hand, though.
Yeah, there needs to be another Prismari Charm, basically.
Yeah, or another crab.
Okay, hold on. This Might Form Harmonizer is not in play, right?
No, it was full cast.
Oh, it was full cast. Somehow I thought it was warped. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, I think usually, like, people warp harmonizers a lot, but I believe the logic here is, like, oh, I just want to, like, keep presenting these threats, and, like, the Spellementals deck is mostly, like, bouncing things to hand anyways. It's not really, like, going to straight up kill my harmonizer, so might as well have it stick in play so I can, like, activate some bossing says.
Yeah, that makes sense. Alright, these things get picked up. So there were 2 landfall triggers as the Earth meant. Fable Passage was cracked in response to this. I don't know exactly how big this thing is actually supposed to be, but it's at least 30, which is like enough that... Now we're going to cycle our hand, try to find this Prismari Charm. We have bricked, and that will do it. I mean, this would have been an interesting game if we did find specifically Prismari Charm right then, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure if you find Prismari Charm right then, you're, like, actually in a really good spot, right? Because you get to attack for 9, and then... Or, like, especially if the card you find is Crab. Because, like, that also adds pressure.
Looks like Masakuni is quickly reaching for the phone to check what the heck one of the cards is in, presumably in Yoshihiko's list. I wonder... which one has confounded him?
Probably Gigastorm Titan. If
Yeah, you would
anything.
think. I mean, you have to admit that from the name, it sounds like it's going to be a lot worse than a vanilla 4-4.
Yeah. I assume that Gigastorm Titan is coming in because there are rest in pieces on the other side.
Yeah, what does Masakuni actually have to work with? More Mossborn Hydras seem pretty obvious.
Yeah.
We've got Rest in Peace. Also seems pretty clear. Then some cards that I guess we could take or leave, like probably Keen-Eye Curator as extra graveyard hate is legit. Then there's some...
I think Voice of Victory and Kutzel are probably good cards here
Yeah.
for like fighting against crabs.
Yeah, if you have to main phase them, they're not as scary.
Yeah. I think I'd want those more than I'd want Surak. Like, they also somewhat fight against the counter spells, but in a way that also fights against Crab, whereas Surak, like, I mean, Surak does something against Crab, but also doesn't attack that well.
Yeah.
I guess I guess none of those three creatures really attack that well, but
I'm a little upset that the picture of Masakuni's deck here has normal cards. We need to see all wacky cards. Otherwise, we don't know what we're preparing for.
I mean, as far as I am concerned, that Fabled Passage is definitely the wrong art.
Yes. I'm honestly a little surprised that he's willing to play, like, Escape Tunnel and Sash Chocobo. I feel like maybe he, like, got them altered, have, like, a border extension or something, but it would bother me to have 52 tricked out cards and then, like, a Bushwhack.
Just side them out.
Looks like the traumatic critiques were pulled to the front of Yoshihiko's deck. We're debating Spell Snare.
Spell Snare hits Cub and theoretically Curator and Rest in Peace. But there aren't like that many hits, but the hits are pretty decent.
My feeling playing against Mono Green with Spell Snare was that it just was never as impactful as I was hoping it was going to be. Like it would just frequently... It does hit Voice as well, which is big. But like the Selesnya cards, like the white cards do add some targets at least. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean Rest in Peace is the big one.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
You also kind of have to wonder if like a null is a consideration for Yoshihiko. Again, it's like kind of narrow, but it hits Earthbender's Ascension and Rest in Peace, which are two very good cards. Also Diadrame.
It also does hit Diadrame,
Randomly.
yep. And I guess these Lumbering World Wagons, so it wouldn't surprise me if those are some of the things that go to make space for like the extra Mossborn Hydras or whatever.
Yeah.
Looks like an Erode was out there. A couple of Mightform Harmonizers appeared to be in that separate pile that is being set aside.
Yeah, that is what that looked like to me. Makes sense to trim on Mightform Harmonizers where they like can struggle to function if you don't have like other things going on, and the Spellementals deck is like decent at interacting with like your early stuff in a way that makes it less likely you have other things going on.
Sure.
And also, you know, you're bringing in cards like Rest in Peace or Voice of Victory that like don't really work that well with Harmonizer.
Mm-hmm. Fable Passage, Plains, Earthbender Ascension, Llanowar Elves, and I did not see the last one. And I don't think there were lands in Yoshihiko's opener. Both players
I think the Llanowar Elves was not actually a Llanowar Elves,
Nah,
otherwise that would have been a keep.
I had to make a decision very quickly as I'm looking at these weird cards, like, what are you?
I think it was a Hushwood Verge.
Okay.
It was like 5 lands and 2 3-drops or something.
Yeah, that's not a play. That's not something that's going to work out. I could also see over Masakuni's shoulder that it is Ray playing in the backup match, so...
There's a Harmonizer and an Earthbenders and a Cub, I think.
Yep, that was it. 2, 3, 4, and then a bunch of lands. And it looks like Ray drew an Emeritus, which is not going to be a keep. That's the one that's going down. Can't hold on to a 5-drop here.
Interestingly, Yoshihiko has a Spell Pierce in hand, which, again, another one of these like pretty narrow cards where Masakuni isn't playing that many non-creature spells, but the ones that he is playing are like quite impactful. Being able to counter a Earthbender's Ascension on curve, or obviously like Rest in Peace, is pretty big.
Interesting to see this spell. I guess it's like a Spell Pierce that he didn't side out, because like, see, it feels like a null is basically an upgrade over that. Like, it doesn't hit specifically Bushwhack, but most of the stuff that it can hit, most of the stuff that Spell Pierce can hit, a null can hit as well.
Yeah, I mean, you might just want as many of that effect as you can get, because like, again, even though it is narrow, getting those trades really does matter.
Oh, interesting to see Ashling in Yoshihiko's hand.
Yeah, I mean, I assume it's kind of a like anti-Rest in Peace play, right? Where like you can no longer rely as much on like casting your Crabs and Hearths for cheap.
All right, so we go Sleight of Hand into Gigastorm Titan. And we've got a 4/4 in play.
I'm a little surprised to see Yoshihiko just like tap out of Spell Pierce here. It feels like once you let your opponent cast like get past turn 3, the Spell Pierce really loses value. But
yeah.
I guess it couldn't counter Rest in Peace anyways against the Cub.
That's right. And I guess we do have some ways between like Critique and Ashling that we can potentially pitch it.
Yeah. Oh, never mind. The Spell Pierce was just pitched already by a Critique.
Oh, that's the top card in Yoshihiko's in Graveyard. Good point.
Yeah. Okay. Now I understand everything.
So Masakuni's hand appears to be Bossing Say, Plains, Might Form Harmonizer, Land. I think. It didn't seem like there was much else going on in terms of spells.
Yeah, but the Might Form Harmonizer can be pretty scary here, especially with Ascension already in play and a Bossing Say to help with keeping this Fable Passage looping.
I think the draw was Surak. So yeah, it's 3 lands, Plains, Forest, and Bossing Say, and then Surak and Harmonizer. Surak can't be countered, so just here's a Surak. Now, where do we want to start putting the counters? This is tension almost like in Limited, where it's like Surak is the first target. So it's awkward to stack up counters on it, but at the same time, it's the thing that's going to attack, so. You're not getting past this 4/4 otherwise.
With the Might Form Harmonizer in your hand, it makes sense to like stack on your largest thing here. And like you can get it out of burn range.
Yep.
Potentially. Like already it like doesn't die to sear.
Yes. Right, with a Fabled Passage in play. It would have to be specifically Broadside Barrage, and I don't actually even know if there is one in Yoshihiko's list. I don't see one. Alright. Start of main phase, we flip Ashling, add UU that has to be used to spend to cast something that costs 4 or more. Can we actually...
Thunderflock in hand, looks like.
That would play.
It costs 4, which is the amount of mana left. And I'm pretty sure you don't have to worry about dying after casting Thunderflock.
Yeah.
Looks like Masakuni hadn't internalized that the Gigastorm Titan was in fact an elemental.
Yeah. Get in there, Ashling. Masakuni to 15.
Nice chunks of 5.
Yeah. Alright, here's Mossborn Hydra. A little late to the party this time.
Yeah, one turn earlier, and it would have been a lot scarier for Yoshihiko to go for this Sunder.
We still probably...
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, we still probably need at least one spell that can manage this Hydra.
Yeah, it certainly still is threatening to go off. Threatening lethal, as it were.
Alright, so we flip Ashling back so that we can loot. We've looted into a Hearth Elemental. Our cards are Get Out, Hearth Elemental, and Land.
I wonder if we're going to go for the Desperation Stoke Genius again?
I think we probably should.
Yeah, looks like we are.
Alright, so we'll get the land out of our hand so we don't just unnecessarily throw it. We found another Thunderflock that doesn't do that much.
Yeah, unfortunately, the Fabled Passage can be sacrificed here in response to the Thunderflock trigger.
Yeah.
Which will already grow the Hydra to very lethal numbers.
Right, like you could almost imagine, can I like soak enough of it? But I don't think that there's any chance of that.
It goes to 5 to 10, and then 11, 22. And then, even without another land on Masakuni's turn, it would go to 46. That does not sound like Yoshihiko has 27 toughness in play.
It would go actually to 46, then 47, then 94, because we can bossing say the...
Oh, yeah.
The Fabled Passage and then immediately crack it. So, yeah, we're not going to produce 75 toughness. And that's separate from actually making a land drop, which Masakuni can also do.
Yeah. Honestly, one wonders if maybe the best play there was to cast your Thunderflock and hope that Masakuni, like, forgets to crack the fetch and says, like, okay, resolves, and then you say... Okay, pick up your Fabled Passage, question mark? Oh yeah, we also know about the Harmonizer.
And on top of that, there's a Harmonizer that was picked up by the Thunderflock, so... Yeah. There should be a large Hydra coming.
Probably also a large cup to play around Ismari Charm.
Yeah. And now Yoshihiko isn't even gonna try to give enough time for Masakuni to like split his triggers or whatever. I don't think that there was a way that he could split them where it would be a problem, but in any case.
Yeah, there was like maybe some hope that without the harmonizer, Masakuni would like play around Prismari Charm in a way that like didn't kill Yoshihiko, but seems extremely unlikely, and with the harmonizer, no chance.
All right, so we've come back to the booth. Let's see what we've got next to watch this round. I am assuming there's a little bit more Magic to go. Not many of the top tables have reported yet. Including most of our players to watch.
Yeah, you mentioned Ray was on the other table?
Yep. Yeah, I do know Ray is in the feature match area, so I assume if we are getting more live Magic, there we go, it will be Ray.
Yep.
So Ray on the right in the Herrera jersey is playing Spellementals, and his opponent, Tomonori Hirami, is playing the High Noon deck. So Blue-White Flash.
High Noon deck versus Spellementals is very interesting in my experience.
Yes. Yeah, it's a good matchup.
Yeah, the card Voice of Victory is very good in the
Yes.
matchup.
Yeah, you have a couple of really strong cards. Mainly it's the voices. And they have pretty strong cards, namely the crabs.
Yes.
You really don't
the
have much
voices are
counterplay.
very good against the crabs.
Yeah, you without that they just tend to claw your face off.
Yeah. Like you might like naively posit that like, oh, maybe High Noon's good against this deck with a bunch of cantrips, but the Spellmentals deck doesn't actually need to like cast that many spells a turn.
Yeah, they're fine using their mana as a split between your turn and their turn, but the fact that voice, like, it kind of slows them down at least as much as High Noon does, and then additionally it stops you from getting crabbed, because you can't easily answer the 5/5 after it lands, and if it gets to be cast on your turn, then it's a huge tempo swing that you often can't recover from.
Yeah, well, you can't answer the 5/5 after it lands unless you have, you know, voice in play and you can like airbend it with Aang or whatever.
Yeah. Though airbending their spells is also like kind of awkward because all their creatures then are free to recast because they still have the cost reduction.
Yeah, but at the very least, if you have like voice plus High Noon in play, it's like really hard for them to.
It meters them out.
Those things in
play. All right, we lead on. Quantum Riddler is our play. And
that's probably not what you want to do on turn 2, hopefully.
Yeah, I think we would much rather be playing white cards. Ray follows up his turn 1 cantrip with a Prismari Charm. All right, so then we play Ashling. Yep.
Yeah.
And pitch Critique.
And his Spell Snare, Land, Hearth Elemental, I can't tell what the last one is. It's too fancy for me.
I'm still not sure, trying to see what the last card in Ray's hand is. On the other side, we've got 2 of our 3-drops. I think that's another Riddler behind those 2.
I think there's another Sky Coach somewhere back there too. So
Yeah.
3/3 and a Disdainful Stroke at the back.
That's not a bad one to have. Unlike a couple of the other Spellementals lists that we saw, Ray does not have like a Cavern of Souls available on the sideboard.
I think we might be talking about like whether you can respond to like between paying blue and Ashling flipping.
I think
And the answer is no, you cannot.
Yeah. So now what happens? We get 2 mana that we can use to cast only for spells that cost 4 or more.
Yeah, specifically it's a like the backside is like the flip trigger is like you may pay blue if you do flip it. So there's no like trigger that goes on the stack to flip it. And then the backside immediately triggers when it flips.
Okay, so we'll use that to put a Hearth Elemental on the stack.
Ah, with only 3 spells. I see.
Yeah, so that cost 3. So we paid for it with the 2 Ashling mana plus the Stormcarved Coast. And we can airbend this, but it doesn't accomplish very much, since then casting it again will cost 0. So we're going to de-stroke it instead.
I think there's a snare in hand to fight back.
Yeah, and we are going to fight back. I guess at this point we've kind of decided that Tomonori almost certainly does not have like one of the good white 2-drops.
Yeah, or like Rest in Peace or Voice of Victory at this point also seems a lot more beatable than like on turn 2.
Those are both pretty late to the party at this point. All right, we have a Hallowed Fountain, so there is another land drop to make. Looks like we've got the 3 drops. There is a Get Lost, and then I think multiple other Quantum Riddlers.
Yeah, Quantum Riddler, powerful card, but also a little awkward sometimes. And I would say this is one of those awkward times where you're kind of just cycling it.
Yeah.
I mean, theoretically, at some point, like, the 4/6 can, like, try to block some of these elementals. The maps certainly make it harder.
It's interesting. These Riddlers are in a spot where previous lists were either playing Curiosity or Enduring Innocence. And I guess we made the switch because Riddler looks very good alongside Stagecoach Conductor. You can, like, warp and blink, but they certainly look awkward in multiples, and they're not around to block this 5/6, which is unfortunate. I would not say that Tomonori's hand wound up doing any real thing.
Certainly not, no. Lots of 3 drops that are trying to eke out tempo advantage that don't really work from behind.
Yeah.
You can, like, airbend one of these and then flash freeze it on the way down.
Yep. I mean, we could just play a 4/6.
It does theoretically block.
It's kind of risky, but it would in principle block. It would block without trading and then die to everything.
Yeah. There are fully 12 spells in that deck that can constitute everything.
All right, so we will... I'm buffering. Well, not that bad. We will Aang and airbend away the Hearth Elemental. Yeah, it's just brutal because you kind of have to spend all of your spells to answer the creatures, since you don't really have any other way to do it. But then anything that's gotten through your defenses is just scoring touchdowns turn after turn. Cast this for 0. that is all we've got going on.
I mean, if Ray doesn't draw, okay, if Ray draws poorly, let's say, because I think honestly the like Spellementals deck is pretty good at drawing action because it is a pile of cantrips.
Right.
If Ray draws poorly and Tomonori finds a way to like get this Hearth Elemental off the battlefield, maybe another Get Lost, then we could see Tomonori claw back into the game.
All right, so we're going to play Rest in Peace. I mean, it makes sense. You have 5 mana. You kind of have to play 2+3.
Yeah, I mean...
How many ways?
Playing a Riddler face up into a Get Out isn't amazing.
No.
But also the Get Out does protect the Hearth Elemental, theoretically, from future removal spells.
Yeah, it used to be that you would have to like really use your life total as a resource, but the fact that there are traumatic critiques out there means that there's just so many ways that Ray can burn you out from a low life total. So we kind of have to start chump blocking at this stage.
I think I might have seen a traumatic critique in hand as well.
That's pretty scary.
I'm not sure if that was actually what I saw, but
all right, so
I think there is a spell in Ray's hand that isn't just this Get Out.
We've got Riddler, another Stagecoach Conductor, and a Disdainful Stroke? Is that what the third card is?
I think it is a Disdainful Stroke, yes.
All right, there are 2 in the list, so it's at least possible that that's what that was. Okay,
and they're pulling it up, so probably,
yes.
Yeah.
Chad, the coverage shows that to us, thank you. So we can play Riddler. We can draw a card. We can attempt to blink Riddler. I'm surprised that we're being so patient.
Yeah, I got a better glimpse at Ray's hand. It definitely is a critique and a land left.
Okay. Sky Coach Conductor with its Vigilance gets in for 2. Now action is going to be forced second main phase to blink Riddler. Ray just lets everything happen.
Is there a reason why we're not drawing the card? Okay, there we go. I'm kind of surprised Ray is just like fine with all of this because his position seems pretty mediocre now, honestly.
Attack? I mean, we're clearly blocking. The question is whether we double block. I mean, I guess I don't hate that. The Stagecoach Conductor has kind of done its job.
Yeah.
Yeah, double block. Why not? Anytime you can remove one of these things.
Tomonori even thought it was going to be a trade.
Yeah,
straight up.
It's not. But now Ray very carefully plays around. Well, I guess he just gets to play around. Like, the game state allowed him to play around this Disdainful Stroke because we only have to do it X is 1.
Yeah, or playing around like an Ang or a Even Interrupter by having Get Out. But honestly, I think that Ray has been playing too safe here because, he gets to play around more things, but unfortunately, he no longer has any pressure.
Yeah. Yeah, we've somehow found a way to answer 2 different 5/6s, which is like quite impressive.
Yeah.
Now, do we just try to play Riddlers until we run out of Riddlers to play? Because I think that makes sense. Yeah, that's the one that's going to have to get out. And that's why he ultimately let that other Stagecoach land. Now the person with the face-up threat is Tomonori.
These games are just so tight.
This is what I was saying about how I don't know if I have the emotional fortitude to play the Azorius deck for 9 rounds in one day.
Yeah. I'm not sure I saw exactly, but I think that may have been a emeritus of the blue one on Ray's side off the top.
That will totally get Disdainful stroked.
True.
Flood Pit's Drowner is like the perfect thing to use the last 2 mana on here too.
Oh yeah, you can even shuffle response blink.
Yeah.
Get a little bit of value.
That's 6 of the 12 points of damage that Tomonori needs. I would say things are in a problematic state for Ray at the moment. So can we afford to play Quantum Riddler? The issue is that we would only be able to either D-stroke or blink, but not both.
I think that's probably fine for committing another
big chunky
4
boy.
power threat.
Interesting. I mean, we could have done both if we drew a Hollow Fountain there, but we elect not to go to 5.
Yeah, I don't want to like randomly die to end step kicked burst lightning untap.
Yeah.
Like play a traumatic critique or something. I don't know.
Impractical Joke goes after the Stagecoach Conductor. We can't take Disdainful Stroke down, so that happens. But now here's the Emeritus that has Ward 2, you say, but it can be countered, right?
Yeah, Ward doesn't work on the stack.
yeah. Like, I'm not sure what Tomonori is waiting for.
Unless you're a Caravex Torch.
I'm not sure what Tomonori was waiting for there, but it was just like, you clearly have to de-stroke that. He does, and that is the game.
Yep.
Wow, GG's. Let's add that to the players to watch. I do enjoy some flash magic.
Very well played from Tomonori. There.
Yeah. And he advances to 5-0, knocking off Ray, which is an accomplishment in and of itself. And so hopefully that means we'll get to see a bit more of him later. Still waiting on a result from Noah, who had been 4-0. Alright, we're already onto the packs. That's pretty quick. I didn't even get the players to watch updated. Let me put the sticky back on the screen, and I will try to make it a little bit smaller so it's not in the way as we find a Master Decoy.
A zebra?
Yeah.
I didn't know there were zebras.
It's the guy on the zebra somehow, but that was the original tapper. Then a random 7-drop.
A random 7-drop that has some combos with an EDH.
Oh, I bet.
As far as I remember.
Another random 7-drop. This one has seen some play from time to time.
Living End staple.
Yeah. Time of Ice. Kind of a banger in Dominaria.
Yeah, the sagas in general are just like always bangers, really.
Yeah.
Ooh, speaking of limited bangers, Bushmeat Poacher. Love to sacrifice some coiled legs.
That was the combo in Ikoria.
Yeah.
Besmirch. Gain control of a creature, untap it, gains haste, goad that creature. Which does not do much in a two-person game.
Well, it says it has to attack, I believe.
Yes. But it can't attack you if there's something else to attack. Unchained Berserker. Also a fringe standard playable. Trollbred Guardian.
Mostly just a Colossopede and limited, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, it was just a chunky boy.
Large.
Poison Tip Archer was pretty good in M19.
Yeah. Wow, I'm recognizing so many of these cards. So many like random limited uncommons.
Then we've got a Vindicate.
Maybe we'll get an Indicate in our playtest card slot.
Yeah, I do remember that Ravnica Allegiance, there was a lot of big things, but not a lot of big trampling things. So Trample, like, kind of really put the screws to your opponent. Like, they suddenly needed an answer that wasn't just chump blocking with a bunch of, like, random tiny 1/1s. Norwood Priestess and a foil one at that.
Why do you think they only let you activate it before attackers are declared?
So the answer is that this is a portal card, and in the rules of portal there was no second main phase. So
I see.
When they like decided actually portal cards are real Magic cards, and we're going to update all the like templating so that they would play with real Magic, then they had to like try to add the portal rules.
Snap Judgment is such a funny card. Holy shit.
You may want... There's like almost advice in that, in that rules explainer. It may be a good idea for you to concede in response to this spell.
Yeah. A Marvel Snap reference, for those not familiar.
Oh, Peter asked for an update to the MTGO 5.0 quantity by format. Yes, that is something that I can do. I have like kept my standard archive somewhat up to date because I've been like searching for decks to play in DC, but I've let most of the other formats kind of fall out of date. So it would take a bit of work for me to like scrape them all. I mean, I have like a terminal command that I would do like scrape December modern, enter. Scrape January modern, enter. And I would just have to do that a few times. So that's something that I can do during work because it's just like I have work on one computer and then I have scraping MPGO on my other monitor. But it'll take a little bit of time. But I can add that to the queue of like things that I can do when I'm in a work meeting that I'm not paying attention in. Noama has lost.
Oh, no.
Interesting.
Are we getting another pack opened here? Looks like it, behind the laptop.
All right, here we go. What do we got?
Swell of Courage.
Creatures you control get +2/+2 until end of turn. Reinforce X. Wow. Prison Term. There's a nice one. All right, we got some old cards here. Other creatures you control with flying get +0/+1. Tap. Actually, they get +1/+0 instead. Annex, just steal a land. Why not? That obviously should be a blue card. Bloodchief's Thirst. Nice.
Magecraft combo cards, Chain of Smog.
Yep.
I love to see it.
Onslaught, which just... When you cast a creature spell, tap a creature. Why is that an enchantment? I don't know. Why is it red? I don't know. Renegade Warlord, that's a nice one too. Storm the Seed card, MOM.
Ooh, shout outs to Finn the Fangbearer.
Nice.
I really liked Call Time as a limited set.
Every now and then I will see someone playing just Death Touch Tribal in the like play queue, trying to get their wins with Fin Poison. Avian Scrolls, I agree. There's something that's pretty satisfying about just watching random cards show up on stream. Our white border card is Path to Exile. I believe that is like the F&M promo art from like, I guess it was 2015 because I remember getting one of those promos like right before we left on our honeymoon.
Path to Exile, honestly, kind of washed.
Yeah.
Like, Erode, like, sees a little bit of play in Standard, but like it's kind of telling that Erode is being played as like the removal spell of choice in the mostly proactive deck, and not at all being played in any like controlling decks.
Yep. And then we get Mox Poison. Add 1 mana of any color, you get 2 poison counters. So you can use this approximately 4 times.
Approximately.
I mean, if
You
your opponent...
can use it the 5th time.
That's true. If your opponent has that fin, then you might want to be a little bit more careful.
Avian Scrolls, you bring up a very good point. But one might posit that if we had like, you know, a little less watched removal spells being printed into Standard, maybe that would like help. Hey, they did print Swords of Plowshares in Standard. It's stapled onto another card even. Pay no attention to the requirements for actually being able to cast Swords to Plowshares.
Now, you can cast Swords to Plowshares. You just need to put that card in your deck, target yourself to make an extra Inkling, put that land in your deck that says like 3 tap, prepare target creature. Activate on your creature, and now you've got Swords to Plowshares at the ready.
Yeah, it's basically like 4 tap Swords of Plowshares on your land. That's like really strong.
That sounds amazing. Have we seen the same card twice?
I don't think so. Steadfast Unicorn, by the way, banger card in that Alchemy Horizons Baldur's Gate draft environment.
Nice. Steadfast Angel and Spell Stutter Sprite, both nice Rebecca Gay arts. Disrupt is the most rude card to hit someone with. It's a 4 spike, but only for instants and sorceries, and then it also cantrips. So you're only casting it if you just wreck someone. Puppet Conjurer makes a bunch of homunculi.
I really like these like really clean designs, like Vampire of the Dire Moon.
Yeah. That one saw
like
a surprising amount of standard play for what it does.
Let's just say I wouldn't see standard play anymore these days.
No. Goblin War Driver, 2/2 Battlecry for RR.
Land Grants is such a funny card.
Nantuko Vigilante behind it. Note that it does not say may, and it does not say an opponent controls. If you unmorph it, you must blow up one of your artifacts or enchantments if you have one. Those are the only ones in the battlefield. So sometimes it can get stuck face down.
We mentioned this one earlier.
Yeah, change.
We were talking about Standard. I remember when I was first getting into Magic, like watching some like constructed events like the Pro Tour with like LSV doing the pen trick.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember seeing Chain Whirler whirling through some Landor Elves.
Yeah. Yeah, the thing about the white border here is that the old cards, there was like a boundary between the color, like the outline of the card that showed what color it was, and the white border, and that is missing here, so it just looks kind of awkward.
Yeah.
And
Noble Ox.
when it enters the battlefield, all unblocked creatures attacking you become blocked by Noble Ox, and it can block any number of creatures. And it's eating a parfait? What is going on in the art?
The joke is no blocks.
Ah, I get it. I don't know if the joke is going to translate to Japanese. They're both looking at it quite confused. There was a fog variant like this in somewhere in like Mercadian Masks block that's like X target unblocked creatures become blocked, or maybe even just all unblocked creatures become blocked. With the amazing reminder text that says something like, "This works on unblockable creatures."
Yeah, after all, unblockable means the unblockable creatures are phrased, this can't be blocked, not this can't become blocked.
Fog Patch, that's exactly what it is. And it was Mercadian Masks block, it was a Nemesis. Cast it only after you've declared blocks effectively, during the declare blocker step. Attacking creatures become blocked.
I can't believe they color shifted Fog Patch into no blocks.
And it's a 2/4.
Yeah.
Though
a white border Leyline of the Void has appeared on screen.
Fog Patch not very good against anything with trample ever.
Did you know that Leyline of the Void is standard legal?
I think I did know that, but why? Oh, it was just straight up in Duskmourn?
Yeah.
Crazy.
Not even a Foundation's jump scare this time.
Nimble Bird Sticker. 2/3.
Classic red reach creature.
Yeah. Spite Bellows, there's a nice one.
Another one that is not a May.
Yes.
Do not trade your Spite Bellows for another creature while you control the only remaining creatures on the battlefield.
And that you will get spited. Angel's Trumpet. There's a card that I've tried to play sometimes, and every time I play it, I'm just like, what the fuck is happening in this game of Magic? Everything is vigilance and has to attack. If you don't attack, then Angel's Trumpet for some reason blasts you for damage. The ratio for match coverage to this had been high, but it is rapidly decreasing. There had been 4 matches left in round number 5. Let's see how we're doing here. There are still 2 out there.
Gotta speed up that play.
One of them involves an Azorius control deck, which just sounds glacial.
I remember seeing some sleeves recently that said it was a picture of someone, I forget who, and it said, like printed on the sleeves, there are no slow decks, only slow players. Which, like, I believe mostly is true,
Yeah,
unless
yeah.
you're talking about, like, eggs, literally, but, like...
Wow.
Yes, it was, in fact, a picture of Nathan Goldberg.
Nice. Ernim Jin. Back when they basically made power and toughness randomly and accidentally sometimes gave things like legit stats. Like, oh wow, that's a 4 mana 4/5. You look at some of the stuff that came after it, like the hoops you had to jump through to get that much power and toughness for that much mana. It's much better than Jade Leech, let's put it that way. And we've got a flanking listen, which does exactly what it says on the tin.
Yes, the lessons being the creatures that become auras.
Yes. You may pay R to end this effect.
Is that on all the listens as well? Like,
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Wild. Because
otherwise, you couldn't move it around. So.
Yeah. But like, I'd love to have an ability that just like introduces a special action that you can take. Are we getting even more packs?
We might be trapped here until these last two matches finish, in which case I don't know if they have enough product to burn through, but we're gonna find out.
I just saw one of the match finished. I don't know if it was table 12, that was the blue-white control player.
No, it was the blue-white control player. Their match finished. It looks like the one that's left is 37, which has a Golgari, a black-green control deck, which also seems like quite a slog to fight through.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like people talk about like blue-white control being the most glacial kind of deck. I feel like the kind of people who would register Golgar control tend to be slower. I don't know.
Alright, we start with a Battle Screech in the next pack. Followed up with an Angel of Light. 5 mana, 3/3 Flying Vigilance. So just strictly worse than Sarah Angel, why not?
Hey, not strictly.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. If you only have one planes in your deck, you can still cast an Angel of Light. Chemister's Insight, now we're talking.
Reminds me of at MC Vegas, one of the events I was judging was a sneaky snacker version of Dandan.
Nice.
Or you try to compete to, you know, draw your third card. Chemister's Insight was a nice card there.
When Crypt Champion enters the battlefield, everybody unearths. Fire.
Shoutouts to Experimental Synthesizer, by the way.
Yeah, also a nice one. Been some good cards in this pack. Chemister's Insight also somewhere on the spectrum of Consult the Star Charts, Memory Deluge, Farsight Ritual. 4 mana.
Behold the Multiverse?
Yeah, exactly. 4 Glimmer of Genius. All various cards have been played in that slot.
Hieroglyphic Illuminations, I remember, was a card that people played at some point. Not a very good one.
No. Yeah, someone realized it's a split card or something, and then it was like, oh wow, that's true, I guess. I will also register it. Like, wait, why? It's not good. All right, round 6 has been paired. So
Nice.
we got a couple cards left here behind this slippery bogle, and then hopefully we'll get a caster change, and we'll get back down to business. We have 3 more rounds of Swiss to go today. We're getting up to the end of round number 8. And for some reason that I cannot explain to you, there is no cut in this event. So
they just play like 8 rounds, and then everyone plays another 5 rounds?
the only reason that you stop playing is because you understand that you are not going to win, or not going to, get any prizes or whatever. But
I see.
the tournament does not make that decision for you. And our playtest...
I would not say that this control of the court card that discards 3 cards at random feels like it gives you much control.
No, it is oddly named. Questing Cosplayer. When it enters the battlefield, make a questing roll token and attach to target creature. If you control another roll on it, remove it, because that's how rolls work. Enchanted creature is a questing beast.
I do like the nice touch of like these playtest cards, like generally being printed on a nice like back. You can clearly tell what the background is.
Yep.
Card like obviously it's questing beast in the background. Can you name all of the abilities on questing beast?
Oh, so it's a 4/4.
I believe it's haste, vigilance,
Death
touch.
That's correct.
Damage can't be prevented.
Yep. When it hits the opponent, it also hits one of their planeswalkers.
Yes, and it can't be blocked by creatures with power 2 or less, I believe.
Normal stuff. We seem to have been able to come up with it on our own, so that means that it's totally fine for there to be a textless version out there.
Yep.
They've done a pretty good job of picking textless versions of cards that really should not be textless. Like, at the Spotlight Series in Toronto, they gave everyone a Vendilion Click. Imagine casting that on someone that has no idea what Vendilion Click does. It has Flash,
like
so I'm allowed to do that. Also, now I'm going to look at your hand. You're going to get rid of that one. You can't have that one. That's what the card does.
Yes, I can take a land.
Oh, but
Or
I haven't
can
narsed it
you?
out, so you can't draw a card. Like, what are you talking about?
The funniest one, I think, is Douthie Voidwalker.
Oh.
I know Andrew has asked me the question before, or like posed the game before, of try to recite Douthie Voidwalker from memory, like exact text.
Ooh. Yeah, I would have got. I looked it up. I would have gotten it wrong. I basically understand it's like your opponent's graveyard becomes the exile zone with void counters, and then you could sacrifice the Voidwalker to like cast one of those cards, but the timing on that is actually very weird.
Yes. Yeah, you need to remember, like, is it like you use the ability and then immediately cast the spell, or is it like you can cast it until end of turn, or is it like, is it only sorcery speed?
It works on lands. You may play it this turn without paying its mana cost. Wild. Okay, given that we are in an ad break, I'm going to also put up an ad break. I'm going to refill my water bottle, and then we're going to get down to business with round number 6 of 8 today, watching Standard. So please hang around, chat. We'll be back in a minute.
Here be.
I may have the most deranged snack you could imagine for these breaks. It is just an entire baguette. That's it. Full stop. just a
Now I want an entire baguette.
just a sword of bread. I mean, I could even like cut it or something, but I'm not. I'm just like gnawing hunks off of it.
That sounds like a good time.
I'm quite enjoying it.
We're running out of time. Fortune favors the bold. Gotcha! Field trip's over. It's now or never. The border.
You're just in time. Good. I do hate a late lunch. Congratulations. You didn't disappoint me. Now for your next assignment.
I love coming out of that trailer and then suddenly, and it's Shota.
Still really funny to me that like they show an English trailer.
Yeah. There are a couple of like arena ads that are natively in Japanese, but most are just subtitled. Okay.
Did this Demir players just stare at their own undercity sewers trying to remember if it like surveilled?
Keisuke. Komatsu. This is table 3. We have Spellementals on the top and Sultai control on the bottom. Let's see what Sultai control actually means.
I assume Delian fell. Maybe not. Looks like not Delian fell. Ooh, this is the 4 Ancient Cornucopia 4 Withering Curse deck.
Oh, wow.
Build your own damnation.
Alright, so what do we got going on here? There's like Superior Spider-Man stuff. And then a bunch of just like, we're kind of leaning, I would say, on these Withering Curses. A bunch of random card advantage. Oh, there's also Awaken the Honored Dead, huh? As a catch-all answer.
Just as like, yeah, just value, like kill something, mill some cards that help fuel like Emeritus and Spider-Man, and then maybe get something back. Shiv your hand a little. It looks like there's 2 different players with this Sultai control list. There's also one at table 5.
Wow.
Doing pretty well.
That's impressive.
I mean, it does seem like the Cornucopia Withering Curse thing is like pretty nice against these Izzet decks. Like the Withering Curse is nice versus Spellementals to some extent. Like just kill all their things. Whereas like the passive life gain from Cornucopia has got to be pretty okay against Prowess.
Yeah. And against Prowess, you're not under that much pressure to destroy everything if you're casting a sorcery. Like, you might be able to set it up where a -2/-2 clears a bunch of stuff.
Yeah. It's kind of wild to me, by the way, that this deck is playing only one copy of Requiting Hex.
Yes.
In the main. Or in the 75 even, apparently.
Yeah, that's right.
I guess maybe the thought is that, like, against the Requiting Hex decks, you just clean them up with Withering Curse.
Yep. Seems a little spooky, but I mean, I guess if you feel like whatever you wanted to hex, you can either mop up with Curse or like catch with Awaken the Honored Dead or something. I don't know. I don't know that I would ever have thought to like shave that many hexes. I feel like I would have started at 3 or so and assumed that they were Sacred Cows. Well, speaking of mopping the board, that is what Hiroaki is going to have to do very soon, because Keisuke has just dumped 9 power of elemental meat onto the battlefield. So the play there and instead was Rakshasa's Bargain. For Sultai, you can look at the top 4 and take 2. Yet another card that's on the Glimmer of Genius Chemister's Insight spectrum.
Yeah. Amusingly, there is a Requiting Hex in hand that could, in some worlds, help with this Withering Curse, but there is neither anything to play onto nor any targets. Which really tamped down the ability to gain life. But looks like Hiraaki's just going to be able to take down some of these elementals in a 1-for-1 manner.
So we used Deceit to clear the path. Not that there was anything there that needed clearing. We left Keisuke with only a useless Spell Snare in hand. And then Awaken the Honored Dead was able to take out the Sunderflock. Now Chapter 2 says mill 3 cards. Full stop. And then we have the ability to trade a card in our hand for something in our graveyard on turn 3. On, Chapter 3.
This 5/5 Emeritus is going to take over now.
Yeah. Spell Snare this. Or even Burst Lightning this. You're not doing either of those things. So instead, Burst Lightning goes to head. Hiroaki goes down to 6. And before you get a chance to draw some kind of Spell Pierce or something, I'm going to Ancestral Recall. Ooh,
Sunderflock's a pretty huge draw there.
The absolute perfect draw to force through 4 more damage. So now we're in range of those other Burst Lightnings, the Traumatic Critiques, etc. We also need something that can answer multiple creatures.
Deceit could do that. Just like discard something, get back the Deceit, play Deceit to like basically Doomblade or FTK the Sunderflock.
Yeah.
While blocking. Oh, there's also I guess you can't get back Cornucopia. Otherwise, you could go Cornucopia into Withering Curse and like try to start stabilizing with life gain.
Yeah, correct. It can only recover a creature or land card.
I think I also caught a glimpse of Superior Spider-Man in hand. So we could like use the Spider-Man as a seat here. That might be what's going to happen. That is notably weaker though, because it's a 4/4 instead of a 5/5.
Right. So it does not block the Hearth Elemental as well.
Yeah, but I guess their maybe is a shoot the sheriff to
Yeah. But that would get answered by this spell snare, though, right? What's the way around that?
Yeah, I guess there isn't. Like, if there was a shoot the sheriff, you could take the spell snare and like just shoot the hearth elemental.
Strand the Sunderflock. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that.
But okay, I guess there even was a shoot the sheriff. They're just like okay with this chump, I guess.
Yeah, I guess so. Kind of awkward that we couldn't deploy the Sunderflock plus have up the shoot, but I guess the feeling is that like now I'm gonna play a 5/5 Emeritus and we're kind of covered except for the burn spells that are hiding in Keisuke's deck.
Yeah, there's a cornucopia now, which helps eventually. Not in the next like 1 or 2 turns, and Keisuke has a lot of draws here at burn.
Alright, we find some blue cards to start off of this sleight of hand. And that's it. Uh-oh. I think that was the turn, right?
Yeah, this should be the corner turned pretty well because now you can gain 3 life off of this Rakshasa's Bargain, and like you can trigger life gain on both turns.
Yeah.
With cornucopia, so going up to 5 means like 1 burn spell is out of range now. Witherbloom Charmer if you want to gain another 5.
I mean,
which you might want to.
Yeah, you might want to. Like, we should be able to attack with Emeritus now.
I mean, I also just don't think you need to attack with Emeritus. You can just, like, keep it back.
Yeah.
Just in case.
I just want to prepare it, man. I understand it's not necessarily even a good play. We have plenty of action. We don't need more action.
Crab 1 turn too late.
Yeah.
Last turn it would have been lethal. Definitely one of the selling points of this Sultai deck is that it can turn the corner quite quickly once like it takes control because of how like it just has so many ways to like put your opponent down resources, down cards, and then life gain with cornucopia helps cover a lot of other cases. I think this is going to be like maybe a gain 5.
Yeah, it's a gain 5 and effectively a gain 7.
Yeah. Is this Turbo Fog?
I mean, it kind of feels like it. It's going to get met by Spell Snare, but I mean, the damage is done here. Now, Keisuke is completely out of cards.
Yeah, and then now we can go attack, reprep, draw 3 cards, wipe the board, and I don't think Keisuke has anything to do about that.
Yeah.
I guess theoretically that would only leave Hiroaki at 4 life, but surely there's some way to gain another life to beat a Burst Lightning off the top.
Yeah, I guess with the number of lands that Keisuke has, Dramatic Critique is also only a deal 4, so life point number 5 does matter here.
Though, okay, it kind of looks like awkwardly Hiraki's hand is full, just absolutely chock full of removal. so like, if the board gets wiped, then he literally can't cast any spells. But, I mean, also you could just, like, cast the removal spells on the creatures instead of board wiping, maybe.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
I can't quite tell exactly what's in the hand. There's too many cards.
We're getting the specific text of Requiting Hex, trying to figure out if it can be cast with no targets, and the answer is definitely not.
Nope. And I don't think I see any way for either deck to put a 2-mana value creature into play. At least in the main deck. What are we doing here? 4 mana? Oh, we're putting a creature on the battlefield. So a Burst Lightning can be responded to by just killing this creature.
Yep.
Or I guess just Ancestral and Upkeep. That also works.
All right, so we've recreated our Emeritus, and then we are going to Ancestral, draw a gaining 1 life going to 5. And now we must be in the clear. Wistfulness the draw. I'm actually a little surprised that Hiroaki did not have to discard the hand size last turn. Obviously, he's got like 12 cards in his hand now since he Ancestraled on the opponent's upkeep. But in any case, he was far ahead and has this game under control.
Yeah, definitely this kind of like black control deck is going to do pretty nicely against some of these Spellementals builds that are like cutting their card advantage, like not playing any Winter Night Stories anymore.
Yeah.
Because like it's just so much easier to just run them out of cards. And or I guess actually Keisuke has 2 copies of Winter Night. I've been seeing a lot of 0 Winter Nights so far.
All right, so what else do we have going on over here?
I mean, I imagine the horses are coming in. They seem a lot better than the Thunderflocks.
Yeah.
Maybe you can, if you can like set up like Kicked Burst with the horse, that's 11 damage. Also just a haste threat plays a little better. Like a haste threat with ward plays a little better into Hiraki's removal suite. And then just like honestly, just all of the alternate threats seem good here, right?
Yep.
Like Ral, Wanchitong. Disdainful Stroke probably pretty decent.
Yeah.
Ghost Vacuum and Soul Guide probably okay against the Spider-Man plan.
Well, it looks like we've also pulled out all the Hearth Elementals besides the Thunderflocks. Then a couple of the Burst Lightnings have been pulled up. The Abrade and the Impractical Joke. So that's...
Yeah, just a lot of like small creature removal that doesn't do anything against 4/4s and 5/5s.
Yep. So that's 12 cards that are coming out.
Yeah, Hiroaki has a lot of graveyard hate too, with like 2 Strategic Betrayal and 2 Keen-Eyed Curator post board.
Yeah.
So it makes sense to try to shave on the graveyard stuff. Though 12 is a lot to be bringing out. I guess the Annuls are actually pretty good here. They hit both Cornucopia and Awaken.
Yep. Yeah, that was the first card I was thinking of, is like, well, do we like... We're bringing in 12 of these 15 cards. Is a null good? But the answer, I think, is yes. I wonder what are the 3 cards in the sideboard he's not going to bring in. They all seem kind of fine. Maybe the Broadside Barrage.
I guess I would be surprised to... I mean, I guess you could play Pit of Offerings as like an additional land, maybe?
Yeah. Right, because you're bringing in these like Wanchitongs and Rowls or something, then like...
Yeah, and you need to hit your land drops more because you're not trying to play like 1 and 2 mana elementals.
Right.
Honestly, the Annuls might be some of the worst cards in the sideboard. just because they are kind of narrow.
I am surprised to see pest control in Hiroaki's sideboard. He's playing them off of Cornucopia, Starting Town, and Multiversal Passage.
Yeah, I mean the thought with pest control is, of course, Storm Chaser's talent, right? Like, maybe another way you justify not playing that many requiring hexes, and also just the like actual talent itself is a little problematic for this style of deck, where like your whole thing is trying to like trade with like 1-for-1 with a lot of their cards, and like them being able to activate Storm Chaser's talent is going to be kind of problematic for you.
Yeah. Alright, well, it looks like Keisuke is happy enough with his opener, and we didn't even get a chance to see what the Sultai deck drew before it was snap mulliganed.
Yeah. I think Keisuke's hand only had one land of note. I did see a sleight of hand. I don't know if there was like a second cantrip to go with that as well.
Alright, let's try this again. There is no blue mana in this hand. But there sure are a lot of blue cards.
I mean, you can cast Rakshasa's Bargain for 2 black-green.
That is true.
But there is a Dreamer Cascade.
Alright, and Keisuke does have a River Pyre Verge. It's his second land. And we can see a horse at the front of his hand as well. Alright, we'll get to see the whole thing, actually.
Or not.
Nope, never mind, get out. Alright, here comes a Color Storm Stallion. 3/3 Haste Ward 1. Hiroaki goes to 15.
Kind of annoying to deal with, though Hiroaki does have the 2 sideboard Strategic Betrayals, which are both nice as Graveyard Hate and for getting around Ward 1. I don't think I see any in hand, though.
Yeah, it looks like Secret Curator. The 2 cards at the front, and he's just going to cast Curator. So at the moment, it has the ability to eat instant sorcery creature if you really wanted to. There's Wanshitong, Eddie Mercrab, Pit of Offering, so it was brought in, and we're going to play it right now.
It's kind of funny if you go for just exiling Deceit, your opponent can turn it into a wastes.
Yeah.
By exiling the Deceit in response. I don't know how bad a wastes is. It's pretty awkward, so I do understand why Keisuke chose to exile his own card, but it's certainly not the least awkward.
Alright, draw for turn is Awaken the Honored Dead. So there's like an Emeritus over there. Deceit. Secret. Do we just cast Secret for Sultai? Now we're going to cast Curator too? Oh, we're going to cast another Deceit. I'm caught up. So we see Prismari Charm, Critique, Crab, and Wanshitong.
I'm honestly kind of surprised that Keisuke did not attack, because like the Stallion's Opus ability does let it like grow out big enough to tangle with Curator, theoretically. Second critique is pretty big here. Keisuke can just choose to get this curator off the board while making a horse even. Wow, okay, that's a big swing.
Yeah, it's a very big swing. Alright, so we've made a copy. We're not using coverage copy. I guess apparently we are using coverage copy. Never mind. So we'll draw 2, discard 1. The horse that had been in play when the spell was cast gets +1/+1. So this should be a hit for 7.
Yep. Down to 8.
Hiroaki to 8, and now facing lethal if Keisuke just plays another spell.
Yeah. Well, once you get to the point of horses being copied, you can like, you know, try to keep up with the horses by like killing them, but the Ward 1 just makes it so hard to actually fully do that.
Yeah, awkwardly, we don't seem to have a spell that we can cast proactively, though. I mean, on the plus side, we're going to play a 4/4 Librarian and draw 2, but like, could be worse.
Could be a lot worse, yeah.
So it's Emeritus, Curator, Watery Grave, and Rakshas's Secret as the 4 cards in hand.
I think it's Rakshas's Bargain.
Oh, sorry. It's Rakshas's Secret is the Concept Tarkir card that's like mill 2 and target player mills 2 and you mind rot them or whatever. And wow, we're gonna cast Bargain, but don't we know that we're dead to a face up Wanshi Tonk?
Yeah. I guess so. I mean, maybe you're trying to like look for a removal spell. But yeah, that's not gonna be enough. There was a strategic betrayal that you could get the horse with along with the graveyard, but Wanshi Tong being 5 power is going to take you down.
Yeah. All right. On to game number 3.
Definitely showing one of the awkwardnesses of this Sultai control deck in this matchup is that there aren't actually that many like total removal spells. Like
Yeah.
there's a bunch of thought seizes with like deceits and such. And you can, you know, go Superior Spider-Man Deceit in order to have an early like FTK effect. But there's kind of only like 2 Shoot the Sheriffs, 2 Strategic Betrayals. There's a sideboard Bitter Triumph, I assume, is coming in.
Mm-hmm.
But that's only 5 cards.
Yeah.
And the 4 Withering Curses like can theoretically clean up the board, but need a little setup.
And especially when the threats start having haste, it feels worse and worse to try to use Wraths as the way to manage the board. Like, if each time you Wrath, then you're immediately under pressure from the next haste threat, then you're probably going to wind up in burn range before too long. Especially if a horse gets copied. Alright, well, I know there's at least 2 lands here. Ghost Vacuum, Spell Snare.
I think that was an annul.
Then we've got Quandrix Charm Duress, Rakshas's Bargain, and Keen-Eyed Curator to go along with good mana. Which, like, okay, I understand there's no bangers in this hand, but also it's kind of like what you signed up for. Yeah, both players are capped. And we'll Duress and get a better look over here at what Keisuke's working with. So it's Sleight of Hand, Ghost Vacuum, Spell Pierce, Spell Snare, and Eddy Mercrab.
Kind of wonder if you want to take the Snare here to push through. Oh, I guess, that's an interesting land to have played turn 1. Maybe the other 2 lands were slow lands? I didn't quite get a catch on what kind of land they were, but you did say good mana, but unfortunately this mana can't cast Curator turn 2.
Yeah, if it was 2 Wastewood Verges, then you had to play the Watery Grave to turn it on, in which case you don't have GG turn 2, even though you will eventually be able to cast it.
Yeah. A lot of like small awkwardnesses that can pop up when you're playing a 3-color deck, certainly. Oh yeah, that is a Wastewood Verge.
Yeah. And then we, of course, naturally draw Starting Town for... Like, once we've already played a couple lands, and now it's like now or never on this Starting Town, but you don't really want to play it.
Yeah, because you might want to cast, what's it called? Quandrix Charm.
Yeah. Alright, so we cast Critique X is 0, just to draw 2, discard 1.
There's a Ral here.
Are we considering Pitching Crab? Surprised to see that one shuffled to the front.
Yeah, I mean, the reasoning might just be that, like, you know, we're going to 2 instants of sorceries in the graveyard.
Yeah.
And we don't actually obviously want to cast the rest of the instants and sorceries in our hand that quickly.
Awkward that we immediately draw Winter Night Stories, where, like, if we had held on, if we decided, alright, I'm cool discarding this crab, we had held on 1 extra turn, we would have had perfect way to go up on cards better with the stories.
The rare pitching creature to stories.
Yeah. Doesn't come up that often. Alright, so we take 2 cards, bin 2 lands off of the bargain. Keisuke end step opt. If I were running prop bets for this one good one would have been how many different opt arts would we see? I think we're on 4. There's been quite a few.
One.
Alright, here is the Winter Night Stories.
Yeah, definitely one of the advantages Hiroaki has in this spot is, like, Keisuke has kind of been incentivized to make his deck a little, like, threat lighter in order to, like, not play into the graveyard hate as much. But in return, that gives Hiroaki a lot of room to resolve all these bargains, where, like, he's just a lot better at functioning in a, like, we're gonna keep passing the turn and playing some instant speed card draw back and forth.
And Keisuke binned Horse to Winter Night Stories, didn't he?
Yeah. Hiroaki knows about this annul, I believe, but it's not really easy to play around in annul, so...
Yeah, this is just trying to spring free. Oh, we have the Quandrix Charm to quench the annul.
Huh. Well, this gives Keisuke a good window to resolve this Ral.
And then we just have to hope we don't run into, I guess, specifically Awaken the Honored Dead. Right? Doesn't that destroy a non-land permanent?
Yeah, and annul has been used already, so...
Right.
I think there's still a snare we know about in hand. But I think most of the rest of the hand is pretty fresh on Keisuke's side. Oh, Deceit is another thing that can theoretically get rid of this Ral.
Yes. Yeah, there was a period of time a couple of years ago when no one was playing Planeswalkers, and consequently no one was playing any way to remove Planeswalkers, but I guess there's more incidental answers than there had been.
I think this is a 4/4 horse that's coming down.
Yep.
It's a nice one.
Wow, that's actually pretty baller. Does then we'll shoot the sheriff, which will give +1/+1, and threaten to kill the Ral, but we have a spell snare to answer the shoot, and so then we can chump block.
It looks like a missed Ral trigger, though.
Yes, that's right. Ral should be on 6 right now.
Wow, Hiroaki just giving it freely.
I mean, it might have been said. I don't know, but
That's fair. That's fair.
if not, that was quite generous.
I mean, I generally am in support of, just like, if both players are like open to it, just like playing cleanly, or like, you know, making sure everything is just resolved correctly.
Superior Spider-Man goes this way. Color Storm Stallion goes that way. Broadside Barrage goes this way. Ral on 7 has not been activated yet. We do have another Ral in hand. Let's draw some cards.
The crap is pretty nice here.
Yes. I don't think we're at the point of discarding threats anymore. It might be time to start actually deploying them.
Speaking of deploying threats, Meridus comes down.
Meridus is a nice one.
Taking one off of starting town, apparently.
I guess we gain it back from the cornucopia if we want to. I'm trying to figure out whether or not Hiroaki has any way to actually copy the horse. I think the answer was only by overpaying for a bargain.
But you can overpay for a bargain.
Yes. Yeah, if you paid, 4 and a green or whatever for it, then that would get it done.
Okay, it kind of looks like Keisuke has a plan here. And the plan is to, like, just keep tapping this Emeritus down with crabs.
Yes.
And it looks like this plan involves taking a land off of that slate. Maybe we're trying to also get this Ral to ult. I know I saw an Awaken in hand on Hiroaki's side, but there is now an Annul as well. So the plan could work.
Alright. Hiroaki has access to 8 mana at the moment. And that mana is now just kind of in a wad. Checking cards in hand. It is more than 8, but... Alright, we lead on Deceit, which is pretty awkward one. So this should smoke out the crab, but... Oh, it doesn't because there are 2 crabs.
Yes.
So we see crab, backup Ral, and the Annul.
Yeah, I think this is going to be... I would be surprised if the Annul was taken, because I think Hiroaki has a Spider... Oh, wait, no, the Spider-Man was spent on Stallion, so maybe
That's
there
correct.
isn't a Spider-Man. Okay. So yeah, taking the Annul makes sense here.
Alright, then we're going to cast Crab.
Yep. You can tap the Deceit for good measure.
Is that a Withering Curse in Hiraki's hand? He has the option to blow up the board here. I do not think we want to do that.
Yeah, probably not. Maybe next turn after the second crab is committed.
Yeah.
But it feels like if you just blow up the board here as Hiroaki, you have, like, no gas left, right? Unless
That's
there's
right.
something in hand.
Nope. I mean, yeah, we would need to get Awaken the Honored Dead down first and have that start to tick up. then I think it looks a little bit better because like we would curse next turn and then get something back the turn after that.
Yeah, I mean, you can awaken and curse this turn actually.
Oh, curse
Maybe
is only
reasonable.
a 3. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. It looks like there's a Keen-Eyed Curator as the last card after the curse and the awaken.
All right, so we clear Ral. I guess the main problem with curse here is that your opponent just plays Ral and then you have no way to pressure it. The draw is Prismari Charm.
Yeah, this way your opponent can't both play Ral and grab the Emeritus. I guess theoretically with a land they can, but that is not what's happening here.
Yeah, and so Keisuke elects to play Crab rather than Ral.
Just doing some life total pressuring with this crab.
Yeah, no, I mean, Hiroaki's at 12, and we've presented 11 plus prowess, so I think we kind of have to do this.
Yeah, but this Withering Curse now looks extremely good.
Yeah.
Keisuke could maybe use Prismari Charm to save a crab to like still have a threat, but that's not that inspiring.
I guess the question is how much better is it going to get, but...
Yeah, I think it might still be something that you have to do, but Keisuke didn't look excited about it.
No. And then Keen-Eyed Curator comes down, which I'm sure immediately can become a 7/7.
Almost certainly. There's a Planeswalker in the graveyard. That's a type.
And then we just milled over some lands.
Quick count? Yeah, okay. There's no way this Keen-Eyed Curator is, like, making this crab cost less than 2.
No. What I don't know is whether we have seen a Deceit this game, right? So Chapter 3 on Awaken the Undead can get a Deceit back that would answer this route.
Yeah, I mean, it might just be better to get a Emeritus, though, especially with this Bitter Triumph.
Yeah. If we already had the answer for Ral, then Bitter Triumph is... Sorry, then Emeritus is clearly the choice. Alright, so take the Winter Night Stories.
Don't want to let the Otter harmonize, I guess.
And now also take whatever. I mean... We took Sleight of Hand. Interesting, so...
Surprised to not at least see an instant taken.
Yeah, give me a different type, right? It's not like we're trying to shut off a flow state or anything.
I assume this has to just be the Emeritus. Pretty hard to say no to.
Yeah. 3
cards here.
I guess the question is whether Spider-Man to just cast it as a 4+1 rather than a 5+1 makes any difference, but I don't immediately see how it could make a difference.
Well, hey, every mana is another mana you can put into exiling more cards from the graveyard.
That is true.
Yeah. I mean, you could take Deceit as the most like board stabilizing play here. Like theoretically, the crab plus Otter could be scary. Like say you take Emeritus and then you play Emeritus and then you like don't draw anything. Oh wow, Keisuke messed up the priority here as well because if he had just like let the deceit triggers get put on the stack, like Hirayama would have had to declare targets for deceit.
Yeah.
And that Keisuke could have had the crab at play. As opposed to now, the crab is not in play. I assume a crab's going to be better than an otter.
Yes. Especially with Prismari command in hand. Like, that could represent multiple turns of crabbing. There was a moment a couple of turns ago where I felt like I could see how Keisuke could get Hiroaki from whatever it was, like 10 to 0, but now I kind of can't.
Yeah, the cornucopia really helps with that.
Yeah.
I would not be surprised if you told me that Hiroaki has gained like 10 life off of the cornucopia this game.
He was actually dead without it, yeah.
Also, just like the ramp from cornucopia, pretty important for casting your like 5 and 6 mana spells and feeling good about it. Oh, if that get out were only, if only that were a burst lightning, that would be threatening lethal here.
All right, just horse comes in. Hiraki to 9.
Exile 7 cards from your graveyard. Yeah, I remember in sideboarding we saw Keisuke like take out a bunch of burst lightnings, which like you know makes some amount of sense. Your opponent doesn't have any 2-power creatures, or 2 toughness creatures, but certainly makes the horse look a little worse.
Did we just learn that Keen-Eyed Curator has trample after?
I think that might have been what we learned.
Yeah, it does gain trample. Ugh. So that means that Hiroaki playing Sultai joins the group at 6-0. His Sultai compatriot on table 5, not so lucky. They have fallen to 5-1.
Yeah, Landfall I assume has got to be one of the tougher matchups for any control deck.
Yeah, anytime you're looking at like destroy target non-land permanent, that must be kind of frustrating against Bossing Say.
Also just like really hard to run Landfall out of cards because they could just, you know, activate Bossing Say, keep getting some value. All their creatures like can wear counters very well off of random stuff. Assume that we're getting close to the end of the round here.
Yeah, I think that's right. I'm looking up our players to watch, and they're all done basically. All right, then I will take a 3 and 3 off of the bottom of the players to watch, and I'll add Hiroaki onto it. Whoa. Oh, we're getting a advertisement from the tournament organizer about the Spotlight Series event coming up. Though my guess is that these things probably don't need advertisement in Japan. If I think the previous one last year like capped at 2,400 or whatever it was.
It's large. Is this modern?
I think it is standard, but I'm not 100% sure. See if we can find out.
I remember hearing some of my friends talking about going, and then I like maybe or is this Spotlight Chiba?
Yes.
Yeah. I thought I remember like vaguely maybe entertaining a very slight thought of it, and then hearing it was modern and being completely off of it.
It looks like it is called Spotlight Secrets, which is the same name as the one in London this weekend. So it's kind of a continuation of that event. I think the one in London also gives this Liliana Vess. As I am saying it, there she is, the promo card that's distributed. So they are both in fact standard.
Oh, it is standard. Nice.
Yeah, I did say 2,400 Cal. Though my recollection is that the event that was more coveted was the big side event on Sunday, which was Final Fantasy Team Sealed.
I do love some Team Sealed.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm just an introvert, but I personally prefer slightly smaller tournaments than 2,000.
Yeah,
400.
2,400 is a lot.
Yeah.
I guess like the last US RC before they split them in half, or at least had two each cycle, was like 1,600 or 1,700 or so.
Yeah, I think the US RCs now are more like somewhere between 600 and 1,000.
Yeah.
Depending on the format and how much people like it.
Okay, so how many matches are in fact left here? 7. Is there a couple?
Are we gonna get some packs?
Yeah, we
fill
must.
the air.
One of them is 4-color control against Jeskai control, which, I mean, as we saw earlier today, is pretty tilted in favor of Jeskai, but it is still a control mirror.
It depends on the build also, and also depends on how you play it. Like, this 4-color control deck is playing 4 tablets and 0, or both of these lists are playing 4 tablets and 0 loots, which I strongly approve of. I am not a loot fan for Constructed, personally.
Now, talking about large Japanese tournaments, one one of the better Japanese players who is not in the field today because I assume he is already qualified for everything that he needs to be qualified for, is Riku Kumagai, who won Grand Prix Tokyo in 2016, which had like, I don't know, 4,500 people in it or something. It was like an absolutely ridiculously large tournament.
God, that's so big.
So Riku has 2 GP wins to his name. Let me find what the other one was. There is a site that tells me this. Kumagai Riku. His other win was GP Nagoya in 2019, which was also a very large tournament. And after he won Nagoya, I looked up, like, if you looked at the size of those 2 events that he won, there were like 8,000 people total between the 2 events or something like that. He was like number 4 all time in terms of like total players vanquished at GPs that he won. So like you look at like John Finkel or whatever, he had won 6 or 7 GPs, but like the total size of them was like 3,700 people or something. Whereas Riku won 2 and it was like twice as big.
That's amazing.
That was one of my favorite little one-off stats that I did at one point in the past. Just like total number of players vanquished.
How many players have I vanquished, I wonder? I've kind of only won, like, 1 large tournament. Oh, apparently there were a lot of players in this tournament, huh?
Oh yeah, there were a bunch of people at that Vegas Open, right?
Yeah, it was like 1,500.
Yeah, that's a strong start. Yes.
Maybe next you should also calculate like total ELO points vanquished.
I see where you're coming from.
Pro Tours are like smaller than these large events, but presumably have like a little higher average ELO. Maybe it's not enough higher to like make any realistic difference, but it would be kind of amusing to see if that like changes anything. They're really resisting the urge to open packs here.
I know.
Very unfortunate for us.
What are we doing here, guys? Come on.
Okay, so we know there's like one of these Sultai control decks at 6-0. Are there any other like amusing 6-0 decks, or is it just all pretty stock stuff?
Let's
otherwise?
take a look. That's a good question.
I see 5-0 has like a couple Jeskai control and like the Azorius Flash
So
deck.
it looks like there were 10 people who were 5-0. So the people who won on tables 1 through 5 are the 5 people left who are undefeated. So
your Azorius Flash hero won.
Let's go Tomonori. So yeah, we've got Masataka Hori, who is a legit name playing Ouroboroid, 6-0. Then Tomonori playing High Noon, who we saw the round previous to this, 6-0. Hiroaki, who we just saw playing Sultai, 6-0. Then we've got Rei Sakano playing Jeskai Control, 6-0. And Akira Ishikawa, who's playing Selesnya Landfall. So it's Landfall, Ouroboroid, 2 Selesnya decks, Jeskai, Sultai, and Flash. So actually, there is no Steam Vents that is undefeated except in the Jeskai Control deck. But there's no No boomerang basics undefeated. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, I do see a lot of is it decks scrolling down like
Yeah.
the tables below. So like it's not like Steam Vets is being thoroughly thrashed.
No,
at
not
this
at all.
event. Just no one has happened to 6-0 with it.
Yeah, you look further down, like table 7, is it mirror? Table 9, is it mirror? Table 10, is it mirror?
Table 8 also an is it mirror,
Oh yeah,
except
that's
that one of
prowess
them is
versus
called
prowess.
Teamer.
Yes, that's right. That is it mirror. Table 16, is it mirror? So yeah, they're all out here.
Kale, I don't know if I would recommend going hundreds of thousands of dollars into that. That sounds bad.
And because there's... Oh no, this is not. Never mind. I was going to say, there's usually one person who's, for some reason, playing Kaito, but I actually don't know if Kaito was registered.
Oh no, has Kaido's time fully passed?
The age of Kaito may be over. Alright, there's only that one control mirror left.
So you've got me curious. I've started from the bottom of the standings, and I'm looking for any brave Demir mid-range players. I'm sad to report that one brave Grixis mid-range player is not playing Kaido. I don't know what the Grixis mid-range is, but apparently it is too cool for Kaido.
That seems crazy to me. Grixis mid-range just sounds synonymous with random 4-mana Planeswalker.
I kind of want to say, to be fair, it looks like they're an Ashling deck, but notably, Ashling does kind of cast Kaido.
I would say Ashling combos pretty well with Kaido.
Well, it doesn't attack that well, mostly.
I see your contention is that if someone attacks you with Ashling, you're very likely to block it.
My contention is, like, if you, like, flip Ashling and cast Kaido on turn 3, because, like, you're not gonna, like, really ninjutsu Kaido on turn 3 off of Ashling.
Yeah.
You can't really attack and then, like, zero Kaido, right? Like,
yeah. Yep.
Demir combo, is that just Excruciator?
Yeah,
that's just Excruciator. Yeah.
I know that sounded like it could be something really, really spicy, but then it wasn't.
Ooh, in 163rd place, we have our Demir midrange hero, except it is not a Kaido deck.
Ah.
It's just it's kind of the Sultai control deck, except without the green cards. It would seem. Like, it's playing like the Deceit Spider-Man Emeritus thing. Sure. Oh wait, no, this is just Excruciator. What am I talking about?
Boring.
Yeah. Huh. Apparently there's 2 Grixis mid-range heroes. Okay, it would seem the idea behind Grixis midrange is that you get to play Ashling, discard a thing to like Superior Spider-Man, and then like flip Ashling and cast a Superior Spider-Man the next turn. This has been my investigation of what Grixis midrange means.
Our Teamer Breakout player playing Benevolent River Spirit has gone 4-0 to 4-2, sadly.
Unfortunate. Is the deck labeled Teamer Breakout in Melee?
It is labeled Teamer. That is the end of the name.
I see.
Teamer.
That we could not say that this is the breakout deck of the tournament.
We cannot. It is certainly a breakout
Not
deck
quite
in
yet.
the tournament, but
Yeah.
looks like we might be back for round 7 of 8. I was gonna say it's not that late, but actually, no, never mind. It is 3:45 a.m. here in New Jersey. So
I didn't know you were in New Jersey. I'm in New York City.
Yep, I am in the outskirts of Princeton for right now. Central New Jersey. We actually may be moving further south soon. We'll see. But both me and my wife and ELO webmaster Rebecca grew up in New Jersey, so unlikely to be leaving anytime soon. South of Trenton, that's right in my neck of the woods. So does that mean that you you go to Greg's sometimes? Greg's Games, a wonderful LGS in Hamilton, New Jersey. Oh, that's awesome. I have not been to Greg's as much as I had been before I started working, but that is where Rebecca and I go to pre-release, and I will usually try to attend the RCQs there. There is a chance I will be there for the sealed RCQ next weekend. It mainly comes down to whether or not I will have a car. We don't. Rebecca has very nebulous plans, and we have one car between us. So if she needs the car, then I won't be able to RCQ, but otherwise I'll be there. I am expecting to be there for Store Champs the week after that. That'll be my one time to play Paper Magic before the RC. It looks like our Flash hero, Tominori, has paired into a pretty rough matchup playing against Jeskai Control. Though I kind of feel like all matchups are bad for Flash, which makes it like so surprising that it ever wins anything. Like, as I was like de-sideboarding after I got my RC invite, I was like, how did I do that with these cards? I'm a dog to everybody.
Sometimes you just get some people, you know? Like, the
It's
game
true.
we watched, it didn't look like Tominori was going to win that.
Yeah.
Certainly.
Yeah. But the thing about it is that you win some of those games out of nowhere, and then you also have some games where you, like, really do your thing. And when you really do your thing, it feels like you're invincible. Like, your opponent can't do anything. They can cast one spell, and you just spell quell it every turn. And you destroy them. And chasing that high is a big part of the deck, I think.
I do love to prison some people out.
Yeah, exactly.
Hopefully we'll get some matches going soon with round 6 paired or round 7 paired.
Yep. Yeah, so round 7 has been paired, which means players are presumably setting up in the feature match area. What this long wait may mean is that someone might be mulliganing a bunch. Because I think they tend to go down to the feature match area basically when they're ready to start actually slinging spells.
Someone's just like taking a long time to shuffle.
Yeah. Getting some pile shuffles. Someone broke a sleeve and had to find where they kept their spares in their backpack. Just a long delay. I'll take this chance while we're waiting to remind you that day 2 will resume with round 9 of Swiss. So we'll have rounds 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and then the top 8. So all of the money will be settled, the Pro Tour slots will be settled, and so on. That comes from this channel tomorrow. It'll again be Jason and I bringing you commentary, nonsense, whatever you want to call what we're doing here.
Something like that.
Yeah. It starts at 8 o'clock Eastern Time, midnight UTC, 9 a.m. in Japan.
Someday they'll finish mulliganing.
Premium entertainment. That is the phrase I could not find. All right, for some
Now we're
reason,
being told lower hold.
we're
for some
seeing
reason.
Lorehold. Is that because Lorehold was registered by someone?
No,
Oh,
we're
no,
just
we're
seeing
just-
all of the dragons.
We're just seeing all the dragons. Okay. It's a brief moment of like, what is in this Jeskai control deck? I didn't actually take a close look.
Maybe they're just playing a bunch of Elder Dragons. Which dragon are you? I imagine it's like the voiceover right now or whatever. Wait, why'd they go back to a dragon they were already on?
Yeah, I don't know. We're missing one. Oh, there we go.
Oh, there we go.
There's Silverquill. I don't think I had processed that this cycle is a 4, a 5, a 6, a 7, and an 8.
It's nice.
The Wither Bloom is only kind of an 8. Like, maybe it's actually a 3. Hey,
It could
look
be
who it
both.
is. It's our World Modern Scrubs player from round number 1. Still hanging in there in the feature match area.
What table number is this?
I do not know yet. Did he have
I
all
know
of those pins on his hat in round 1? And I just
Wait, maybe
didn't-
this could be a different World Scrubs player.
Oh, that is true. Maybe it is a different World Scrubs player. The Scrubs are just all over the stream this evening. Alright, well in any case we start with Steam Vents because it is 2026.
Yeah,
Oh, wow.
this is in fact a different scrub.
Alright, so we're watching Bant Rhythm against Masahide playing Spellementals. I'll get the lists ready and put them in chat for you. And we've lost the overlay, so I don't know who the opponent's name is. They're just a username in... oh, there we go. It is Gabriel Rodriguez.
Gabriel Rodriguez. These two players are X and 1,
Alright.
I believe.
Yeah, that reminds me I need to take the sticky off of the screen. Yeah, Masahide is 5-1, so presumably also true of...
Yes, I can confirm.
Yeah, so I guess this is part of some contingent that has traveled to Japan for this cycle.
Yeah, I mean, they don't call themselves the World Scrubs for nothing, I guess.
That's true. It's like they're not just continental scrubs. They're world scrubs.
So I believe that classically, Spellementals is understood to be like one of Cub's worst matchups. Like the Pro Tour in which Spellementals was the breakout deck, or one of the breakout decks, perhaps. The whole reason why the team, the Boulder of Andrew Ellenbogen, common co-commentator on the stream, fame. Like the whole reason why they registered it was because it was really good in the Cup.
Yeah.
And this is a Cup deck.
Yep. And now we're gonna play a Mockingbird with nothing to target. So, okay, you've got a 1/1. Right. These decks are all set up with something like 16 mana dorks, and it is very easy to Sunderflock them into the Stone Age.
Especially once they start earthbending their lands.
Yeah. Then it's like you're playing Cube and you've upheavaled your opponent, and then you get to continue playing Magic, and they just have 16 cards in their hand, and all they could do is like land, elf, discard 5 or whatever.
Wow, no respect for this
No.
for this Mockingbird here.
No, there's
pay 1 extra.
That River Pyre Verge is like, put me in, coach, I'll kill the Mockingbird for you, and Masahide is having none of it.
Yeah, I mean, I assume that a Hearth Elemental is what is going to come down here.
And in fact, that is the follow-up.
I believe I saw the Sunderflock all rolled up as well.
Alright, so we have another Riddler. A Rhythm. Could not make out. There's a blue card. Oh, which might be...
Do you think that... Sorry, go ahead.
I think there might be even a second Rhythm in hand. I couldn't tell exactly what was in Gabriel's. Go ahead.
Yeah. Do you think that maybe the strategy against Sunderflock is to just not have that many creatures in play? Because that does seem like what's happening here.
Yeah. Like, Sunderflock is ready to go too early. Gabriel has not actually been able to develop that much.
Somehow I don't think that will matter too much.
I mean, it does seem kind of annoying to go from a dud Mockingbird back to like a attempt at a version that could actually copy something real.
Yeah, I guess it maybe could be a worry if, like, you bounce the Mockingbird and then the follow-up is like Cub into replay the Mockingbird. And then you don't actually have that much to, like, answer that with.
Alright, so the hand is actually Snake, Mockingbird, Rhythm, and now we've drawn a Spider Manifestation. So those are sure cards that are going to get bounced by a Sunderflock.
Spider Manifestation notably has reach, is an avatar, is not an elemental.
This looks like Rhythm for 2 to find Cub.
Either that or just slamming a snake, but I don't think a snake is like even that good here, so.
Yeah.
And Rhythm for Cub certainly has a downside here into this Thunderflock.
Yeah, you kind of almost wish that the Earthbending was optional.
Yeah, even worse, since none of these lands are particularly good to put back in hand.
Yeah.
The 2 shock lands, you need to pay 2 life, and starting town, even though it would be your 3rd land, unfortunately it's past turn 3.
Yeah, more of a mid-game town at this point. Now, unfortunately, it feels like, yes, we can win. We could just blow Gabriel out of the water with the Thunderflock, but we're just going to win with these cards before we can really deploy it. Are we going to even bother continuing to play, I guess is the other question. The answer is no. Thunderflock, in fact, doesn't just pick up the 4 cards that have power and toughness, but it picks up all 56 other ones. And 54 other ones. Everything is gone.
Very powerful card.
Yes. Well, it's just like that card that we saw in the mystery booster pack, right? Which had reminder text like, "You can concede when I play this," just so you're aware.
I do think that Gabriel was in fact aware. So it looks like Gabriel has 2 Rest in Pieces and 1 Soul Guide Lantern in the sideboard to try to fight these. There we go.
Yeah, 3 pieces of Graveyard Hate.
One of them tutorable off of Gearhulk, theoretically. Also a couple of Erodes to try to fight the elementals.
Yeah. Right. Because there's like multiple different tiers to this, right? If we can fight the graveyard, then we can't get the Hearth Elementals in play. If we can fight the Hearth Elementals, then we can't get the Thunderflock in play. And in any case, if either of those 2 things happen, then maybe we can actually execute our game plan.
Yeah. Maybe if we can't fight either the Graveyard or the Hearth Elementals, maybe we can fight the Thunderflock trigger with Spider Sense.
Yes.
That may be a little ambitious. Oh, another way to fight the Thunderflock trigger, technically, Oko.
Yep.
Plus on your creatures.
Give them all creature types. I mean, you gotta do what you gotta do. This is kind of a question of how much do we think we can get out.
Yeah. It's very amusing to see I think that was the Unable to Scream was being pulled out.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it does not remove either the mana value or the creature type from the card.
Yeah, that makes it unable to stay in the deck.
Yeah. I mean, amusingly, if it removed the creature type, it would also be problematic in a different way, where if they did get to Thunderflock mana, they would get their creature back.
Right. I assume, we've got these 3 Seam Rips that have to go. Then Unable to Scream doesn't do what you want. At what point do we start thinking about whether we actually need these Gearhulks? Because they can, get Mockingbirds. At that point, that's kind of it. I guess they can get Soul Guide Lantern, which might be enough of a reason to hold them around.
So, okay, I think the Gearhulks are still good because, first of all, they get Soul Guide Lantern to slow, so that, if you resolve one on an empty board, you can, take your opponent off of elementals. But also, I think, and maybe more importantly, they just seem like a less fragile way to convert your board into a victory than Ouroboroid is, right? Because, the Spellementals deck is going to keep interacting with you and then have the ability to bounce your board at some point. And Ouroboroid's pretty fragile into that, whereas Bright Glass Gear Hulk lets you like push towards just like raw mana generation, put a Crater Hoof into play at some point.
That makes a lot of sense. Right, if you limit yourself to only having snakes, then you're exposing your time as well as your mana, whereas Gear Hulk is really only exposing your mana to getting Sunderflocked.
Yeah, like if they're Sunderflocking like a billion Cubs and Mockingbirds, it's like actually pretty reasonable to redeploy them.
Mm-hmm.
But like if you then need to also redeploy your snake, it's like
Yeah.
kind of slow. Do you think this World Modern Scrubs team implies that like they're mostly modern experts and not like standard experts?
You think it's a separate team that's like World Pioneer Scrubs or whatever?
I think that one might not exist anymore.
It does seem like they're fighting on multiple different axes in this tournament then. In that A, they're modern scrubs, and B, they're modern scrubs. So they're not very good at a different format from what we're actually playing.
Well, okay, maybe the intention is to say like, okay, maybe we're advertising that we're not good at modern, and we have to be good at something, right? So it might as well be standard.
All right, 4 lands, Erode, Gear Hulk, and what was the middle card?
I think that was an Oko.
Okay.
No creatures to turn into elementals, but it was an Oko.
Okay, we'll keep with the knowledge that there is a Badgermill Cub on top of our deck, and everything's going to work out fine.
Yeah. Badgermill Cub, notable slight combo, I would say, with Erode. You can erode your land and still have your land. Not a very big combo because the land was already making you 2 mana, but maybe they killed your Cub.
We have not, in fact, drawn Badgermill Cub. Ugh.
That's a shame.
Alright, well, we've got 2 turns of neither player doing anything, and does that mean that the first play is going to be take 2 damage, or take a damage to put Oko on the battlefield?
Looks like it.
Yes. Go to 19. Lorwyn Liege.
Masahide probably doesn't really have ways of killing this post board other than like attacking it, of course. There is a broadside barrage in the sideboard, but I guess I'd be surprised if it was brought in. I guess you can always like, yeah, bounce it with Prismari Charm. Kind of funny. Annoy it with your Prismari Charms and your Traumatic Critiques.
Alright, then we'll opt. I mean, I get the sense that Masahide probably didn't care much about Oko one way or the other, but you do have to cast your spells.
Looks like those spells include lots of get-outs.
Yeah. So if we just try to deploy Gear Hulk here, we're going to be sad. We have drawn Cub, which I think also is going to make us sad.
Yeah, I assume that's going to get out, and then no Okos will be able to be cast this turn.
And we do have some kind of follow-up here.
Riddler?
Yeah, it is a Quantum Riddler that's going to get warped. I guess we had to do it in this order because Cub would have let Oko be the follow-up, but it is a little unfortunate how that worked out. Because Masahide may well have tagged the first creature that was put on the stack. I guess Riddler just doesn't do anything, though.
There are 4 spells in the graveyard?
Slight, Get Out, Prismari Charm. There are 4 spells in the graveyard.
I mean, as we saw from the tempo game, the Riddlers do block.
Yeah.
Technically.
Yeah, they may be a necessary evil in order to buy time and hang in there against a deck that's playing a bunch of 4/5s and 5/5s. Like, how about a 4/6? Alright, we claim that we were making Bright Glass Gearhulk mana, and then we will attempt to cast a Bright Glass Gearhulk. Masahide does not have a null in his 75, so that was going to resolve. Not shockingly, we find the Soul Guide Lantern, which probably just needs to be deployed and cracked right now. Turn off the spigot.
Yeah, pretty smart of Masahide to just jam that, jam the Hearth Elemental as soon as possible, because Gabriel just has so many ways to instantly nuke the graveyard, and you don't really want to be caught with your Hearth Elemental in hand if that happens.
Yeah. I think after spending some time deciding carefully which spell he wants to grab with the ETB trigger, we elect, actually, we're going to just take them all. And so Masahide starts to rebuild with an Opt. The hand has Get Out, another Get Out, Opt, Sunderflock, and then there's one other white card, blue card.
I think it might be another Opt, like some sort of cantrip. Awkwardly, you can't Sunderflock here and also hold up Get Out to counter the Gearhulk on the way back down.
So all the Gearhulks have 2 keyword abilities. Which 2 does Bright Glass Gearhulk have?
Burst Strike and Trample.
Classic combination.
Indeed.
Alright, so we'll play Oko.
Definitely punishing Masahide for choosing to hold up double Get Out.
Yeah.
And now the Gearhulk is an elemental.
So we've got Spider Sense, Mockingbird, Erode, and 2 lands. Masahide is presumably just going to cantrip a bit now. Yeah, here's the next Opt. I forget if we've seen this Opt before. We've definitely seen Invasion, Wilds of Eldraine, Mystical Archive.
Honestly, I'm a little surprised to see Erode not cast yet.
Yeah. Like, we could be cutting off Thunderflock here.
I think the Thunderflock is going to come down while it's good. Or, well, I mean, it's not gonna be as good as it could be, I suppose, given that it's not bouncing anything,
Yeah.
but it still is a 5/5 flyer. Looks like the Hearth is attacking face. Oko not good enough to respect.
And now
Apparently.
we clear the Hearth Elemental. I think we're... realizing that maybe it would have been better to cast that a couple of phases ago, but too late at this point.
Maybe Gabriel was expecting it to attack the Oko and just not care.
But yeah, there was a moment of thinking, I don't know if I should really be going to 7 against the Thunderflock. I don't have anywhere to answer it. I guess we're about to find out whether or not there's still an Unable to Scream in the deck, because if there is, we could Mockingbird the Bright Glass Gearhulk.
Yeah, with this Spider Sense as backup, it is going to resolve. Even though Masahide has been holding up 2 get-outs for a long time now.
Right, Mockingbird would resolve, but has Gabriel played a land yet this turn? I don't know if Quantum Riddler does.
I do not believe that Gabriel's played land.
Okay, so then we can just like...
Also, I don't know if there's triple blue in play.
Oh, there's not. No, that's a good point.
Yeah, very painful blue mana here.
Yeah.
Okay, it looks like we're attempting to... Or, I actually can't tell what this is. Because I don't know why Jean would be played first. I was gonna say attempting to draw 2 with Riddler, but... that doesn't seem possible.
Yeah, agreed. We're just too choked on blue mana to actually reach something like that.
Probably don't tap the starting town. Yeah, okay.
We need that starting town.
Okay, this looks like the Mockingbird play.
Yes. Mockingbird X is 3, so 4 total mana being spent on it.
Gabriel going to a pretty low life total here.
Yeah, that might
lots
have,
of pain.
That might have had some influence in why he decided to clear the Hearth Elemental when it attacked face. Because he knew he was going to have to cast... He had 2 blue spells in hand, and he has a blue-blue Quantum Riddler that he's waiting to deploy. And I think if there is an Unable to Scream in his deck, he is about to go find it, and that's another blue spell. And if not, he's going to find 2 Mockingbirds. So...
Yeah, I mean, you could find, like, Gene Pollinator in order to, like, slowly build some painless blue sources, but...
Now, Fuma asked in chat a good question about Masahide's ops, whether they're Dominaria or like the Yargle Secret Lair ops. I'm not actually sure. They look pretty similar from this distance.
I would have guessed Dominaria, but I didn't get too clear of a view.
All right, we have not used Oko yet this turn.
I imagine it's shrinking the Sunder.
Yeah, because then the Mockingbird, which does fly, will be able to block it.
Briefly thinks about attacking a 4/4 into a 3/5.
Decides better of it. Alright, so what do we have over here? Start with sleight of hand. Seeing critique Hearth Elemental. Thunderflock again.
Second one. That's pretty good here.
There goes our blue mana. There goes our flying blocker. We're going to 3.
5, I think, because...
oh, that's right. It's a 3/5. It is a 3/5. We're going to 5. We use too much blue mana. We could just die on the spot to this shock. But we will be able to critique for 5 when we untap, which does appear to be Gabriel's life total.
Looks like Oko's going to flip. We're going to have some hexproof things of some persuasion, but that doesn't protect against get out, and that certainly does not protect your face against traumatic critique.
Yeah.
It would be nice if you could minus Oko and just say, like, I will gain 3 life, or maybe 2 life. I forget if it was +2, +2, or +3, +3, and gain hexproof.
Yeah, being on 5 life is pretty perilous for Gabriel for a variety of reasons.
Yeah, I believe the count of, like, number of, amount of blue mana spent this game is something like 5, and all of it has been painful.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, that's partially the deck. There's 4 breeding pools, 1 hallowed fountain. And then 4 starting towns, 3 multiversal passages. And I assume you basically cannot put multiversal passage on island.
Yeah, it's not a great situation, certainly. Honestly, like, I know that the white cards probably help a bit against Spellementals with, like, Rest in Peace, but I kind of wonder if the painful mana is more impactful.
Yeah.
In this matchup specifically.
Yeah, and Gabriel decides that he's checkmated by the 2 Thunderflocks, let alone the 5 mana fireball, or 5 damage fireball in hand. So this one goes to Masahide, who moves to 6 and 1.
I assume we'll be seeing another match of Magic. It's pretty early. In the round, that is.
Yeah. Well, I mean, at what point does it stop being late and start being early? Because it is like 4 o'clock.
My philosophy is that 6 a.m. is the proper cutoff between, like,
sure,
one day and another, and not midnight.
You know that, like, Japanese television listings will go beyond 24 if they're talking about, like, it's late at night. So, like,
that's very funny.
You know, there might be a show that starts at 23:30, and then the show that starts after it is at 24:05 or something.
That's pretty nice.
But I don't know the point at which it, like, wraps around. Like, I've definitely seen, like, 25 or 26 o'clock, but 30 o'clock sounds like it would be pretty pretty weird. So I agree with you that 6 might be about the cutoff. Like, you can't let the tens digit roll over again.
Yeah. Basically, I'm arguing that the time should range from 6 o'clock to 29:59 or something.
Like that.
We're creeping up on 28:20, or as the kids say, 4:20 plays it.
Most of our 6-0 players are not done yet.
Our Sultai control hero from last round unfortunately lost.
Noama stays in the peloton at 6-1.
What does it mean to stay in the peloton?
The peloton is like the group, the main clump of riders in usually a bicycle race, but any kind of like large race. So
I see.
You would talk
But,
about like
not like the individual people at like in the front, but like the larger.
yeah,
like,
that's right. So like
Yeah.
those would be like a breakaway or a lead group, and then you have the peloton is like the kind of the average group of people moving through as a big unit. So
I see.
so in this case, I would say like the 5 and 2s, 6 and 1s. Those form the peloton for this this event. If you fall off the back of the peloton, then you're also in a lot of trouble. Though unlike in like, you know, whatever, the Tour de France, if you are 3 and 4 and off the back of the peloton here, you're dead. Might as well go
No, they
home.
don't cut you.
That is true. As we've mentioned, you don't actually get cut, but you are not going to the Pro Tour.
You are perfectly. They are perfectly content to let you keep paddling away, or pedaling away.
So Hiro 5 and 2, Yoshihiko 5 and 2. Alright, I'll bring up the sticky for a moment while we are waiting for backup magic.
いや、それ本当にその選択がね、聞きましたからね。
なんか一発で落ちないタイミング。
そうですね、はい、
見て
1残りとかで、まあ、トークン出されても刻み群れでまたバウンスすればいいかなみたいなのが、はい、ありました。
いや、これすごいことですけど、浅原さんなんか
Are we gonna have
聞きたいこととかあれば、
あ
ぜひぜひ。
なんか
はい。
Masahide crack a pack?
大会での
はい、そうスペレメンタルですよ
自体
ね。そうですね、やっぱり前の週のプロツアーの段階と結構イゼット果敢デッキがまあこの馬型が多かったりとかした中で、まあ結構やっぱり上陸が勝って、まあ上陸に強い構成で結構みんな持ってきてると思うので、まあそれに向けては結構立ち位置いいんじゃないかなと、はい、思ってます。
さらになんか一歩先じゃないけど、みんなカワウソと、
Yeah, especially at 4:30 in the morning, it's going to be challenging for me to attempt to interpret on the fly. But it's extra hard when they're talking about stuff that's not magic. Then I have a chance. It's like, you know, how did you prepare? Well, I spent time with my friends and whatever, and like they're not using magic vocabulary. Then I have a chance.
That makes sense.
But if it's like specifically, what were you thinking in that term when you know, were trying to hold up Get Out or something, like I would need to know the terms for all of the names of all the cards, and then I don't know in Japanese.
Maybe like sometimes they'll say like middle range or however
exactly.
they
Okay,
say.
like okay, now I know what we're talking about. Oh, well, that's Spellementals. It just didn't fit, but it's the same as these other couple. Masahide has had a pretty nice run. He went to the World Championships last year. Finished 8-6. And then followed that up 10-6 at Pro Tour Lauren Equipped. I do not know how he did. Let's find out. At PTSOS last week. 8-8, which I mean doesn't immediately earn him another invite, but it's possible he's got it on.
What did you say? How did you say he did at ECL and EOE?
So at SOS 8-8, before that 10-6, and then EOE 7-9.
Let's see if I can remember how to. That's like, I think that's exactly enough AMPs if I remember correctly.
And we are busting a pack. Ooh, a Stirring Hope Singer.
Pretty good limited card.
Yeah, that thing's a banger. Then we've got some swirly land that's probably a Shattered Sanctum, but
it might be whatever commander land.
Oh, it is probably some commander land. Yeah, like it comes into play untapped if you have 2 or more opponents or something.
Okay, I know that one's a Death Cap Glade.
Yes.
Ooh, that's Days.
Yes. And then we've got a second Hope Singer. Oh, imagine getting
what
this
the
pack
sealed
in
deck is playing.
Yeah, holy crap. And a Fractal token. Dom, we have somehow not seen Masataka Hori on stream yet, despite the fact that he has been at the top of the standings. I am guessing that that will change before the end of the event, but I don't know if it's going to change today. We've got one more round to go, so we'll see. But yeah, Masataka Hori does enjoy the finer things in Magic. He usually is playing a blinged out deck.
Who was it that we saw had like all alternate art cards that neither of us could recognize?
Yeah, it was a Landfall player, right? I don't remember who it was now, but that was a trip. It was every card that had any kind of like full art version, that was the version that was used. So there were like even these weird
Llanowar elves
and things that I didn't even know that kind of a treatment existed.
There was a nice Mossborn Hydra that looked like it was a Celestia card. Kind of looks like we might not be getting any backup Magic at this point. They're not like cutting right to it after an interview.
Yeah, I'm getting a little concerned about that too. There are still 28 matches left, so this will be a long commercial break if there's not anything else to see. It's possible that the match is being recorded and that we're at the point where we're just going to let it finish.
Maybe.
One can hope.
Okay, so how this is set up, we basically will have like 1 8-0 going into day 2, right?
I think that's about right.
Maybe 2?
There's
5 6-0s going into this round, so theoretically we could have 3 7-0s, and then theoretically we could have 2 8-0s after that.
Alright, so we can add Masataka Hori to our list of the undefeated. So he just beat Harry, who was 501. So depending on what counts as undefeated, we've cleared any need for any asterisks, as the one person who was X01 is now going to be 5-1-1. But that means that the person who won the pair down was the 6-0 person, so there should be 3 people left at 7-0. It's Akira Ishikawa, who's playing Landfall, Selesnya Landfall. Then Masataka Hori, who's playing Selesnya Ouroboroid. So 2 Selesnya decks, 7-0. And then we're still waiting on the result of the Flash versus Control deck. Flash versus Jeskai.
Yeah, I think a common thread here between these Selesnya decks is that having the green proactive cards plus, like, it seems Rest in Peace and or Erode might be a good combination.
Yeah.
Can't believe they're also not giving us any packs cracked.
I know.
We're really struggling out here.
I wonder if someone told them they had to pump the brakes. they're going to run out of packs. There are now 20 matches not reported. Let's go.
Thank you.
Looks like Akira Asahara has some of those mystery booster cards in his hand. Needs something to be playing with as he's commentating.
You know, one thing that they could do to play with some cards while commentating is just open some packs. Give us some content.
I've got a couple of avatar boxes on the desk behind me that Rebecca won playing Arena Direct, but I do not have a webcam connected to my computer right now, so I can't even just like get pack busting cam up. But maybe in a future stream we'll have the packs ready in case the stream does not.
Oh, maybe we need to take the strategy you mentioned before of like just start up an arena bot draft.
Yes.
Put it on stream.
You know, I don't hate that. It's just difficult to say exactly how long the breaks are going to be, but why not? I kind of never thought about it mainly from the perspective of like I had been doing this on my really crappy laptop for several years, but now I'm on my desktop. And I had to do it on the laptop because of a Windows versus Linux issue, but that has all been resolved at this point.
Nice. Shout outs to Linux.
Yes.
I hate Windows.
So, in principle, there's no reason why we couldn't have just like arena going between rounds. All right, there's now 16 matches left that need to finish.
Ooh, we're back at looking at some,
Some
dragons. Which dragon are you? Maybe we're just looking at one dragon, actually. They don't seem to be moving to a different slide.
For a second, I thought we were reaching for a pack. Well, I have to think we're close to time being called in the round. Now, we are actually going to a commercial. So then, that usually means that I will want to go to a commercial. Now I know there's no extra magic coming. So hang around a little bit longer, chat. We've got one more round of Swiss to go today. Find out whether we wind up with a single undefeated player or if it's going to have to be settled at the beginning of the day tomorrow. Maybe this is a good time for a bathroom break, actually. It's been a couple of rounds. Okay, back shortly, chat.
We don't have long. We better... Huh?
That's the creature? I got this. For Lord! Whoops.
Don't let them get away!
I got it. Wait. No, I don't.
Everyone, come on!
We're running out of time. Fortune favors the bold.
Go! Hold on!
Gotcha. Field trip's over. It's now or never.
Support him!
Ah, you're just in time. Good.
Oh.
I do hate a late lunch. Congratulations. You didn't disappoint me. Now for your next assignment.
I've got 5 attackers, you got no blockers, and you're dead. You need to train.
I don't need to train.
Maybe not. But you do need a training montage. To win in the arena, you have to be the arena.
Okay.
You must sharpen your skills. Here, eat this.
That's a cauliflower.
It's a superfood. All right, come on, pump them, keep those knees going. Oh, you punch like a beetle. Now that we've covered spells, let's talk about flying.
I'm doing it!
Rise and shine. It's magic time. Fire! And fire!
Done.
Sophia, don't you quit on me. Welcome to the challenge.
Rise and shine. It's magic time.
Up that hill! Move those zombies!
Yes!
Fire! Fire! Fire!
Thank you.
Don't thank me, Sophia. The magic was inside you all along.
What are you doing?
Nothing.
Whoa, nice combo. Have you been training?
A little.
If you love a challenge, you love Magic the Gathering Arena. Welcome the challenge. Download free.
Hey, you! Has life been passing you by? Want to add a little explosiveness to your day? Or find out if you have what it takes to beat a demon-possessed machine that magically harvests souls for fuel? 10 teams! 3 worlds! Burn rubber for racing fame! Then join the Ouroboroid Grand Prix, and this could be you! Not him! Her! Take a chance for fantastic glory and incredible riches! Like the Aether Spark, this year's legendary prize. It's worth the risk, we promise. So put down that remote and push your pedal past its limits. We want you to be a part of the Ouroboroid Grand Prix. Frankly, because we're running out of racers. But hey, it'll be a ton of fun! It's only a death race if you die.
Warning, the Ouroboroid Grand Prix is incredibly dangerous and will likely result in your untimely death. We are not responsible for vehicle sabotage, driver incineration, or decapitation from giant anthropomorphic sharkmen. Drive at your own risk. This message has been paid for by the New Culture Collective.
Hey, you! Stop contemplating your existential dread. Try Magic the Gathering Foundations. Dying decor got you depressed? Foundations turns dreary into dramatic. But wait! There's more! With the right magic card, everything's better.
Can magic help me with my boss's after-hours texts?
It sure can.
Thank you, Magic the Gathering Foundations.
はい、皆様お待たせいたしました。第9ラウンドチャンピオンズカップファイナルお送りいたします。実況は私石川と、そして解説安岡翔太さん、よろしくお願いします。
よろしくお願いします。
はい、いよいよ8回戦か、8回戦の戦いということでですね、イゼットスペルメンタルが頑張ってるよというところなんですけども、いよいよですね、前哨対決がまた続いていくんですかね。
かもしれないですね。もうそろそろ前哨ももう3人4人ぐらいになってくると思うんで、
いなくなってくるやもしれない、戦いというところ、順位表で、見ると森山さんもね頑張ってらっしゃると、
今いっぱいですかね。
今いっぱい、はい、結構森山ジャパン総帥も頑張ってるということなんですけど、あれ森山さんなんで中村ジャパンですって毎回言ってるんですか？
別に僕、関係ないんでよくわからないです。よくわ
かんない。もう安岡さんはもうデッキ調整とかはもう結構己でやってるみたいな。
そうですね。別に何も関係ないグループなんで。
関係のないグループなんかやってるなぐらいの。なんかやってるなぐらいの感じで見てるってことなんですね。
見てもいないぐらい。
見てもいない。
見てもいないですね。
強者、強者でございますけども。さあここからねどういったプレイヤーが勝ち上がってくるのかというのは注目でございます。じゃあちょっとねまだねテーブルちょっと残ってるらしいんですよ。
結構じゃあ長引いてるんですね。
はい、長引いてるというところでございますので、せっかくなんでね、今回特別
The casters are just discovering. Wait, there's still one table left.
ということなので、向いていきますか。
そうですね。なかなかないですね。ミスブちょっと。
That's hilarious.
はい。向いちゃってください。やっぱね
So you know what that means?
さんとか浅田さんとかね、やっぱいらっしゃ
る。They wouldn't let the previous pair casters do it, but Shota's gonna crack some mystery boosters. I thought that was a banishing light. Good old journey into Nick's art. Yeah, beloved chaplain. Really,
protection from creatures.
Yeah, really.
What a card.
Really annoying card to play against. Just blocks for days. Tolarian Kraken. Plax Manta. That is... just rolls off the tongue. Flash. When it enters the battlefield, your whole side gains Shroud. And you have to sack it unless you specifically played blue-green. Shade's form turns something into a shade and also gives it like a false demise kind of thing when it dies and comes back.
It's kind of nice.
You apparently have some amount of black already if you could cast the Shade's form in the first place. Public Execution.
I see we're fully on the cards I've never seen before path for me.
Back when you had to mean it if you wanted to kill a creature.
Oh, I see. I know this one.
Yeah, Hoarding Ogre.
I kind of hate the roll a d20 mechanic.
Yeah. There are a couple of designs that are pretty interesting, but this is not one of them. Voldaren Epicure, Pioneer and Standard Standout. Wirewood Channeler. Adds X mana where X is the number of elves in play. Does count your opponent's elves. Not the best flavor text. Dawn Treader Elk. Kind of rampant growth if you squint. +1/+0 and first strike. 2 equip 1. Ooh. Clever Impersonator. Our white bordered card is Dryad Arbor. Somehow manages to be just about as confusing as every other Dryad Arbor.
Hey, I mean, if I'm playing black border forests, am I allowed to put a white bordered Dryad Arbor among them?
I mean, that seems like, honestly, way better than some of the ones that just have a big green mana symbol as their text box. A Future Sight Smokestack. Kind of confusing. The art fits pretty well in that frame, though. And our playtest card, Magus of the Chains. 1 and a black for a 2/2 with Chains of Mephistopheles.
I honestly don't really like understand why people refer to Chains of Mephistopheles as like the canonical example of like convoluted line of text. It's not that bad.
Well, the modern wording, I feel like if you look at what's actually on the card,
Oh, that's fair. I guess I haven't done that.
It's one of those old cards where, like, to make the text fit, they had to put it in, like, 6-point font.
Mm-hmm.
And the order in which the stuff is written is less clear, because except the first one they draw in each of their draw steps is at the beginning of this version and, like, the current Oracle text. But you, like, go through this whole thing of, like, okay, follow along. First, if you're going to draw, you discard, and then you draw instead. And if you can't discard, then instead of drawing, you mill. Oh, also, it doesn't apply to the first card that you've drawn. Sure. It's like, wait, what? Why did you lead with that?
I mean, I feel like it, like, makes a lot of sense, though, right? Like, if you're, like, thinking about, like, philosophically, like, what is this card trying to do? This card is trying to make it so that people don't draw extra cards. Like, they still see extra cards, but they don't draw extra cards. And then, like, from there, it's, like, actually pretty easy to suss out, like, oh, yeah, this is what it must be. Like, honestly, I think that Dead Ringers is a lot more easy to mess up.
Wow, speaking of Ravnica Allegiance bangers, here's Angelic Exaltation. Just impossible to beat someone who's got that card running.
Yeah. Especially if it's on the lifelinker.
Yeah. If it's on a lifelinker, you're in a lot of trouble. You have like a random afterlife creature that has created a 1/1 spirit that can just attack as a 6/6 every turn. It's like all you can do is chump block. Really strong. When Whirlpool Drake comes into play, cycle your hand. When it's put into a graveyard from play, cycle your hand. Shuffle your hand into your library and draw that many cards. That sounds just exhausting. Who has the time for this?
Dreamtail Heron on a Thieving Otter has got to be one of the sweeter things to do at common in the limited set.
Arrogant Vampire, 4/3 flying. It is not the most clear to me from that art that it flies. It appears to be some kind of like Baron who's just standing there with puffy sleeves. Morbid Opportunist was a very fun time. The game just evolved into how many cards can I draw off this thing, though?
The answer was usually many.
Many, yes. You kind of go out of your way to make sure that it happens every turn. Like, every turn, twice each turn cycle. Findhorn Elves. Symbiosis, trying to explain why 2 creatures get +2/+2 because there's 2 little gremlins, but why is like someone whispering in your ear going to give you +2/+2? Cannot answer that. Back when pingers were common. But if you're paying attention to a bunch of these old creatures, for example, Razorfin Hunter itself, everything had 1 toughness.
Don't want to be acting second in the Razorfin Hunter mirror.
No, no, no. The Drifting Death. Another card that you don't want to line up against Razorfin Hunter.
Flying Hexproof 6 mana 3/7 is such a weird stat line.
Yep. Just impossible not to get to attack with it, basically. Then we've got a white bordered Skyclave Apparition, which again might be to someone's taste, but not really to mine.
Is it just me, or have most of the white bordered cards we've seen been white?
Yes, that is correct.
Whoa, this goes infinite.
You can just twiddle Seeker of Skybreak as much as you want. No one was stopping
Mill yourself out with Mesmeric Orb.
Must be an annoying card to play against a Magic Online. Just like try to stall someone to death. Teferi, Druid of Argoth. So it's like Hero of Zalfir, Flash. Creatures you own that are on the battlefield have Flash. And
wait,
oh, go ahead.
Isn't this literally just the same card except green?
Yes.
Like word for word.
With creature replacing
Oh, I thought that the...
Oh no, it is exactly the same. You're correct.
Yeah.
Mage of Zalfir is 3/4 Flash. Creatures you own that aren't in play have Flash. Each opponent can only play spells when they can cast a sorcery. So this is just a flavor shift or whatever.
Plane
lore
shift card.
Yeah.
Maybe they'll print this in Reality Fracture.
If they do, I hope they do not update the art. Just print that. All right, we are going down to the feature match area. I wonder if we are about to see table 1 here. No, we are not. That is not Masataka Hori. I don't know what we're about to get.
Are we seeing Akira Ishikawa versus Kenya Ishikawa?
Yes, it is in fact the Ishikawa mirror. Landfall against Spellementals. So I'll get the decks ready in chat as they play the first couple of turns. Akira playing Selesnya.
Okay, so this is the pair down. Akira is trying to defend an undefeated record. Whereas Kenya is 6-1.
Playing Spellementals. Okay, there we go. Decks are now in chat. So we've got multiple Temple Gardens. Akira has chosen to put his Temple Gardens on the Shadowmoor side, which I can respect.
Is that why they look so dark?
Yeah. Yeah, these are the the Lauren Eclipse double-sided ones. So they represent the same temple. Like if you look at the two sides of the art, but there's the Lorwyn side, which is kind of bright, and then the Shadowmar side, which is quite dark.
Looks like a pretty slow start from Akira here. Nothing to do on turn 3 except play a Bushwhack. Maybe a little Landlight?
Yeah.
Like, you could imagine maybe Akira just, has a Fabled Passage in hand.
I see Spell Pierce among the cards that Akira has. Sorry, that Kenya has access to.
Pretty juicy target there with a Lumbering World Wagon.
Yeah. No, it's gonna resolve. That quite honestly surprises me.
Yeah, I didn't recognize the Spell Pierce art, so now are you sure it's a Spell Pierce?
No, maybe it isn't. I guess we'll see in a second. Bipster, this is the last round of Swiss for today, so we'll be back on this channel tomorrow at 8 p.m. Eastern. So like 15 hours from now, for round 9, but we will be signing off when this one's done. I see. We just wanted to be able to destroy the
Oh, I think that spells Snare.
Aha. Oh, you're right. As a Lore and Eclipse spell Snare. That is not a Spell Pierce. So we have a Prismari Charm. Is that one of the blue-red cards that's in hand? And then another critique?
Yeah. Kenya discarding a land instead of a spell here does mean that all of his elementals will be more expensive. Still affordable, but
I'm usually pretty happy. Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
As the opponent, when I see Steam Vents go, that makes me think Kenya must be kind of flooded.
Yeah, it's usually you kind of want to be discarding spells.
At least up until you reach 5. Alright, so Harmonizer has been cast. We have doubled the power once. I was going to ask, is there some way to get through the Hearth Elemental? And the answer is Erode. Now, we're going to find out if Kenya actually does have this Prismari Charm, because if he doesn't, he is deadzo.
Presumably we'll find out before attacks happen.
Yeah. No reason to let him Rampant Growth again. So it's a 6/6. I think it was doubled. There was a Prismari Charm. So it would have been an attack for 24, but instead...
I think a little more than that, because you can also crack the Fabled Passage.
It would have been an attack for 48, you're right.
I think a little more than that, actually, because you'd also get a land.
Damn. Okay, I can't do the math in my head, but somewhere in the 50s. But in any case, it's been bounced. The Mindform Harmonizer has been seared, and Akira has to start over from nothing.
Nothing, but, like, still up a couple of lands.
Kenya has now reached 5 spells in the graveyard, so we are completely online in terms of Eddimer Crabs and Hearth Elementals. Badger Mulcub and Kenya cannot wait to spell Snare. He's been waiting the whole game. Sneaky, this is standard. We're playing with some tricked out cards, but it's Kenya on the top playing Spellementals against Akira on the bottom here playing Landfall.
It wasn't Akira earlier with all of the borderless cards, right? Because
no.
it sure seems to be another set of borderless cards here.
Yeah. No, the other player was playing fancier Fabled Passages.
Yes. Something about these Landfall players and really enjoying having lots of fancy arts.
I don't know if Japan is the same as like Magic Online, because sometimes on Magic Online the price for like the promo or weird art cards can be significantly less than the price for the normal ones.
I imagine that's probably not true in real life.
Yeah, it's not true for most things. I will grant you that, but I don't know if that just happens to be the versions that people wind up with. Like if they're associated with a card shop, then it's like that. Those are the cards that the shop has in stock that they can lend you or something. Like I just don't know. But we do see a lot of Japanese players playing fancy-ass cards. Trying to figure out whether or not we're allowed to miss the trigger on Earthbender Ascension.
Certainly, if you have Earthbent the land, then it's not a separate trigger. So oh, do you mean the trigger for getting a counter, or do you mean the trigger for getting a land? Because I think that Akira just didn't get the land.
Yeah, I think that's right. He just cast it, Earthbent one of his existing lands, and moved to attacks.
Yeah, so I think that what should happen here is that like this isn't a mistrigger, because the thing that went wrong was we failed to find the land, which is part of the trigger that was not acknowledged by Earth, like putting a 2 on the land on the Fatal Passage. But we might have a little bit of judge deliberation to figure this out.
Alright, judge explaining what we're going to do here. Whoop, that's not attacking.
Yep, we're backing up, treating this as a GRV. Just like, not much has happened, it's just like pretty simple to back up and resolve everything correctly.
Alright, go ahead and search for your land like you were supposed to. Then there will be a separate question after we find this land, whether Akira remembers to put the die on the card, but it looks like we have gotten a 1 prepared for him, so you would think that this one's going to be difficult to miss. Okay, there we go. But that's a separate event. Alright, now finally in for 2.
Yeah, I kind of wonder, and like maybe I should know this off the top of my head, but I forget if like if the Earthbender Ascension said like you may search if you do shuffle, then maybe like the default interpretation there is just you chose not to search.
Yeah.
But since the Earthbender's Ascension does like force you to search and shuffle, even though you can fail to find, the fact that you like haven't shuffled implies that you just like haven't done the action.
Alright, Kenya casts an end-step Prismari command, sees Island Critique, and elects to take the critique rather than a random card. So now he's got 2 of those, a Sunderflock, a Burst Lightning, and a weird card, Long River's Pull.
Think of like Get Out.
Yeah, it's...
but a little different.
It's Get Out adjacent. I mean, probably...
Also, I will...
Oh, go ahead.
I will note, you mentioned Prismari Command. Unfortunately, Prismari Command would be a lot better here.
Yeah, you would be blowing up World Wagons if you had a Prismari Command. Alright. Well, just for you... Both players in this awkward position of, like, Akira has both World Wagons in play and no way to crew them. So all he can do is attack with 2/2s. And Kenya has all of these critiques in hand that he can't... has no targets for. So all he can do is fire them off at Akira's head. I mean, he has a fair amount of burn with a Burst Lightning as well. He's got another 8 or 9 points ready.
Spellementals is not a burn deck.
Alright, Harmonizer is the attempt to get to start using these World Wagons, but that's met by the Long River's Pull. So it goes up the river.
Apparently Kenya just fully on the burn plan now.
Yes.
not wanting to cast this critique for X equals 2. I guess he did know what was on top.
How about Leatherhead?
That's Ice Till?
Oh, is it? What is
It's
on
like
the second?
it's a weird Ice Till art.
Wow. Yeah, it is Ice Till. Okay. Well, that is spooky because it's going to be a way to crew world wagons.
I suspect it's gonna get either burst or, well, I guess burst won't kill it. So I guess that you have to critique it for 5 here.
Right. We haven't made our land drop yet, but
Or no, I think right now we're responding to a land being played, and like there's 2 triggers on the stack.
Gotcha.
Because Henya was like, wait, hold on.
Now we're at a point where you're only going to be able to make 1 additional land drop. All right, we're going to have a question about how this works.
I think the question might be like, do you have to declare the target of Earthbenders? And technically the answer is not until like the counter goes on.
Yeah.
To that.
Because, I mean, at this point, there wouldn't even be a target. All right, so we will...
I don't know. Okay. Huh. I'm surprised that Akira didn't just crack the Fabled Passage there.
Well, so that would have put Earthbender Ascension to 3, but did we have a way to... Oh, because it would have also fetched. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I would have thought that would have like completely saved the Ice Till. Well, I guess it didn't matter.
I guess saving Ice Till was unnecessary because the World Wagon was just lethal?
Yeah, I mean... I guess, like, cracking the Fabled Passage was maybe bad into, like, a Prismari Charm or something like that. It's like bounce the Ice Till.
Alright, let's take a quick look at the sideboards before...
There's a spectacular Sky Whale in this Spellemental sideboard.
Wow.
Spectacular.
That is spectacular. I wonder how many times it's been on the battlefield.
I mean, you can't, like, use it as a really big slick shot.
Yeah.
Really big slick shot.
It is an elemental whale, so I mean, I guess that's the joke, that it's a slick shot that survives Sunderflock.
Maybe the joke is like against Graveyard Hate decks. Like,
yeah, you could just try to storm them out.
Yeah, instead of a Giga Storm Titan or whatever it's called, Giga Chad, you can just bring in your flyer. I mean, it's more expensive, but also maybe attacks for like maybe more threatening. Who knows?
Yeah, it seems like it could hit a lot harder, but you would have to find a spot where you're playing against an opponent that has Graveyard Hate and doesn't have any interaction, which sounds a lot actually like this Selesnya deck.
Yeah. Though, I mean, the Selesnya list does have 4 reds. Feels kind of bad to play your 4-mana creature and maybe even, like, invest some resources into pumping its power and then it just gets eroded.
Yeah, it seems pretty painful.
these Celestial Landfall lists have all looked pretty similar. I think most of them just are copying Stoyer's homework a little bit. Pretty natural thing to do a week after the PT.
Two copies of Wanshitong in Kenya's sideboard. That was traditionally a card that you would see against the like mono green versions that were much heavier on Ice-Till Explorer and really trying to loop fetch lands to trigger all of their landfall adjacent stuff, but I don't know if it's even if it's that important here.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about Wanjitong versus Landfall is that, like, drawing cards doesn't always do enough against them. Like, if they're going to be, like, cracking a fetch to kill you with Harmonizer, like, the fact that you drew 2 cards while they did that just doesn't actually, like, stop them necessarily.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't mean it's bad. It's just, like, not going to be, like, actually a hammer, and more just, like, this is a fine threat. It's okay.
All right, here we go. So it will be Kenya on Spellementals to kick things off. Both players keep 7. No play on one side, and some kind of elf on the other.
Is that a unique elf?
Yeah,
we were talking about unique ops.
Yeah, this is at least the 3rd or 4th different Llanowar elf that we've seen. Easy come, easy go. It gets burst lightninged.
That's a... well, it doesn't matter. It gets spell snared. Curator, I believe, was what it actually was, for those curious. You know, I'm always, like, slightly, like, surprised when people just, like, give free information about what their draws were.
Yeah.
In this case, like, sleight of hand, put a card face down, and just flip it up and say and show it's a land. Like, it doesn't matter that much, but, like,
it doesn't actually cost that much to obfuscate that information if you wanted to.
Yeah.
All right, we've yet to see a permanent stick from Akira. Land Forest Fabled Passage, and it's going to be easy come, easy go.
I think there was a moment of Akira going, wait, maybe I shouldn't pick up my deck until you tell me you don't have a Wanshitong.
Yes. All right, so here comes this metal Ice-Till Explorer, but it is met by Get Out.
Just playing lots of 1-for-1 magic over here.
Yeah.
I think I see a null in hand as well, ready to trade for an Earthbenders.
Or a World Dragon, though I wouldn't be surprised if the lumbering trucks have been taken out. No, never mind, there they are, and what do you know?
There they are, there they go.
One for one continues. I mean, things have lined up pretty smoothly for Kenya so far. How about a Badger Mole Cub? Eddie Mercrab is the answer.
Yeah, this is the kind of game that Spellementals can excel at, where you just, like, 1-for-1 your opponent's threats, slow them down, and then you just, like, you're just playing Delver, basically,
Yeah.
right? Like, you just leverage this cheap threat while you're taking care of whatever your opponent's throwing at you.
So I see 3 lands. Was that another annul?
Yeah. And then there was also a broadside barrage. I think Annul Island was taken.
Yeah, so this way we can just hold up the annul this turn.
Yeah.
Though the 2 cards in hand are, I think, Fabled Passage, Bossing Say. So there's not much going on Kenya's side.
Well, not much going on except that, like, Fabled Passage Bossing Say is kind of low-key annoying for Kenya to deal with.
All right, but it is just a flat-out race. We're going to start sending 5s back and forth.
Yeah, I mean, Akira can Earthbend 2 every turn. Kenya still has cards in hand.
Akira's too
and
wide. Go ahead.
Oh. At any point, Akira could choose to start, like, repeatedly chumping and cracking Fabled Passages.
Yeah. Now, the Spellementals lists usually can't afford to play Petrified Hamlet, I think.
Yeah, they only play 20 lands. They need so many blue sources.
You just can't get in a position where you need to play, Opt and Burst Lightning, and you're only going to see 2 or 3 lands in the top 11 or whatever, and have one of those be a Petrified Hamlet, I assume. The Jeskai / 4C control decks, which I guess mainly the Jeskai lists, have resorted to playing some of them. I agree that it's not crazy as, like, land 21 / like, some kind of spell. Like a Pristine Talisman kind of thing in the sideboard, but in any case, that is not in Kenya's list. It would be nice to turn off these Bossing Says, though. I will definitely grant you that.
Yeah, and here you kind of see a little bit of the awkwardness of Wanshitong. Where I believe Kenya has a Wanshitong in hand, but, like, I either had to, like, tap out and proactively put a 1/1 Wanshitong onto the board, which isn't that exciting, or, like, give Akira this chance to just, like, act on top of the Wanshitong. If Kenya ever, like, tries to play it, Akira can just, like, fetch on top. Of course, like, probably Akira's gonna fetch on end step, but it's not guaranteed. And then you're kind of just, like, holding this Wanshitong in hand.
Yeah, so we will cast it X is 0.
Yeah, I believe there is at least a crab in hand.
Well, for Kenya's sake, I hope there is. I guess Wanshitong does kind of represent a way to actually force these last couple of points of damage through. Like, the crab has now been completely gummed up.
Yeah, the double crab here will also do pretty good at attacking on the ground.
Alright, so we neuter the 2 potentially growing threats, and it's just a Badger Cub that's left that can attack. We'll reanimate our Fabled Passage, I assume. Opt. So there is a critique in hand. We might be able to go like 2+2+6 or something. Or maybe 2+3+5. Like, I'm thinking a Wanshitong attack for 2 here. There's more Fabled Passaging going on. It's 3 next turn, and then we just blow them out.
Yeah, I think there's also a ill-timed explosion here.
Ooh. Why did we not attack first?
Well, we're trying. I think we're hoping to make the double crab lethal here. Like just
I
you
see.
discard a 3, then there's nothing that Akira can do with regards to like saving the untapped chocobo. Looks like there's a 4.
Hey, that's
The
exactly why you
Sky
put this
Whale?
Sky Whale in your deck, right? It
Yeah.
has 4
Or
CMC.
I guess 2s are getting discarded, which is very funny. Where Akira could try to save the chocobo, but then Kenya draws cards, and then
Then you also have this Wanchy Tongue that's attacking, yeah.
And also it didn't matter because there was a Prismari Charm in hand.
All right, well then that means we're gonna get a game number 3.
We'll see if which side's okay. We'll see if it's so late. I'm really flying. We'll see if Kenya can line things up as nicely this time.
Yeah, I would say that I started feeling it between rounds 7 and 8. Not quite like hitting the wall. We're gonna make it through these last few turns of Magic here today, but it's been a long stream. We're coming up on 9 hours on the air. Again, chat, thank you for hanging out with us. I started doing these streams like 6 or 7 years ago, partially because it was like the only way that I could do coverage. Like, I don't know. As we've discussed earlier in the stream, I'm not like that good at Magic, so I was never going to be like tapped to do coverage otherwise, but I enjoy commentating. So I kind of had to just invent my own opportunities. And at the time, I was a sicko who would stay up that late anyway. So it was like no reason. There was no real downside. It was just like there was all opportunity there. At this point, I've got 7 more times around the sun. 7 more rings on the tree trunk, or however you want to say it. So it's like a little bit more challenging for me to actually make it through to the end of the broadcast, but
and that's why you have someone younger like me here to bring some more energy or
something. But in my wildest dreams, I didn't totally expect that, people like you, Jason, would want to come along and co-host with me, or that there would be 70 or 80 people in chat, or however many people are there. Like, that's just kind of wild. But I'm glad to do it, and if you're enjoying it, I'll keep it up for as long as I can. As long as these streams exist and there's no other official English coverage, the Gorilla streams will continue.
Yeah, I imagine that official English coverage is not high on their list of priorities.
No, exactly. But that's part of why I enjoy showcasing these things too, because I feel like a lot of people in the US and Europe would otherwise not be aware that these streams existed, or that people were putting this much effort in Japan into broadcasting these tournaments.
Now I'm kind of curious. Do the Chinese RCs get broadcast as well?
That I don't know. That's a good question.
I guess it probably wouldn't be on YouTube.
Yeah, exactly. It would have to be on like Bilibili or something, which maybe they're out there. I'm not sure. But I'm unaware of them. I wonder if that would be better or worse to stream. It's like another couple hours of time difference. We might be straddling the 30 o'clock. We'd have to stay up or get up early rather than go to bed late or something.
Yeah.
Okay, neither player happy with their opener, so we are gonna go 6-on-6. I hope there's a stream for Spotlight London. Let me see if I can find.
It's like Ultimate Guard runs those or whatever.
I see. Fanfinity runs them. And
Infinity, okay.
Andrea Mangucci says that coverage will start on round 3. So I'm not sure why. It's possible like they didn't have the streaming setup ready for the beginning of the day, and they're like getting everything set up in the feature match area and stuff before they actually go live. It's also possible that they might be streaming on a slight delay like they do with the Pro Tour sometimes. I'm not sure. But there will be a stream for the RC in London, but it sounds like it's, a couple hours away, which unfortunately means that I will not be able to just go raid them. So you'll have a breakfast break for people or a brunch break or whatever for people in Europe, and then more Magic later. Yeah, I agree. I agree, Alphamet. I think that if you wanted to watch London, you probably needed to get up early. If you wanted to stick around and watch Tokyo, you needed to stay up late. And I'm happy that you chose to stick around with us.
Well, things are looking up for Akira. It looks like this rest in peace is sticking.
Yeah.
So I guess Prismari Charm can theoretically bounce it back to hand. So,
I don't think we can do that until we have some plan for what's going to happen when it gets redeployed, though, right?
I mean, there was a Long Rivers poll that I was going to suggest, but that certainly is pretty... that's a way to go down quite a lot of cards just to answer this rest in peace.
Yeah.
While there maybe are more pressing 4-3 shaped concerns. Or 4 sword, 3 shield, as they used to call it.
Exactly. Yeah, and Elusive Hunter threatens Kenya's life total right now. Broadside Barrage will clear Surak, and it looks like we do have an annul, so that will be a cleaner answer if we can find another Prismari Charm.
At this point, though, it might be better just to, like, give up on the Spellementals plan and, like...
Yeah, it looks like that's the plan. Annul is gone.
I don't know if there was an alt threat in hand, like a Horse or a or the famed Sky Whale.
Looks like backup Surak is potentially the play here.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like as you often get with these post-board games. Oh, never mind. I was gonna say neither side is really enacting their main plan, but here are some landfall triggers. I stand corrected.
Interesting that we choose to get Earthbender Ascension out here rather than Surak 2. I wonder if it was top decked / seeing the annul go away to the Prismari Charm. Maybe that led Akira to think that the close was clear.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense that, like, you want to jam Surak into open mana, which is what happened on turn 3 into 2 open mana.
Yeah.
And you kind of want to jam your Earthbenders when, like, Kenya's tapped out of a null.
2 counters on the Earthbender Ascension, and in for 2 with the Temple Garden.
Yeah, and again, jamming the Surak into open mana. There's a Long River poll that has nothing to say about this.
Alright, we charm again. And we see a card that answers Surak cleanly. As cleanly as you can. An Impractical Joke. And then there's a horse. Interesting. Alright, so we've also got a Color Storm Stallion that we can cast an attack with here. Start putting pressure back on Akira.
I mean, I assume that at this point you kind of just have to hope that like Akira doesn't have like any removal here for the horse, and then you like just rip a. I mean, best case is the dramatic critique copy horse.
Yeah, our choices for copying are critique and burst lightning.
That's hilarious. We're gonna erode our own land in order to get 2 landfall triggers in order to make this Surak a 5/4.
Okay, now we'll draw off of the Surak trigger. Impractical Joke has failed. Living up to its name, really.
It's a good one.
Kenya, I guess, was about to attack and then realized maybe we can kind of represent a trade here or something if we cast a spell, but that was never going to happen because Akira has this active Earthbender Ascension at this point, so here comes a 6/5. And Kenya may not be long for this world.
I'm honestly a little bit surprised that Akira didn't just like up the Fabled Passage immediately for 2 damage.
Yeah.
Like the breakpoint seems kind of relevant, but to be fair, Akira is also just like pretty far ahead. And that's the game.
Yeah.
Akira will be our first 8-0.
Wait. Who was undefeated?
I think it was Akira that was
It was
undefeated.
Akira. Yep.
Yeah.
So Akira's 8-0, and then the winner of Table 1, which looks like it was Rei Sakano. Maybe I shouldn't have said that. So there will be a grudge match to be the last undefeated player at the start of the day tomorrow. Our Flash champion Tomonori has lost to Masahide Moriyama. So yeah, he beat Spellementals, Prowess, Spellementals to reach 6-0, the Azorius pilot, but now is fallen to Jeskai and then fallen to Spellementals. Still a pretty solid day of work. I think going into this first day of the tournament, anyone would be happy with 6-2. Usually it's like 10-3 makes top 8, and it takes something like 9-3-1 to reach the Pro Tour. So some people might get to ID to reach one of those 2 milestones, but usually people have to play. Like there's like a couple of people who ID to make the Pro Tour, and then there's a bunch of people who play it like to reach 9-4 for the last couple of spots. So X&2 certainly keeps you alive with only 5 rounds left to go tomorrow. I mean, obviously, if you had to pick, you would love to be in Akira's shoes. Go to bed having vanquished all of your opponents.
You just have to, like... Even if you, like, go 1-3 in the first 4 rounds, maybe you can still ID it into the Pro Tour, it sounds like.
Yeah.
Very good shot at top 8ing. I do want to root for our Jeskai control hero, Rei Sakano, on the other side of this 7-0 bracket. Though, you know, again, classically, Landfall not the best matchup for control. But I guess we will see that probably tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm hanging out for one more minute to see if we have any more Magic to watch. But at some point we may make the decision that our sleep is more valuable. Actually, let me put up the Japanese audio. Let me see if I can tell whether or not they're like talking about other decks that we're about to see or what.
はい。
ああ、まだ勝ってますね。
まあさすがに強いですね。
え
でもそう止めないとね、また勝たれたら困りますからね。
Oh, no, here we go.
もうちょろいな。
All right, wait. So we're coming in on game 3 of whatever this is. This looks like it.
Oh
was
no, I
recorded.
think we have spoilers. That's all right. Because I believe this is the table 1 match of Rei
this is
Sakano
Rei against
versus
Masataka.
Yeah.
So Jeskai control at the top and
I think they flipped the
yeah. As
the graphic.
That makes significantly more sense because, as Dom Harvey pointed out in chat earlier, Masataka Hori plays with shiny cards where possible.
Those are very shiny cards. Also, I've never seen that forest art before.
Yeah, I don't know where that one came from. Maybe someone in chat is aware. Some secret lair, obviously. It looks like there is a Petrified Hamlet in play, which I guess is naming Abandoned Air Temple, because what else are you going to name?
I mean, pretty reasonable name, honestly. Like, the Air Temple can make things problematic for control.
Then we Thunder Magic down the Elf.
Yeah, I was briefly very confused because I thought that like Tarkir alt art card was a Serac, but no, it's a sad Sage of the Skies, just a 2/3 flyer. A lot less scary.
I thought for a second that it was a Voice of Victory, but yeah, it's a sad 2/3 flyer. It has no friend. All right, now that you've killed my Llanowar Elf, I'll respond with a Paw Patch Recruit. Where were you last turn, buddy?
I believe I saw an ill-timed explosion in hand.
Ooh, Slag Storm. We don't even need the ill-timed explosion. That is pretty rough.
I love the casual hold up Petrified Hamlet.
Yes. Alright, Bright Glass Gear Hulk. And indeed quite a bright one with the way the light is shining on the foiling. So we get another Paw Patch Recruit. What are the other targets from Masataka here? He has access to Nurturing Pixie. Obviously all the Mana Dorks, 3 Scene Rip, 1 Melt Strider's Resolve. And then possibly like, nothing really in the sideboard. There's a Fungus that's not coming in.
Yeah, given this is game 3, I imagine Seam Rips and Melt Striders are not particularly live.
Yeah. So it's really just more Paw Patches unless he felt like he needed to go find a Gene Pollinator or something. I assume that coverage was going for Bright Glass and came up with Cold Stoke. Oh, we're just like cycling through all of the gear
Looking at all the Gear Hulks.
Yeah, that's fair. All right,
Do you know what the keywords on Cold Stoke Gear Hulk are?
One of them is Menace.
Mm-hmm.
Is it Menace and Death Touch? I do not know what the other one is.
I don't think it's Death Touch.
All right, I somehow know that it's Cold Stoke Gear Hulk, which is like a weird thing to know when I don't actually know. It is Menace and Death Touch.
Oh, okay. Yeah, blue-white one is Prowess and Double Strike.
Yeah.
Firewood is Vigilance and also Menace?
Let's find out.
Maybe it's Reach? Oh.
It seems very strange. Vigilance, menace, but yeah, it is also menace. It is
Yeah, I
strange
was
that menace got
surprised that
doubled up.
it's yeah. And then Oil Deep is Lifelink Ward 1 because Ward 1 is my favorite keyword.
When you want to give something ward but you don't really mean it. It is kind of strange that the black blue one wound up with lifelink. I guess they were trying to give each one of them one thing that was like one keyword that was like slightly unexpected. Keep it interesting.
I would not say that Bright Glass has anything unexpected on it.
Just that the combination of the two is a little strange. I would call Masataka's board a band of riffraff at the moment. Cedric Phillips might call it knuckleheads.
I would call it 8 damage.
Yeah, there's 8 power. But if there is still that ill-timed explosion that's waiting to go
I mean,
off.
I'm pretty confident I saw it, and I'm a little more confident since I saw Ray like looking like they were trying to tap, like thinking about tapping 4 mana for a moment there.
That front card is 100% ill-timed explosion.
Yeah.
And then we've also got, I think, an Erode and an Abrade. Is that what the red card is? So
I think it's a Seer.
Okay.
Either way, it can kill this 4/4.
Yeah, 2 cards with Paw Patch Recruit text on the other side is a little annoying, but still everything can get mopped up by the ill-timed explosion that's coming.
Yeah, I kind of wonder if like Ray waited on the ill times because they didn't have any like big things in hand to guarantee killing the 4/4. They think the stock up took a Jeskai Revelation. Mostly I say that because Ray cast stock up, and then while deciding what to take off the stock up, the commentators pulled up a Jeskai Rev.
Yeah, I think I saw a Jeskai Revelation go by at the bottom there as Ray was shuffling his hand. Masataka will continue extending into this upcoming sweeper.
That is something. Is that another Paw Patch?
Yeah, it's another Paw Patch Recruit.
Unkicked.
Yep.
Are we setting up for like another Break Glass?
That we are.
Oh boy. This will be quite a good, one might even say a well-timed explosion.
Yeah. We've gone past ill-timed here.
Ill-timed for one player.
Yes.
I can't tell what that card pulled out is.
Well, one of them is a Nurturing Pixie, and the other one, I have no idea. Maybe it's
really it could be anything.
Is it the Insidious Fungus? That was gonna be my guess. That's the only other thing that.
I mean, I don't know of Insidious Fungus alt arts, but I wouldn't put it past one of these players to have.
I think that there's
found one anyways.
There was one in like the F&M promo packs that has like the dark frame. Yeah, so we're discarding Revelation to so like while Masataka is busy shuffling up after the Bright Glass Gear Hulk, all of his creatures have gone to the graveyard. Oof. The other thing about it is that most of the Bright Glass targets are gone. Like all the Paw Patch recruits are gone at this point. So there's not much that we can fetch even if we continue to play that game.
Yeah, this is really a like beat your whole deck kind of moment.
Yeah. All right, here's another pair of Pock Patch recruits and a Llanowar Elf. I mean, Ray is at 7. You don't need that much power on the battlefield to threaten to kill someone from 7 life.
One might argue that you need roughly 7.
Yeah, I mean, 4 is at least enough to do it over a pair of turns. Though I guess with 4 plus an Ouroboroid, that would be lethal immediately. So maybe that was part of the calculus as to how much to play this turn. Like, I think there's a land in Masataka's hand, but maybe there's not. Now, maybe it's Snake, Gearhulk. No, Pyroclasm answers everything. Wow. Ray has done an impressive job of sweeping the board. That's the 3rd different spell that has cleaned up everything, right?
What was the first one? It was
Slag
L-Times. Oh, Slag Storm, right. I forgot that was this game. Yeah, I see the 2 Gearhulk hits and then Gearhulk Snake.
Ugh. We just really don't want to run
yeah,
out.
that is a fungus. It has the like I don't know, how do I describe like the TV look?
Yeah. Yep. Masataka is just refusing to run out Ouroboroid until he has something else in play, but Ray has done a great job of killing everything else. Oh no, here comes the revelation.
You know it's bad when they start bouncing lands.
Yeah, there's nothing else to bounce. And now 11 feels much further away from 0 than 7 did.
Yeah, and just like playing some random creatures is not really gonna get you there. It's made a dork time. Best we can do, apparently.
Let's sear that. Prowess. Joke that. Prowess. Alright, we're going to leave it as an attack for 6. Masataka to 10.
I really enjoy how much Ray refuses to tap this Petrified Hamlet.
Yes.
Even when using just colorless mana.
Elspeth is met by Disdainful Stroke. And here's an elf. Yeah, Ray has had this game on lockdown since...
I think since the Pyroclasm.
Yeah. And you're dead. So that was 2 spells, so those 2 monks represented 6 damage, plus 4 from the Revelation, and that will do it. So we
notably, damage could not be prevented that turn.
We now know that we will start tomorrow with a Landfall versus Control matchup.
Certainly, we definitely did not know that before, and
no,
in no world did we spoil ourselves.
We just learned that this moment.
Live.
Okay, I expect that was the end of the stream for today. there's not going to be more Magic to watch. I think round 8 is complete. So thank you, Jason, first of all, for hanging out and commentating all day. Thank you, chat, for keeping us honest, telling us what some of these weird alt arts are, etc. I hope to see all of you again in like 14 hours for the conclusion of this tournament.
Yeah, exciting. We'll get to see who stays undefeated. Maybe they'll ID so they can both be undefeated. Who knows?
I mean, there's a control deck involved. We might go to time. We'll see.
I think Ray looked to be pretty quick with their actions, so we'll see.
All right.
But yeah, it's been great.
Good night, Jason. Good night, chat.
Good night. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, it's been
See
a
you
pleasure.
tomorrow.